Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Ghost Medium Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. On your left, kid. Izuku moved instinctively to the right, narrowly missing a pale fist that whistled past his cheek. His assailant let out a loud shriek of pain as his fist smacked against the brick wall behind them instead of against Izuku's malleable cheek. "You fucker!" Tsubasa shouted, cradling his fist. Izuku straightened up slightly and took the chance to run away while the group of boys were busy. "Oi, get back here, you null, we're going to kill you when we catch you." Bakugo screamed after him, but Izuku hardly twitched. It wasn't really anything new, Bakugo and his cronies cornering him after school and trying to beat him up. It wasn't new, and yet it had been years since they'd actually been able to land a hit on him. Izuku had long ago learned to accept help from his quirk, and because of that, he had become adept at sneaking away from most fights, much to his childhood friend's annoyance. There was a loud chortle beside him, and Izuku looked up, smiling lightly at the ghost hanging in the air beside him. "That was fun," the ghost said, lying down on thin air as if he hadn't a care in the world, bobbing alongside Izuku as he jogged and finally slowed to a walk. "Fun for you maybe, but it was way too close for comfort for me," Izuku retorted. "Thanks for warning me, by the way, Kuroku-san." Kuroku gave a non-committal hum. "You would have been fine, Dory. What's the point of taking all those fighting lessons if you never fight back?" The ghost asked irritably. "Those bunch of bullies would have been screwed if you'd fought back." Izuku smiled mildly. It was an ongoing argument with most ghosts that Izuku was friendly with. From the day he had begun to see dead people, apparitions, spirits of the departed, or whatever you wanted to call them, they had begged and pleaded for him to fight back. Izuku sighed. "I'm just glad Shiori-chan wasn't here, otherwise we'd have to deal with a real poltergeist." Izuku mumbled. Kuroku snorted. "Shiori is the only one who can convince you to fight back against those idiots only because you don't want to have to deal with her complaining afterwards." Izuku flushed slightly, unwilling to admit that it was true. Of all the ghosts that hung around Izuku, he'd known Shiori the longest. Shiori was a little girl, around 9 or 10 years old, that had been with Izuku ever since he was 7 years old, and he'd finally learned what his quirk was. Shiori had been the one to explain everything he needed to know about ghosts to him, and as he lost his human friends one by one, none of them believing that he could actually see ghosts, or thinking he was lying about it and was secretly quirkless, only Shiori had remained by his side. "Where is she, by the way?" Izuku asked, but it was meaningless, as mere seconds later, Shiori stepped out from a convenience store wall and bounded up to Izuku with a bright, beaming smile on her face. "Aizu and I, they have strawberry milk in there. Isn't that your favorite?" she chirped, and Izuku couldn't help his small smile. Despite that Shiori was probably many years older than him, the moment he had surpassed her physical age, he had become Aizu and I and nothing else. Ghosts, as it would turn out, retained their mental age from the moment they died. Despite existing for many years as a ghost, Shiori was still a child at heart and would never be anything but a child. Izuku had long ago come to peace with this realization, and now he just gently brushed his fingertips against her cheeks, brushing her candy pink hair from her face. "It is my favorite. Should I go get some for a snack?" he wondered, and, since he wasn't alone anymore, Kuroku rolled his eyes and waved goodbye to Izuku and Shiori before disappearing into some apartment building to haunt. "What's wrong with Kiku-san?" Shiori asked, her cool body tucked against Izuku's side. If he looked off to anyone, walking with his arm bundled against an invisible girl, no one said anything, though he did notice a few odd looks. "Oh, nothing," Izuku said blithely. "Kuroku-san just doesn't understand living problems very well. He wants me to fight everyone no matter the consequence." Shiori nodded sagely. "But Aizu and I is gonna be a hero, so he can't fight everyone. Just bad guys." Shiori said strongly, and Izuku laughed. The ball of stress in his gut lessened slightly now that he was away from school and with Shiori again. "That's right, Shir-chan," he murmured. "That's right." Izuku Midoriya was under no illusions that the path to Herodom would be easy for someone like him. The trouble with invisible quirks like his was, as one could imagine, it was hard to prove. Although he definitely had a quirk and he could, ostensibly, use it, no one had believed him when he'd told them that he could see ghosts, and by the time he could prove it to them, his reputation had already been set, and to go against that would cause more trouble than it was worth. If anything, the mild bullying he'd faced just for being the smallest and quietest of the neighborhood kids had turned downright scary as they all grew older. The worst of them all was Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku shuddered whenever the boy's name even crossed his mind, and it had nothing to do with his perpetually cold skin or the chill of Shiori at his side. Bakugo had once been his best friend. They'd grown up together and had been friends since they were in diapers. As the years went on, they had sworn to one day be heroes together, but with the arrival of Bakugo's explosive quirk, literally, explosive, he could turn his sweat into nitroglycerin explosions, things had changed between them. Bakugo had grown impatient waiting for Izuku's quirk to make itself known, and it was too late, nearly 3 years later, when Izuku realized that, no, he wasn't crazy, he really could just see ghosts. Well, needless to say, 7-year-old Bakugo Katsuki had not been nearly as fascinated by Izuku's quirk as Izuku had been. "Are you thinking about exploding again?" Shiori asked, and Izuku blinked from his thoughts, snickering at Shiori's nickname for Bakugo. He stepped into the convenience store and picked out a few snacks, including his favored strawberry milk. "No," Izuku lied easily. "Just thinking about the entrance exam tomorrow." Shiori wrinkled her nose slightly. "Is Kiku-san gonna help you?" Shiori asked, floating through the refrigerators and narrowly missing someone's hand as they reached in to grab a drink. Izuku waited until she was beside him again before replying under his breath. He'd already learned that holding one-sided conversations was a pretty good way to come off as crazy. "No, I asked Yuki-chan to help tomorrow, just in case," Izuku said gently, and Shiori glared. "Aizu and I. Even though I'm just a kid, I've still been around for way longer than Yu-chan. Besides, you said my wings are very helpful." Izuku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was the millionth time he was having this conversation with Shiori. "You know I love your wings, Shiori-chan, but what if I need something more offensive in the exam? I can't just fly away. Yuki-chan's ice can make sharp and powerful spikes that can do some damage, and your gorgeous wings will be able to keep me safe too." Izuku promised, and Shiori grumbled a bit but accepted it. Shiori's quirk, when she had lived, was quite exceptional. She had the ability to manifest wings that would appear at her back depending on how much research she'd put into different types of wings. While she lived, she'd only ever managed to create monarch butterfly wings, as that was her favorite butterfly, but since Izuku had been able to borrow her quirk, he'd put a substantial amount of research in to create different wings with her quirk. When Izuku was 11 years old, he'd finally learned the full parameters of his quirk after sharing his name with Yuki, another ghost he knew. Once Izuku shared his full name with a ghost, and that ghost shared their full name with him, then they touched, he could borrow their quirk as long as they were with him. With Shiori it was a bit different. He discovered after the experience with Yuki that he'd been bonded to Shiori for years, and using her quirk was easier than breathing to him. From then on he was pretty careful about what name he gave to ghosts, and he always gave them the opportunity to not share their name with him. Once he was bonded to a ghost, he could summon them to his side when he needed their quirk. Over the years he had mostly practiced with Shiori, Yuki, and Kuroku, but he was bonded to an American ghost called Samantha as well, and her quirk was elasticity, which he had practiced quite a bit with as well. There were a few other ghosts that Izuku knew and had either helped or trained with that had given him a blanket permission to call them if he ever needed to use their quirks, and he appreciated it greatly, trading these favors for many favors of his own. Izuku arrived home and slipped out of his shoes, relaxing a bit in the privacy of his apartment. There was a soft hum of the television in the background, and Izuku was unsurprised to go further inside and find Yuki sitting on the couch watching TV with an entranced expression. The 14-year-old had died just before her 15th birthday and was obsessed with a show that she'd been watching in her home before her apartment building went down in a villain attack. "Hey Yuki-chan," Izuku greeted freely, watching Shiori bound inside and cuddle up to her older sister. It was a little amusing, to Izuku at least, that Shiori was the oldest of them all, and yet she called him older brother and took Yuki, who had only been a ghost for less than 6 years, older sister. "Hey Zuku," Yuki greeted with a grin, ruffling Shiori's hair. You wouldn't believe the fight I saw earlier. It was so cool, Kamui Woods and Mount Lady dealt with it. Izuku hummed. He was still a bit on edge because of the whole accidentally getting caught by his high school bullies while on an afternoon walk thing. He startled slightly as his phone rang and reached over to pick it up before it went on for too long. He noticed the caller ID and barely contained his small sigh. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and accepted the call even as he slumped against the couch. Hey Mom. Izuku. My baby. Izuku Midoriya cried. Oh, how are you my sweetheart? Izuku swallowed, hating the way his mother had the ability to transform him into a little boy despite his best efforts to grow and be independent. I'm doing fine. Just preparing for the exams tomorrow. He said, knowing full well that he was opening the door for. Both Shiori and Yuki glared as Inko immediately went on a loud tangent about her baby, hurting her and making her stress all the time since he was quirkless and weak and would just end up getting hurt. I'm not quirkless, Mom, even if no one believes in me. I know the truth and I would like to think you know the truth too, but you refuse to believe in me, so all I can do is go to that exam tomorrow and prove it to you. Izuku said coolly. I'll prove it to you and to the world. Without waiting to hear more of her simpering, he hung up the call irritably. Seriously, it's been years. She saw my wings and she still doesn't believe that you have a real quirk. Shiori said with a deeply unimpressed look on her face, and Izuku just shook his head with a small smile. There wasn't much to say there. As soon as Izuku was old enough to take care of himself, his mother had taken a job considerably far away and had left Izuku to fend for himself, only doing the bare minimum to pay rent for a few months on a shitty apartment and have groceries delivered once a week, if that. In the beginning she called once a week, since he was only 12, but as the months passed those calls tapered off to once in a blue moon. She would visit once in a while and show up for any school meetings she was needed at, but since he'd started high school those visits had dwindled until now. It had been years since he'd actually seen her. Sometimes he indulged her, talking to her and steering clear of all triggering topics for the woman, and other times, like today, he simply got it out of the way to end the conversation faster so that she wouldn't feel the need to call him for another few months, hopefully. Nothing would get Izuku Midoriya to stop talking like Izuku reaffirming his dreams of being a hero could. Izuku had worked hard to study his quirk, but that wasn't all he did. He didn't want to rely on Ghost's quirks in order to be a hero. No, he had to do it on his own merit as well. Most of his free time was spent training physically as well as earning money online to fund the things he was sure his mother wouldn't pay for. Such as the gym where he trained with Shiori, Yuki, and Kuroku, as well as the dojo where he had been learning martial arts for a few years now from a mixture of his alive trainer Ishimoto-sensei, as well as from the long-passed-away Arashi-sensei, who haunted her dojo to make sure things were being run properly. Now, ready to complete the entrance exams for Yūrei Academy, Izuku had never felt as prepared as he felt now, and yet there was still a flicker of anxiety running through his veins. Perhaps it was Katsuki Bakugo standing over him, his rough voice and the popping sound of explosions in his ear, his voice demeaning. Don't even think about applying to Yūrei, no. I'm going to be the only student from this shithole that gets into Yūrei. Izuku sighed, flopping onto his couch with Yuki and Shiori. He had prepared a fairly simple dinner, just some miso soup and rice since it was just him eating. Just forget about everyone, Yuki advised. You don't need them. You have us and we're way better than everyone else. Izuku snorted. That he could fortunately agree with. He'd been truly blessed to meet his friends and he knew that without them he would have been terribly lonely. All of his friends were ghosts after all. The next morning Izuku was woken early by Shiori and Yuki in order to have enough time to have a big breakfast and take the train to Yūrei. He made a hearty breakfast since he would have to expend a lot of energy during the exams. Even though he wanted to, he didn't dare do any extra studying. Just trust yourself, Dori-chan, Mrs. Kitakani, the ghost that haunted the stairwell, said calmly, puttering around Izuku's apartment. She'd come to wish him well and do some tidying around the apartment so that he could come back to a clean home. Izuku's quirk gave strength to ghosts, so most ghosts that spent enough time around him were typically stronger and could interact with the living world. Mrs. Kitakani had known Izuku almost as long as Shiori had, though they weren't nearly as close. Still, she was the closest thing to a mother and caretaker Izuku had when he was a child, even while his own mother was still living there, and more so after she left. You know all the content, you've studied so diligently, and you're heaps smarter than most kids your age. She complimented, reaching out and stroking Izuku's hair gently. Izuku leaned into the touch despite himself. Izuku smiled dryly, not commenting on his doubt. A few other ghosts poked their heads in to wish him well, and he was grateful for the support. He wore a simple pair of sweatpants and packed an extra pair just in case. He was wearing a shirt that he would be able to remove easily in case he had to use Shiori's wings, and he'd packed an extra one to wear back home. He slipped into a jacket and a pair of shoes and packed a few granola bars and a bottle of electrolyte water, as well as his phone and house keys and train card. "All right," he announced. "I'm off, wish me luck everyone." "Good luck, Dory." A chorus of ghosts cried, and Izuku smiled, leaving his TV on for any of the ghosts who wanted to pass some time watching whatever popped up. Yuki and Shiori tailed him. Outside, Kuroku appeared and gave him a sporting clap on the back. "Give me a call if these girlies can't help you out, Dory." Kuroku had shared names with him but seemed to like calling him Dory either way. "Who knows, maybe you fight in a desert and you have to manipulate sand." When Kuroku died, he'd only been able to manipulate and move sand, but with Izuku's input and training they had graduated to being able to form rocks and even gather small sandstorms, and were working on tornadoes now. "I'll be sure to if I need you, Kuroku-san," Izuku said pleasantly, out loud since he was walking alone. He made it to the train station and was grateful that Bakugo wasn't there. His parents were probably taking him to the school, so it was doubtful that he'd run into anyone he knew. There were a few ghosts on the train, and when Shiori and Yuki boasted about Izuku's quirk and where he was going, they all wished him well. His cheeks were a bit pink, as a few of them even wanted to tag along to watch him in the exam. "Remember, if you want to be Izuku friend, you can share your name with him and then he can use your quirk to be a hero," Shiori announced happily. "Izuku likes my quirk best though." Izuku reddened as the ghosts snickered and snorted. "Oh yes, Squirt? What's your quirk then?" an older boy asked with a charming grin. Shiori puffed her chest out. "I make really pretty wings," she revealed. "If Izuku studies wings really well, then he can make bird wings, but all I could make were butterfly wings." "That's a really cool quirk," the boy said earnestly. "All I can do is make things unlock." Izuku thought this was an extremely helpful quirk, personally, but other ghosts didn't seem to think so. If he were alone, he might have mentioned something, but alas, he would look like a real psycho if he suddenly started talking to invisible people. He was, of course, talking from experience. When the train finally came to a stop, Izuku stepped off, finding himself inexplicably with an entourage of at least 7 or 8 ghosts. Now that he was walking alone, he chatted with them and even ended up sharing names with the lockpicking ghost, who he learned was called Eiji Hitori. In front of the Yūrei gates, Izuku paused and stared for a moment. He couldn't quite believe he was really there, and yet he was. He took a deep breath, feeling Shiori and Yuki at his side, and took his first steps towards Herodom. Despite the impressive size of the buildings, the grounds were crawling with people and it was all a little confusing to navigate, but fortunately they had a lot of staff helping out, and Izuku had to genuinely bite his lip when he was given a schedule and map by a clone of the pro hero, Ectoplasm. The ghosts ended up leaving his side since they were walking into too many people, causing a bunch of people to give him a wide berth as if they thought it was him making them cold. Izuku blushed at that. Hitori laughed. "We'll go watch from the rooftops, Dory-kun," he said. "Give me a holler if you need to unlock something super desperately." Izuku wanted to laugh, but he held it in as well as he could. The ghosts disappeared, leaving him with just Shiori and Yuki. He made his way to the large auditorium where the general exams were taking place, and he followed the swell of people inside, taking a seat at one of the free spots when he noted that they weren't being separated into sections at all. Each table contained a folder and a UA-branded pen, nothing more, and each section was separated by a cloudy glass to stop people from cheating. There was a girl next to him that seemed to have gills against her neck, and on his other side sat a boy with seaweed for hair. He smelled quite strongly, and Izuku's nose twitched despite himself. Behind him, Yuki and Shiori were giggling and trying to touch his slimy-looking seaweed hair. Izuku sent them a look and Yuki pouted but obediently stopped and made Shiori stop too. "Welcome." Izuku turned to the stage, having to stop himself from grinning as he recognized the pro hero, Present Mike, standing on the stage. "Alright, we're getting right into it, yo. You have 2 hours to complete the packet in front of you, and when you're finished you can bring it on up here, and if you are taking the support course exams, please go directly through door 1. If you're taking the hero course exams, please go through door 2, and if you're finished with just the general studies course, then please make your way to the exit through door 3. You may all open your files in 3, 2, and go." Izuku didn't waste a single second and immediately opened his folder. He didn't write anything, choosing to speed read through it instead so that he could get an idea of what he would have to go through. He'd already warned Shiori and Yuki not to look at the others' answers or to try and help him cheat. Izuku focused on his exam, writing at a steady pace without thinking too much of the time passing. There were multiple pages for the exam, and towards the end there were several optional pages depending on what course he was aiming for. Izuku ignored the support course pages and continued onto the heroics portion. The questions were simply answered enough, a mixture of multiple choice and then questions that demanded written answers. The final question on the paper was quite simple and Izuku blinked. "Why do you want to be a hero?" He thought for a moment before swallowing his emotions and placing his pen against the paper. "All my life I have only ever been able to hold the affections of those that have already died. I wish to be a hero that can look among the living and give them hope, to let them see another day with living, breathing chests, and bodies full of blood and life. Eyes that glisten, and a mind that continues to grow. I want to be a hero that gives people a chance to live, even just a single second longer with their loved ones." It was about as honest as he could possibly be, and with that finished, he was done. He looked up, blinking to realize that an hour and 15 minutes had passed since the start of the exam. No one else seemed to be done, and the two beside him seemed to be actively panicking. He felt a little embarrassed to be finished first, but since there was time left he figured it would be good to go and have one of his snacks while he waited for the practical exam. Izuku stood up, slinging his bag over his shoulder. A few heads looked up at him as he stood before returning to their pages with even more fervor. "Izu and you're finished? You're so smart." Shiori cried out across the room, and Izuku barely concealed his wince at the loud noise, seeing his little ghost friend hanging around an oblivious Present Mike. The pro hero in question was looking at him as well, looking a little surprised, and Izuku colored a bit. He placed his folder down and Present Mike gave him a small smile. "Finished?" he asked softly. "Which door?" "2," Izuku replied, just as softly. "Can I eat in there?" Present Mike seemed a bit surprised but nodded eagerly, gathering his folder. "Sure thing, listener," he encouraged. "Come on, I'll get you settled." Izuku was going to protest, but Present Mike made some sort of signal towards the roof, and then a clone of ectoplasm walked through to take his place at the front table while Present Mike led Izuku through door 2. "First time in a while a student has finished this early," Present Mike said, marginally louder now that they were enclosed in a room. The new room looked pretty similar to the last one, but a bit smaller. "Feeling confident?" "Oh, I didn't even think about anything but finishing," Izuku admitted embarrassedly. "I knew I'd spiral if I went to look back through it, so I just finished it and closed it." Present Mike laughed loudly, his voice echoing slightly. Only Izuku could hear Shiori and Yuki laughing with him. "I'm sure you did fine. Anyway, you're the first one done, so you're in the first section of participants, examinee 1. Present Mike gave him a little square of fabric to wear over his clothes that had the number 1 printed on it, and Izuku pursed his lips. "Do we have to wear these during the examination?" he asked, and Present Mike blinked and nodded. "Will it interfere with your quirk?" he asked wisely, and Izuku nodded slowly. "I'm wearing a shirt that I can easily remove, but if this covers my back then it will probably get ripped or torn away. Could I wear it over my hips instead?" Izuku demonstrated, and Present Mike laughed and nodded his head acceptingly as he tied the fabric around his waist, displaying the number 1 over his butt. "That works for me," Present Mike said with a grin. "Good luck out there, little listener." Izuku smiled, watching the pro hero walk back through the doors, leaving him alone with the ghosts. He's super cool. Shiori squealed. Izuku, you did so well. We don't know that yet, maybe I wrote down all the wrong answers and I failed. He teased, and both Yuki and Shiori smacked his shoulders, making him snicker, seemingly to himself. He pulled out his electrolyte water and a granola bar and managed to calm his nerves a little. Another 20 minutes later and the first students were coming in for the heroics exam. Izuku slunk a little lower in his seat when he noticed Bakugo on the other side of the room. He tried to stop Shiori and Yuki from bugging him, but with so many people in the room he could hardly tell them, and instead Bakugo had to sit there, obviously shivering and glaring at everybody distrustfully as the two ghosts took turns walking through him and snickering. They only stopped once the room was full and Present Mike was once again there and standing on the stage to talk about the exam. To Izuku's incredible amusement, the exam was, in fact, robots. He really should have expected something like this, but he wasn't unhappy with the exam. As expected, Yuki's quirk would come seriously in handy and the ghost was already preening while Shiori scowled. You'd better use my quirk too, no matter what, Izuku. Shiori demanded. You can fly away from them and use Yu-chan's ice to shoot big ol shards at them. It was a pretty sound suggestion, all things considered, and Izuku nodded ever so slightly, showing Shiori that he agreed, and his little sister beamed at him. Alright. Examinee 1 to Examinee 20. Please head out to Bus 1, they'll be taking you to your testing site. 21 to 40, Bus 2, and so on. I'm sure you can count yourselves in groups of 20s from there. Present Mike said, and Izuku grinned as he made his way out with 20 other students. The bus wasn't cramped at all, and Izuku took a moment to observe the students around him. Other than Shiori and Yuki, there weren't any other ghosts on the bus with them, and he was somewhat relieved. You there? Examinee 1. Izuku blinked, realizing a dark blue-haired boy was scowling at him. You should wear your number appropriately. If you're just here to mess around, then you shouldn't even be here. Shiori and Yuki gaped and stood, outraged. I have permission to wear it like this. Izuku said awkwardly, becoming a little alarmed when the boy chopped his arms right in his face. What reason could you possibly have for wearing it over your waist? This is disrespect. He didn't get a chance to finish before he shuddered with the combined effort of Shiori and Yuki. Before he could talk again, the bus came to a stop and Izuku slipped out as fast as he could, taking in the urban city grounds in front of them and hoping the boy wouldn't follow him. Once everyone was off the bus, Present Mike's voice suddenly rang out. Okay, start. Izuku didn't waste a single second before he was sprinting forth. As he ran, he called Yuki and Shiori to him, and though he couldn't see it himself, he knew that one of his eyes mirrored Shiori's calm green eyes, while his other held Yuki's crystal blue. He didn't think, he just moved. Shota usually hated this time of year. Entrance exams. It was all so hassle-some, honestly, but he tried his best to not get too disenchanted with the new batch of students. His last class had truly taken the award for most useless, and he'd ended up expelling the lot of them. He'd only managed to find potential in 2 or 3 of them, and they joined one BS class instead while he taught his previous class, which was markedly smaller than a usual classroom for a second year of homeroom. But now, here he was again, waiting for the next batch of kids to teach. Anyone stand out? He asked idly. They were all gathered in the control room, eyes glued to the stagnant monitors while they waited for the buses to arrive. A few, Netsu said thoughtfully. I'm interested in examinee. He finished his general and heroics exam in 1 hour and 14 minutes. Shota hummed, not really thinking all that much since it was possible the kid just wrote whatever. He certainly had seen that before. Did he do well? Namuri asked curiously, rifling through the stack of folders with a small frown. Which one is it? Kami, there's a million of them this year. It's under M, Netsu said distractedly. Midoriya Izuku. Namuri rifled a moment longer before reaching the right one and pulling it out. Her eyes flickered over it, speed reading through his general exam papers before she skipped straight to the back to read the heroics section. Huh, she said, sounding a bit perplexed. Well, you don't see that every day. What a curious answer. What is it? Hisashi asked, bouncing on his heels. He was standing at the observation deck but could clearly still hear them. He was super polite, very cute, Asked if he could wear his number around his waist 'cause of his quirk, whatever it is. The last question, the one about why they want to be heroes. You know how many we get that just want to be famous, or want to be like All Might? At their hum she continued, well, this one said, Nemuri paused to get to the right place, all my life I have only ever been able to hold the affections of those that have already died. I wish to be a hero that can look among the living and give them hope, to let them see another day with living, breathing chests, and bodies full of blood and life. Shota blinked, utterly confused. He wasn't the only one. As Nemuri read, a few of the other teachers looked up and even Hisashi looked over with a confused frown. Eyes that glisten, and a mind that continues to grow. I want to be a hero that gives people a chance to live, even just a single second longer with their loved ones. Nemuri finished, placing the paper down and looking up for their reactions. There was a moment of stark silence. What an interesting student. Nedzu commented and Shota silently said a prayer for the kid on the off chance he got into Yūrei. A chill seemed to go down Shota's neck and he sighed, rubbing the skin there. He'd always run a bit cold and he'd had cold shivers often over the years, so it really wasn't much of a surprise to him, though it was still annoying. What's his quirk? Vlad King asked with a grunt. First bus is here, that should be his one. Nemuri stood up, once again rifling through a bunch of papers at the speed of light. It wasn't her quirk, she was just that used to going through paper files at an alarming rate. She pulled out a sheet and her brow furrowed further. Midoriya Izuku, 18, his quirk is medium. She turned to face them, holding the sheet of paper. It just says medium, and the section where it's supposed to explain the quirk is blank with a note from the quirk counselor saying that Midoriya could never prove the existence of his quirk but that multiple sources indicate he has a quirk factor. Shota rose up from his slouch slightly, holding his hand out for the paper. Sure enough, it was exactly as Nemuri said and he frowned. What the hell is his quirk then? He asked rhetorically. Nedzu pressed a button and one of the cameras panned to Training Ground 1 where the students were disembarking from the bus. One of them, Midoriya, he noticed by the number 1 on his hip, was the first off the bus and he looked somewhat flustered. We'll find out in due course. Nedzu said soothingly. Let the trial begin. And so it began. Shota was quite proud to see that Midoriya ran off the second Hisashi started the exam while others hesitated, forcing him to scold them. Shota was already scribbling notes as he watched. The first note of Midoriya's quirk came in the form of a pretty decent bolt of ice that appeared out of nowhere and pierced straight through one of the robots. Okay, so he has an ice quirk? Shota asked confusedly. How is that not proof of a quirk? It was confusing. Midoriya was obviously familiar with his quirk and he used it well, flitting all over the urban setting and even employing some impressive parkour as he took down the robots. Shota tried to pay attention to the other students as well, not just in the first section but in the others as well. There were a lot of impressive quirks, and yet somehow his eyes kept wandering back to Midoriya. And not a moment too soon, the zero-pointer had just been released. Shota watched as students in all the courses ran for their lives. All except one. Shota watched, mildly alarmed, as Midoriya ran towards the hulking robot, pausing in front of it. Nedzu didn't even need them telling him to adjust the camera, he did it himself and gave them a new angle, showing another student, a girl, trapped beneath a piece of concrete. Audio. Shota demanded. The room was filled with noise, but they could hear the two speaking above it with some careful muffling from Nedzu. Limit and then I throw up. Okay, well don't worry, I've got you okay? Midoriya said soothingly. He seemed to concentrate, eyes flickering towards the robot that seemed to be getting even closer to them. Shota noticed the strange color of his eyes, one green and one blue. A pillar of ice shot up from the ground, jolting the rock off of the girl, but their time really was getting thin and Midoriya seemed to notice it as he grabbed the girl's hand, pulling her into his arms. Nedzu dash. But it wasn't necessary to power down the robot because right there before their eyes, Midoriya ripped off his tank top, momentarily shocking them all at the sheer absurdity. The girl in his arms seemed equally distracted by his muscles, as a pair of dark wings burst from between his shoulder blades. Midoriya took to the air, wings beating against the wind as he adjusted his grip on the girl and took them to safety. Shota wasn't the only one gaping at the screen. Where the F did that come from? Nemuri balked. Wings? What about the ice? None of them had an answer for her. It was too perplexing. Never before had they seen such a bemusing quirk. Even Nedzu looked confused, and that really was a first. They watched as Midoriya landed, placing the girl safely on the ground and his cheeks pinkening in embarrassment. His wings seemed to stretch and flutter behind him before pulling closer and disappearing with a small pop. Nedzu pressed the button to end the exams and they all stared at the screens. I call dibs. Shota said into the silence, and immediately voices erupted among them, but Shota stayed firm. There was no way anyone else but him was getting the enigma that was Midoriya Izuku and his strange quirk. As if agreeing with him, he shivered slightly at the cool breeze over his neck. Izuku didn't really know how he got through the week waiting for a letter from Yūrei. He wasn't the only one. Ghosts he'd been acquainted with for a while popped in to check for updates all week, and it was getting a bit ridiculous. Shiori was one step away from becoming a poltergeist with how nervous she was, and even Yuki stuck around to be there when news came. Kuroku would poke his head right through any surface of his apartment and ask in an annoyingly chipper voice, "Has it come in yet?" And Izuku only put his foot down about it when the ghost popped right out of his toilet while he was showering. Exactly a week and 1 day later, the letter arrived in his post box. He took it with shaking hands and placed it on his coffee table. Ghosts gathered around him, staying quiet and somber in the face of the letter. It was kind of a big moment, not just for Izuku, but also for the ghosts who had been watching over him for years, protecting him, and lending their quirks to his journey to becoming a hero. They were kind of in it together. Izuku felt Shiori's cool hand on his shoulder, lending him quiet support. He opened the letter and barely looked at it before a cylinder fell out. He picked it up and found a button on the side which he pressed. A hologram rose from the thing and Izuku yelped despite himself. He wasn't the only one, the ghosts also skittered slightly. It was All Might standing there. "Welcome." All Might boomed. "I am here in holographic form. And you must be wondering why it is that I'm here, and it's my pleasure to inform you that I will be teaching foundational heroics at my alma mater this year." Izuku blinked in surprise at that. "Midoriya Izuku. You have received 89 villain points with your swift and icy takedowns of the robots. You have secured a spot in Yuei's heroics course," All Might announced. "However, that is not all. You have also received 25 rescue points for your heroic rescue of your fellow peer. So, I welcome you, Midoriya Izuku, to your hero academia." The hologram disappeared. There was only a second of silence before they all exploded into loud cheers as Izuku burst into good old-fashioned tears. It took a few hours to properly calm down enough to read the letter, and he promptly had to be calmed down again when he learned that he was the top scorer of the year, taking the lead by a considerable margin. His next steps were laid out for him, and over the following days he went about communicating with Yūrei about the design of his hero costume. Izuku had spent quite a bit of time designing his costume, and he'd even asked Nakamura-san, a pro-hero ghost he knew, to give him some advice on it. What he ended up with was something quite unique. Because he was planning on being a hero with Shiori, who had bonded her afterlife to him, he had to make sure that his back was free for her wings. Likewise, Yuki and a few others had chosen to bond to him instead of drifting aimlessly and risking becoming poltergeists, so his uniform was designed with those ghosts that didn't mind him using their quirks in mind. When a person died, they automatically became ghosts. After a while they could either move on, or if they had unfinished business, they tended to hang around humans to figure out what it was they still needed from life. If they were unbonded to humans, then they ran the risk of becoming poltergeists that lost all thought with the anger and fear of death surrounding them. Poltergeists weren't easy to deal with, but Izuku could generally help them out and let them move on or bond to him in order to keep them sane. Izuku was bonded to quite a few ghosts, but for the most part his close circle remained Shiori, Yuki, and occasionally Kuroku. Mrs. Kitakani popped in every few days to check on him, but she mostly remained in her stairwell where she was most comfortable, or in the ghost world where she could rest and relax. His hero costume was a backless turtleneck, the fabric fitted and black, which he would wear with a pair of matching black cargo pants. He didn't really require much in terms of a more traditional hero costume, but he'd included a somber red utility belt along with his weapon of choice. He had to sign an online form to give him permission to include a baton staff in his heroics costume, as well as an email from the school instructing him to speak to his homeroom teacher about the weapon before he could use it. With his hero costume out of the way, Izuku bought his uniform sets and stocked up on fresh notebooks, pens, highlighters, and other school necessities. Most of the rest of his summer was spent continuously working with Shirori, Yuki, and even a bit with Hidori and Samantha. When he wasn't busy training or working out, he was finishing up some of his online work while he still had time. Izuku worked mostly as a firewall engineer, but he had a few side hustles where he put his analysis brain to the test and would, for a pretty hefty fee, analyze quirks for people, though he kept his vetting process under the table in order to make sure he wasn't analyzing villains. So, he wasn't really struggling financially, and he was relieved for that much at least. When his first day finally came around, Izuku was up hours before he strictly needed to be, but he was way too nervous to just stay asleep, and even Shirori and Yuki were wafting around anxiously. He made a healthy breakfast on a Yūrei and made sure his bag was packed with everything he might need. He combed his hair, huffing slightly at its wild, untamable curls, before straightening his uniform one last time. Kuroku had long ago taught him to tie his necktie properly, so he looked pretty put together now. Izuku didn't let himself admire his reflection for too long. He wanted to really take in the sight of himself in his Yūrei uniform, but he knew he'd end up spiraling if he did, so he ran out with his card and keys and made his way onto the train with his friends. Once again, he was subjected to Shirori and Yuki loudly bragging to any and all ghosts who could hear them about how Izuku was a Yūrei student who was going to be a hero. Izuku's cheeks were permanently pink, and if anyone noticed, no one said anything, fortunately, and he was pretty relieved to drag the two ghosts off the train before he combusted. Just like the last time he'd seen you, he stood in front of the doors for a moment, just taking in the momentous sight. There were significantly less people now that it was just the students who actually attended the school. But it was still more people than Izuku had been around in ages. He had to put real effort into keeping his eyes open for ghosts. There were a considerable amount of ghosts hovering around, and their added chatter was quite headache-inducing. He prayed that there weren't too many ghosts in his class, or else he'd really struggle. Shirori and Yuki were usually pretty good about being in class. When he was in class, they would either quietly play games in the corner or they'd go off and explore the school grounds while he was stuck in class, trusting Izuku to call for them if he needed their quirks. He followed the instructions on his printed-out map in order to find the infamous Class 1A. He just knew, no matter what, that he was going to need all his strength and energy because, and this was clear the closer he got to the classroom, he was pretty sure Bakugo was going to be in the same class. He stepped through the open door, momentarily marveling over how huge the doors were, before all of his attention was taken by the ash-blonde-haired boy who sat in the middle of the room, pushed against the windows, hands popping with unreleased explosions. Izuku swallowed. "Don't let Explodey bother you," Shirori said loudly, annoyance coloring her tone. "You're in UA now, Izuku. You're a hero student. He can't touch you anymore." Izuku knew this was true, and he offered his sister a small smile before going further inside. He greeted the girl he'd rescued during the exam, happy to find her there, and as she called his name, Bakugo looked up. "Deku," he growled. "What the F are you doing here, you new dash? Language?" The blue-haired boy who had told him off on the bus exclaimed, looking horrified. Shirori snickered behind him, and Izuku could see Yuki floating above their heads to see properly. Izuku went to his seat, grimacing slightly that it was behind Bakugo, who was scowling at him deeply, fists clenched on the table as if he was trying not to punch him. Perhaps he knew he couldn't get away with his usual treatment right now, but Izuku knew it was coming for sure. He didn't want to spend the rest of his school career sitting behind Bakugo though. Behind him there was a much shorter boy with a bunch of purple ball on his head, and Izuku gathered his courage. "Hey, I'm Midoriya Izuku, would you mind swapping seats with me?" he asked. "I'd feel more comfortable at the back if that's all right." The boy looked surprised, but he shrugged and stood up, hopping off his chair, and Izuku was relieved, swapping seats with him and ignoring Bakugo's answering growl of rage. Safely behind someone else, and in his favored seat in the classroom, right at the edge and in the corner of the room where it was most private, Izuku finally gave the classroom a scan. His eyes paused on what looked like a rather large yellow larva lying on the ground behind the teacher's desk. There was a boy standing above it with a fairly amused expression on his face as he looked around at the classroom. The boy was handsome, his features regal and angular. His hair was a soft, powder blue and it seemed to defy gravity around him, looking almost like candy floss that Izuku wanted to touch. Izuku might have mistaken him for the homeroom teacher, but he couldn't have been as he was wearing the Yūrei uniform as well, and, not to mention, he was pretty clearly a ghost. His crystal blue eyes swiveled, meeting Izuku's. He didn't seem to be expecting anything, but Izuku offered a somewhat shy wave and the boy straightened up, looking beyond surprised. "Go introduce yourself," Izuku said under his breath, to Shiori and Yuki. "Tell him about my quirk." Shiori beamed and nodded, bounding up to the ghost boy, who now looked a mixture of confused and mildly concerned. With that out of the way, Izuku couldn't help but look back down at the larva. To his astonishment, the caterpillar moved, revealing a human face at the top of the body, and Izuku blinked, once, twice, making direct eye contact with the man. He watched, bemused, as a dark-clothed man stepped out from the husk, which he belatedly recognized was a sleeping bag, and stood tall in front of the class. No one else seemed to pay him much mind until he rapped his knuckles against the table, bringing the class to a screeching halt. "It took you all way too long to realize I was here," he said, tone-bored. His voice was low and gravelly, almost as if he'd just woken up. "Only one of you even noticed I was here in the first place. That's pathetic, do better." "I'm your homeroom teacher, you can call me Aizawa," he said blandly. "Put these gym uniforms on and meet me on the field for a quirk assessment test. If you aren't outside in 15 minutes, you'll regret having even come to class today." With that, he promptly climbed right back into his sleeping bag and closed his eyes. Izuku was the first to stand up, walking to the front and grabbing the uniform that had his name on it. The other students clambered after him, and along with them, the ghosts. The new ghost bounded after him and Izuku met his eyes. "You can really see me?" he asked, surprised, and Izuku gave a short nod. The boy grinned, looking quite happy with that. "You're the ice and wing boy, aren't you?" he said. "The teachers were so confused over your quirk. I didn't know you were using ghost quirks. That's incredible." Izuku smiled mildly. "I'll wait outside for you," the ghost said. "I'll show you to the field. It's show's start of term trick, telling the class they have 15 minutes to get to the field when obviously no one would even know where the field is." Izuku felt his stomach drop. He sent the boy a grateful look that was laughed at, before he ducked into the changing rooms to change into his gym uniform. Divided into just the boy, Izuku spared a second to glance at his new schoolmates. They were certainly an eclectic group, and Izuku wondered if he was destined to befriend any of these boys or if it would just be middle school and high school all over again. Dressed in his uniform, and in record time really, he slipped back out to find a moment with the handsome ghost waiting on him. The ghost grinned at him when he stepped out. "Done first, show like that. If you run for it, you'll be there before everyone else," the boy suggested, and Izuku smiled a bit shyly. "Well, don't let it be said that I'm not above buttering my homeroom teacher up." Izuku shrugged and the boy burst out laughing, leading the way to the field. "I'm Shirakumo Oboro." The boy introduced himself. "Your little ghost said if I told you my name and you told me yours, despite that I already know it, then the beginning of a bond would be formed and you could use my quirk. Is that true?" "It is," Izuku confirmed. "If I share names with a ghost, then the bond forms. If I touch you afterwards, then it opens the possibility of you being drawn into my body and I would be able to use your quirk after some practice." "You can touch ghosts?" Shirakumo asked, sounding thrilled. "Hey man, it's been forever since someone alive even talked to me. If you want to touch me, then I'll be all for it." "You don't mind that I could use your quirk?" Izuku asked curiously. "Not that I would use it without permission, of course." "I don't mind," Shirakumo assured him. "I probably wouldn't use it in front of Sho without telling him about it first. It might give him a heart attack." Izuku assumed that Sho must be Aizawa and that Shirakumo was probably bonded to Aizawa in order to remain as a sane ghost. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. Most ghosts call me Dori, but those are just the ones who don't want to share names with me." You can call me Izuku if you like. Izuku offered kindly. Shirakumo beamed at him. You can call me Oboro, the ghost said happily. Come on, the field is this way. They went out of the building and sure enough Aizawa was standing in the middle of the grounds looking at his watch. The man looked up when he noticed Izuku's arrival and arched a single brow. Izuku flushed. The downside to buttering your homeroom teacher up is that you have to stand here awkwardly while you wait for everyone else. Izuku muttered under his breath and Oboro laughed loudly for only Izuku to hear. Shirori and Yuki were standing around Aizawa, waiting for Izuku to arrive. He's harmless, Oboro promised. Well, not really, but don't worry. He called dibs on you, so I doubt you have a lot to worry about today. Izuku did not know what to make of that. Izunai, this sensei is super funny, Shirori announced. He crawled here like a slug in that sleeping bag of his. Oboro lost it again and Izuku prayed that Aizawa thought he was flushed because of the sun. Midoriya. Aizawa greeted when Izuku came to a stop in front of him, at a decent distance away. Sensei, Izuku mumbled back. I have a note in my schedule that says you're supposed to be talking to me about something after we're done for the day. Any idea what that's about? Aizawa asked, voice bland, but Izuku thought there was a bit of curiosity somewhere in there. I think I'm supposed to get your approval for my support weapon. Izuku remembered. I was told I wouldn't be able to carry my baton if I didn't prove I could handle it at a beginner level. Aizawa blinked. A baton? He said, ping his head. You don't see that every day. Can you handle it at a beginner level? I've been training with it for over 6 years, sensei. I'm very comfortable with my baton. Izuku replied a bit dryly. A few other students were pouring out of the building now. Well, stay after class and we'll check you out in gym beta. Aizawa allowed, falling silent again as other students caught up around them. A baton really is a curious weapon to choose. What made you decide on that? Oboro asked interestedly. Izunai doesn't need much to be a cool hero. Shirori said with a grin. If Izunai can't use any ghost quirks, then just a baton is enough for him to win any fight. Izuku pinkened further, sending a quelling look at Shirori that the ghosts all laughed at. You're late, Aizawa said once the last student had finally arrived. Izuku pressed his lips together, watching as Oboro went to stand at Aizawa's side. Looking at them side by side, they looked almost the same age and Izuku wondered whether Aizawa was just a lot younger than he'd thought, or if Oboro just looked mature. Aizawa quickly proved that Yūrei's standards were a sight above any other school as the teacher announced that the lowest scorer on this impromptu quirk apprehension test would be expelled. Don't worry, like I said, he called dibs on you after your exam. Oboro called out to Izuku, perhaps noticing how pale he'd gotten. You'll do great. Izuku wasn't so sure and he didn't have a second to panic before Aizawa said, Midoriya, you were our top scorer in both heroics and general studies. Come up here. Izuku vaguely heard the popping of Bakugo's explosions from behind him, but they were quieted by a dark look from Aizawa. What was your furthest ball throw in high school? Aizawa asked and Izuku tried to remember. I never took PE in high school, sensei. My teachers thought it would be too dangerous for me without a more noticeable quirk. Izuku replied truthfully. I'd say without the use of any quirk it would be around average. Aizawa looked momentarily confused. Throw this ball using your quirk in any way you can think, he instructed, giving Izuku a slightly heavy ball. He heard Bakugo snort in the background. Izuku looked up, noticing Oboro frowning in confusion, but he looked at Yuki where she was grinning excitedly. She gave a nod and Izuku called her to his body. He opened his eyes, both of them glinting with Yuki's frosty blue. He gathered a swell of moisture in the air and used the momentum to throw the ball with a solid jet of snow that dissipated into the wind. 708.5 meters. Aizawa said blandly. For a moment the students were silent. "Du." Bakugo screeched and Izuku whirled around, releasing Yuki from his body. What the F-Yūrei null? What the hell was that? His explosions were popping even worse and a few students actually dove out of the way of him as he advanced, his fists held up threateningly. Just as he was about to smack his fist against Izuku's face, His explosions suddenly disappeared and a band of fabric wrapped around his hand, yanking him backwards quite suddenly. Izuku looked up, gaping at Aizawa. His eyes were brilliant and red like rubies, his hair floating around him like a halo, and as he took in all of this, he finally noted the thick rounds of scarves over his neck and realized who exactly his teacher was. To raise her head, Izuku murmured to himself. Oboro stood beside him, looking almost protective, and heard the whisper. Yuki and Shiori were both angrily trying to walk through Bakugu's body. "Calm down," Aizawa snapped. "Don't make me use my quirk. It gives me terrible dry eye." He released Bakugu but none too gently. "What an a-hole," Oboro commented, and Izuku only barely contained his snort at that as the two ghosts gave up on trying to make the explosion quirked boy shiver. For the most part, the apprehension test followed the same format as most PE tests, with the only difference being that they were allowed to use their quirks. Izuku was ambivalent about this. He didn't need to use his quirk in most of the tests, and when it came to the long jump, the only reason he agreed to use Shiori's quirk was because she was begging and pleading the entire time. Even Oboro looked amused, watching the girl plead for Izuku to use her quirk and make butterfly wings. At his turn, he relented and took off his shirt. There were a few whistles and cheers from the other students, and Izuku blushed but ignored it in favor of calling Shiori to him and picturing a rather brilliant set of butterfly wings, Shiori's favorite ones. "Whoa!" someone shouted when they burst from his back, and Izuku took to the air, flying a distance up and then over the long jump area. "I'll mark it as infinity," Aizawa said, though he looked even more confused. "I thought you had bird wings during the exams." "Any wings," Izuku said, landing safely next to him, since he was standing at the other end of the long jump area. "As long as I know what they look like and their structure, they can be any wings." Aizawa looked like he wanted to ask more, but he didn't. Izuku released Shiori and the wings popped out of existence, letting him put his shirt back on. "He's so confused," Oboro snickered. "No one could figure out what your quirk was, and then you used ice and everyone lost it when you suddenly grew wings." Izuku flushed. To the relief of the class, the whole expelling thing seemed to be a logical ruse on Aizawa's part, and none of them were expelled. An invisible girl named Hagakure had been almost sobbing since she was in last place. "Grab a syllabus from my desk and get going," Aizawa said carelessly. "You're all dismissed for the day, except for you, Midoriya. You follow me." There were a few whispers and looks, but Izuku tried to ignore them and just followed Aizawa along with the three ghosts. He could feel Bakugu's dark look. "Do you have a training baton that you can demonstrate with?" Aizawa asked, and Izuku nodded. "I brought my own baton with me today in case I needed to demonstrate," he assured. "It's in my locker." Aizawa hummed and they walked to the lockers mostly in silence, save for the sound of Yuki and Shiori chatting with Oboro, which he listened to with half an ear to make sure they didn't say something embarrassing to the ghost. Izuku grabbed his baton from his bag and followed Aizawa to Gym Beta. "Your papers were very unclear about your quirk," Aizawa said eventually. "I wonder if you can't clear it up for me. Two opposing quirks like that are very rare, and yet I seem to have two students this year who have two wildly different quirks in them." "I only have one quirk, sensei," Izuku said quietly. "I can just do a large amount of things with it." "And what is it exactly?" Aizawa pressed. Izuku bit his lip. "Not many people tend to believe me when I talk about my quirk," Izuku said carefully, as they entered the gym. There were one or two older students working around the area. Two students were sparring on one of the mats while a girl filmed them and offered encouragement. "Try me," Aizawa said dryly. "Don't worry, Izuku, he'll believe you. There's no reason not to, and Sho is very logical. Just give it to him straight," Oboro suggested warmly. Izuku wasn't so sure, but he never intended to lie about his quirk either way. "My quirk is medium. I can see and talk to ghosts. Once we make a bond, I'm capable of using their quirks," Izuku said, keeping his tone matter of fact. "The ice comes from my friend Yuki, while the wings come from my younger sister Shiori-chan." Aizawa paused, turning to stare at him somewhat blankly. Oboro muffled a snicker and Izuku pressed his lips together. "I told you not a lot of people believe me," he offered awkwardly. "How do you form bonds with them?" Aizawa asked carefully, as if he was testing the waters of neither believing him nor outright disbelieving. Izuku raised a brow. We share names and touch, that's enough for most ghosts, and I can call them to me when I need their help. Izuku explained. For example, Yuki Dash, he called her, and his eyes became crystal blue. He showed a small flurry of ice in his palm, then released her. And I'd call Shiori, but I really don't feel like disrobing again. Shiori pouted while Oboro laughed. Aizawa seemed to half snort, but he was mostly looking a bit disbelieving. Ghosts, huh? Well, I guess that explains the confounding mixture of ice and wings. He mumbled. What other quirks have you used? I can manipulate sand with Kuroku-san's quirk, and I've trained a lot with Samantha's elasticity quirk. Hitori-san has an unlocking quirk that'll be helpful if I ever forget my keys, I guess. So, sensei, if you ever forget your keys, just give me a call and I'll come unlock anything for you. He said warmly, and Aizawa snorted. I'll keep it in mind, he commented. Get on the mat, no quirks, we'll spar and you can use your baton. Izuku didn't disrespect him by asking if it was fair since he was a pro hero, and that was an advantage if there ever was one. He put his bag down, taking out his baton, and entered the mat. From the corner of his eye, he noted that the three older students had paused their sparring and were instead turning to watch them curiously. Aizawa settled into a traditional fighting stance, and Izuku mirrored him. Shall I moderate, sensei? The girl who was filming the other two boys asked, as the three came closer. Aizawa nodded in agreement and refocused on Izuku. Start! She called, watching with keen eyes, and Izuku immediately went offensive as Aizawa poised to strike. He'd sparred with a lot of people before, fighting against many different styles, but never before had he felt like fighting was almost a dance. His baton twirled, striking out and smacking against toned, trained arms. He demonstrated all sorts of tricks that he'd learned, using its extending ability to flip himself around the mat to come at Aizawa from different angles. They were sparring, but since this was more to show that Izuku could handle the baton, he wasn't exactly going all out to win the match. The girl moderating them was giving some highly distracting commentary, but Izuku had more than enough practice fighting while tuning out the commentary from ghosts, so it didn't bother him much, but he could tell Aizawa was half annoyed by the comments just by his expression. Izuku thought she was pretty funny though. He was tiring but holding his own pretty well. Aizawa seemed to notice that, and to Izuku's mortification he began fighting with more energy, as if to say, "Come at me harder." Izuku's cheeks darkened, but he answered in kind, focusing on the fight and pulling forth all his ability and training in order to beat his sensei. It was kind of a pride thing at this point, and in the end, the only reason he managed to win, and win, was somewhat of an exaggeration considering they were sparring with the intent on just knocking each other down, was because of a lucky shot he took where he basically tucked and rolled as he was falling and jutted his baton out to knock Aizawa's legs out from under him, sending the man sprawling. Oboro and the other two ghosts were loudly shouting their approval, and the large blonde boy who was watching cheered loud enough to rattle Izuku's bones. Wow. I've never seen a first-year hand it to you like that, sensei. He cried, and Izuku turned red, standing up. Aizawa stood as well. That was impressive, Midoriya, Aizawa said, a bit breathless. Where did you get this baton? I wasn't expecting it to extend too much, and that's why you caught me in the end. It's more like a staff, and yet your ability to lengthen it at will is quite something. I made its sense. I took a few lessons on hero-grade support weapons, and this was my design. It can actually extend way longer depending on how many times I press the button on it and how tightly I'm holding it. Izuku explained, stepping back and demonstrating as the baton extended a few feet. That's so cool! The girl cried. Oh, I'm Nijire Hado. Nice to meet you. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku introduced himself. He learned that the two boys with her were Togata Mirio and Amajiki Tamaki. Well, you're more than capable of working with your support weapon, Midoriya. Did you give the design to the support department for your costume? Aizawa asked, and Izuku nodded. I did. I haven't seen the finished product yet, but Power Loader-san said that it would only be included with your approval. Izuku reminded. Aizawa nodded. Don't worry about it. I'll let him know it's fine. Aizawa agreed, and Izuku smiled. You should give me your number, Kohai, I want to spar with you sometime too. Togata said eagerly. I'm pretty weak at quirkless fighting and it's something I want to get better at and you seem like you know a thing or two. Izuku was flattered and he immediately gave the older boy his phone to put his number in, finding himself with Nijire Hato's number as well, and both he and Aizawa watched, somewhat bewildered as Amajiki fought some inner demons to get himself to put his number in Izuku's phone as well. Izuku said his goodbyes since Aizawa was apparently going to stay behind and work with the 3 students on their fighting. Izuku offered Oboro a small smile, and the ghost beamed at him. He couldn't quite believe it. He'd completed his first day of Yūrei, fought and won against a pro hero, met a handsome new ghost, and his baton was approved. It really was a pretty good day. To his surprise, Oboro tagged along when it was time for Izuku to leave school. It's so rare that I come across someone who can see me and talk to me, Oboro said with a small pout. Mind if I walk you home and bother you for a bit? Izuku smiled warmly, his cheeks turning a bit pink. You aren't a bother at all, Oboro. I'm always glad to meet new ghosts, he said earnestly, and Oboro grinned, falling into step with him as they passed the overly large Yūrei gates. Want to hear about my quirk? Oboro offered, and Izuku returned his smile with an equally excited one of his own. He loved hearing about new quirks, and he loved it even more when ghosts offered to talk about their quirks unprompted. A large part of him, one that he had learned to push down through sheer will and dedicated effort from his ghost friends, was still the nervous, shy boy who mumbled under his breath about every cool quirk he came across, and while he was better controlled now, he couldn't quite step on the flush of excitement that made his stomach clench. To his eternal relief, Bakugo was not, in fact, waiting at the gates to ambush him, and the walk and train ride back to his apartment was peaceful and spent mostly in soft chatter with Oboro and Shirori. Yuki had wandered off to hang out with her other ghost friends or to go rest in the strange way that ghosts rested away from him. Oboro's quirk was fascinating, and even Shirori was fascinated with it. Izuku thought Oboro was probably the coolest ghost he'd met in a long while, and he was sweet to Shirori, and that was automatically a point in anyone's books in Izuku's mind. You can come inside, Izuku invited, when they reached his apartment building. I've found that ghosts are generally not bothered by human customs after so long being, well, dead, but I think it's polite to mention either way. Oboro followed him into the elevator and Izuku punched in the right floor number. He lived on the 8th floor, sending them on their way up the building. My apartment is kind of a ghost-friendly zone, Izuku admitted, opening the door and slipping inside. He took off his shoes and placed them neatly in the Genkan. As you can see, he gestured to the living room. The TV is always on, and if there's something you like watching, then I'll totally put it on for you. If you're hungry, I can do a shinsen for you too if you like. Oboro gaped, blinking a few times before tilting his head and sending him a lopsided smile. You're a really strange guy, Izuku, he said, and Izuku laughed. Shirori bounced past them to flop on the couch. Aizu and I, can we watch HeroTube? I want to see the heroes fighting, she begged, and Izuku obediently switched the channel for her. The longer you hang around me, the stronger you'll get, Izuku told the new ghost. Most of the ghosts who spend time with me are capable of touching small objects. Shirori can change the channel herself, she's just lazy. Izuku avoided Shiori's playful kick, and Oboro grinned at the scene. I don't have any homework today, Shiori-chan, so I'm gonna go out tonight. Are you coming, or do you want to watch your show? Izuku asked his kid sister kindly. I'm gonna deal with the situation on Takoba Beach and maybe swing by wherever I'm needed. Shirori pouted. I want to watch my show, Aizu and I, but I don't want you to go alone, she said mournfully, and Izuku smiled fondly, reaching out and ruffling her hair. Silly, I'll be perfectly fine and I'll call on you if I need to get away, he promised. Oboro frowned, biting his lip hesitantly. Is it something private, or can I offer you my company? Oboro asked softly, unsurely, if you'd like it? Izuku smiled, a small blush on his cheeks. Sue him, he thought the ghost was handsome as hell, and he was proving to be kind and so helpful even when he didn't know what was going on. It seemed Izuku had made a great new friend, and he was quite happy about it. I always welcome the company, Oboro, Izuku assured. I promise you, you're not overstepping any boundaries. I'd love it if you tagged along with me. Oboro beamed. Where are we going? What's at Takoba? He asked curiously. Shiori was the one who replied, smugly. Izunai is gonna go off vigilante. Oboro's eyes widened. Izuku face-bombed slightly, but it wasn't technically untrue. She's being purposefully vague, Oboro. Don't worry, I promise we won't be doing anything illegal, mostly, and I won't be in danger. So you're not a vigilante? Oboro asked unsurely, and Izuku wasn't quite sure how to answer that without being utterly truthful. Not in a technical sense, he said evenly. I'm more of a ghost vigilante. Oboro blinked. Maybe it's for the best if I just see for myself. He decided, and Izuku released a small laugh, nodding. Make yourself comfortable. I'm gonna go make some dinner, then we can head out. Izuku invited. He paused on his way to the kitchen and squinted at the blue-haired boy. Is there something you've missed eating, Oboro? Oboro frowned, seeming like he was trying to remember, and Izuku waited for him patiently. I really liked udon when I was alive, I think. He said unsurely, and Izuku's small smile turned even gentler. He thought ghosts were so vulnerable, and it was his duty and honor to them to treat them with respect in their afterlives. Udon it is, he said with a small nod, flushing slightly when he caught sight of Oboro's stunned look. In the corner of the kitchen, he had a fairly large kamedana with several individual sections for his ghost friends. Depending on who was with him and who felt like eating, he would light a stick of incense on their decorated altars and bless the food to them so they could eat the offerings. It had taken a long while before Izuku learned that this was something he could do. He'd only learned after holding a ceremony for Shiori, and the two of them had been utterly stunned when the ghost had actually been able to eat something. While his vegetables cooked, and some bowls of eggs steamed, Izuku took out the things to make a new little altar for Oboro. Like the ghost's hair, he decorated the little wood altar in light blue cloth and placed a few flowers inside. He put it down in the middle of the shrine, and placed an incense holder in front of it that he would light later on. He took out a little slip of temple paper and an expensive fountain pen that he used for this purpose. Oboro came into the kitchen quietly, perhaps drawn by the feeling that Izuku was doing something. He stood there for a moment, staring at the shrine in shock. Izuku noticed his gaze and blushed slightly. Sometimes a few ghosts feel like eating something they liked when they were alive, so I made the shrine in case anyone felt like coming to dinner. Izuku explained. Since it's just me here, it's nice whenever I have company. You're the sweetest. Oboro murmured, his eyes glued to the little blue swathed altar. Is that for me? Izuku hummed, still pink because of the compliment. I just have to write your name and place it inside. You'll be able to eat with me then. Oboro sat at the table, watching as Izuku wrote his full name in neat lettering and placed it into the altar. I feel strange, Oboro told him. Kind of stronger. I don't know. It's my quirk, Izuku told him honestly. Shiori felt the same after a while, and Yuki and Kuroku both felt stronger and more tethered after bonding with me. Bonding? You don't know much about ghosts, do you? Izuku asked softly. I guess you mostly hang around Aizawa-sensei, right? Oboro nodded. He's my best friend. He admitted. After I died, I woke up like this and found him crying at my grave. After that I just didn't leave, I guess. I watch over him, and I have ever since I died. Izuku smiled sadly. I'm glad Sensei has such a nice ghost watching over him, he complimented, and Oboro turned a bit red as well. You probably bonded to him. All ghosts are tethered to something in the living world. Izuku continued his cooking while he spoke, not wanting anything to burn for Oboro's first meal. He sliced thick slices of mushroom and onion, the meat already marinating in the corner. Before Shiori met me, she was tethered to the place where she died. She came home with me and started becoming really sick, ghost sickness, because she became an untethered ghost. After bonding with me, she became healthy again and stronger because of my quirk. Izuku explained. Since you're very coherent, I guess you unknowingly tethered yourself to Sensei. I really didn't know any of that, Oboro said, fascinated. I mean, I've met other ghosts, but for the most part ghosts tend to ignore each other unless there's something going on that we're all interested in. Shota doesn't really go out much, so I don't typically go out much either unless it's on patrol with him or to the grocery store or school. Ghosts tend to be somewhat pin-eyed, Izuku acknowledged. You are creatures of habit and comfort. Because to die is the most tragic thing that can happen to a soul, naturally they'd stay where they're most comfortable and safe. Except, ghosts seem to like you? Oboro asked, and Izuku blushed, laughing a bit at that. He placed a few eggs into boiling water to boil and set a timer. I don't know about that. I think because I can see and talk to ghosts they probably like me out of principle. I don't mind that. Izuku said hurriedly, realizing it sounded bad. I'm kind of a loner. He gestured around himself embarrassedly. Not everyone reacts as nicely as Aizawa-sensei did when they learn that all your friends are ghosts, and I promise you, the kid walking around talking to his invisible sister wasn't exactly the most popular kid in school. Izuku returned his eyes to his knife work, feeling a little awkward telling someone this, even though it was a ghost who could only talk to him. If ghosts only like me because I can see and talk to them, well, I'm grateful for the company, and it's always nice when they don't mind me calling on their quirk. It lets me achieve my goal of being a hero, so really, I have nothing to complain about. Izuku said simply. For a moment the kitchen was quiet as Izuku worked, and Oboro thought. The eggs were perfectly soft-boiled, and Izuku drenched them in ice water and started grilling the meat while the broth boiled merrily. Oboro only spoke once Izuku was done frying the meat. I'll admit, Izuku, I did originally seek you out because you could see me. His voice was quiet and somber. It's an alluring thing after being invisible for so long, but I think you're really sweet and interesting. Izuku was deathly still. You're kind and you go out of your way to make ghosts feel welcome. You're an amazing fighter, and I saw you in the entrance exams. You're going to be an amazing hero too. Oboro stood up and came to stand closer to Izuku. Izuku, I'm not just sticking around because you can talk to me. I genuinely think you're a really nice guy, and I want to get to know you even more. I would have been interested in your growth even if you couldn't see me or talk to me. I would probably have watched over you in class regardless. Izuku couldn't help the bright red glow covering his face, and one peek at Oboro revealed the boy's amused expression. Thanks, he mumbled, mortified. That means a lot, Oboro. It didn't take 10 minutes before dinner was ready, and Izuku prepared 3 bowls of food, placing them at the dinner table and calling Shiori. Oboro was sitting at the table with a bewildered expression on his face, as if he couldn't quite fathom yet that he was going to be able to eat the food in front of him. Izuku stood at the shrine and lit 2 sticks of incense at Oboro and Shiori's altars. He closed his eyes and pressed his palms together. I bless this food to Shiori. He took Shiori's bowl and placed it in front of the altar, bowing thrice in complete respect. Shiori Miko, may you eat in good health. Izuku put the bowl back in front of her, and Shiori beamed at him happily, refraining from eating out of politeness while Izuku took Oboro's bowl as well and repeated the process. He sat down at his seat on Oboro's left. Shiori can hold her chopsticks easily since she's been with me for years, but I think you'll find it easier if we hold hands for this. Izuku said, or really any part of you can be touching me. You can put your hand on my elbow or knee, wherever you like really. Oboro reached hesitantly for Izuku's left hand, squeezing his palm tightly. He seemed to be surprised that he could even do that much, and Izuku smiled, squeezing his palm comfortingly. It took him a second to work up the courage, but Oboro eventually reached for the set of chopsticks and released a small huff of air as he actually held them. Itadakimasu! Shiori cried. I'm too hungry and my show's gonna start soon. She immediately began eating, and Izuku laughed fondly. Take your time, Oboro, it's always weird the first time around. He reassured, picking up his own chopsticks to lift some food to his lips. Oboro took his first bite, and Izuku could feel his hands squeezing in surprise with every inch he got closer to his lips. How is it? Izuku asked shyly. God, it would be embarrassing if it was shitty, but Oboro beamed at him almost tearfully. It's really amazing, he cried. I can taste it. I didn't even know I was hungry. Ghosts can't get hungry, Roro-chan, Shiori said helpfully. It's just that we remember what hungry feels like when we taste food. Oboro didn't seem to know whether to tear up over the food or his new name being Roro-chan, though Izuku did adore his sister's little nicknames. Thankfully the udon had come out pretty tasty and Izuku even blessed one of Shiori's favorite chocolates for dessert. Oboro ate his chocolate with wide and wondrous eyes that left Izuku feeling somewhat breathless at being able to give such a small piece of the living world to a ghost who would have otherwise become a simple relic of the ghost world. It was an honor to him, truly, to be able to do it. It was late enough that Izuku could go out for his extracurricular activities without being bothered too much. After cleaning up and leaving the clean dishes to gently drip into the sink, he changed into a comfortable uniform of black pants and a dark gray shirt. He wore a thick jacket over it and comfortable shoes that were easy to walk or run in and grabbed his usual bag of supplies. Oboro seemed cautiously optimistic as they said goodbye to Shiori and set out to Takoba. Izuku was worried things might be awkward, but even their small silence was comfortable, to his private relief. So, and please don't answer if it's too nosy of me, I mean we did literally just meet today, but I was curious, there's not a lot of pictures of any parents in your apartment. Oboro mentioned quietly and Izuku pressed his lips together tightly and hummed. My father left when I was 4, he said after a moment. I was thought to be quirkless for a few years and he couldn't deal with such a sorry excuse for a son, so he went to America. Haven't heard of him since. Oboro frowned deeply, looking upset. And your mom? He questioned. Izuku sighed deeply. My mother, well, she probably would have preferred it if I were just quirkless after all, Izuku shrugged. I'd be weak and pathetic, but at least I wouldn't be the neighborhood freak. Oboro made a horrified noise at that and Izuku sent him a small smile, not a happy one but just a dry lift of his lips. I didn't know I was talking to ghosts until I was 7, Oboro. I was just the pathetic quirkless null who talked to imaginary friends. Izuku sighed. She took me to a bunch of doctors, psychiatrists, anything to make me normal, but nothing really worked until I met Shiori and realized that it was my quirk. And she didn't like that? Oboro asked carefully. He seemed deeply upset by Izuku's story, as if his morals were being shaken to their core. Not a bit, Izuku confirmed. She tried to make me pretend to be quirkless after that and had a mental breakdown when I was 12 years old. She couldn't handle the thought that I might be surrounded by dead people, so she left. She just left you? Oboro cried. A 12-year-old? Izuku wasn't quite sure how to handle someone so righteously upset at his life story, but it was kind of touching. She still paid for my school and had groceries delivered to the apartment. She made sure rent was paid since it was technically my father's money that was paying for the place, but she moved to an apartment 2 cities over and called me once a month to see if I was still alive, I guess. Izuku pouted. She hates that I'm trying to be a hero. Called me the day before the entrance exams and told me I was too weak to do this and that I was just going to die. She has no effing idea what she's talking about. Oboro snarled. You were insanely brave and even without a quirk, you took down a pro hero with just a glorified stick. Izuku laughed at that and after a moment Oboro joined his laughter, seeming a bit mollified. They put the topic to rest and chatted about lighter things. When they finally arrived at Takoba Beach, Izuku gazed out at the sea of trash with a small grimace. It had been getting bigger and bigger over the years no matter how much effort was put into cleaning it. I usually clean the beach over the weekends, he told Oboro. The trash used to reach all the way to that pier over there, but I've cleaned it up to this point. Last weekend I discovered a poltergeist living in that car over there. Oboro followed his finger, frowning in confusion. A poltergeist? It's a ghost that tethered to an emotion. Sometimes people die in situations of anger, and more commonly fear, and some die in depression. These ghosts have nothing keeping them to life, no people waiting for them, no one lighting them candles, and no burials. Izuku explained soberly. They become poltergeists. Ghosts who have gone mad with their last emotions. Are they dangerous? Oboro asked worriedly. Kind of, Izuku said truthfully. Depending on how strong they are, even living people can sense them and poltergeists can hurt them if they get too close. What are you going to do? Oboro asked, standing beside him with a tenseness in his body. Izuku knew he was probably going to freak out. I'm gonna go talk to them. he announced, and Oboro's eyes widened in horror. Whoa! Wait, why would you? You just said they're dangerous. Why would you go talk to them? He cried, and Izuku smiled, reaching out and patting his arm comfortingly. That's just what I do, Oboro. Trust me, it's gonna be okay. Izuku promised. It's dangerous to let them stay here and get stronger, so I have to figure out what's got their emotions all tangled up so I can help them move on. Izuku, this is Dash. Oboro didn't seem to know what to do and was wringing his hands anxiously. Izuku. Izuku sent him a reassuring smile and made his way to the beat-up car where he could hear a faint miming noise. Second, Oboro inched closer extremely reluctantly. Izuku stood as close to the car as was safe. Hello, he called out. I know you're in there. I can hear you crying. Won't you come on out and tell me what's wrong? The miming paused for a moment. Around him, the energy changed and became heavier, filled with a deep and unsettling sense of danger that Izuku ignored even though Oboro shifted uncomfortably. It's all right, perhaps I can help you? Izuku called out. A voice reached him through the emptiness of agony and sadness. I have to get back. She's waiting for me. I have to get back. But he's coming. Who is coming? Izuku asked gently, reaching out and slowly opening the door. A dark fog seemed to seep from the crevices of the car. The poltergeist shrieked, and Izuku tried not to flinch as a wave of hatred, fear, and agony hit him from all sides. Behind him, Oboro was silently panicking. I need to leave, but he's coming back soon. The car door burst open and Izuku jerked backwards, taking in the gruesome sight of the poltergeist. Her body was utterly deformed, likely from a car accident, and her white hair lay around her shoulders, limp and dripping crimson blood onto a grimy dress that was probably beautiful once. Izuku tried his hardest to ignore the heavy and crushing malevolence that was trying to push him backwards in order to focus on every single detail he could note about her. I need to go home, but I can't leave. She's waiting for me, but he's gonna be here any minute now. You're hiding from someone? Izuku clarified. Can you tell me who he is? He's dangerous. Takuma-san is gonna kill me if I don't marry him. I already told boss that I wasn't gonna do it. Takuma-san found out and he's coming for me. The poltergeist became even more distressed, and Izuku instinctively dodged the agitated spirit's clawed hands, but he wasn't quite fast enough, and he hissed when her lengthened black nails managed to dig through the skin on the back of his hand. He cradled it to his chest as Oboro cried out and reached for him, trying to pull him back and away from the ghost. I'll find out where he is, and let your boss know you're here, okay? I promise, Izuku told the poltergeist. Won't you tell me your name? I don't know. Oh God, Takuma-san, just leave me alone. Don't hurt me. Eri-chan's gonna be all alone if I'm gone. The poltergeist seemed to lose all steam, walking morosely back to the dilapidated car and ensconcing herself once again in the wreck. Izuku took a deep breath when the oppressive cloud hanging over them dissipated once she was gone and back inside the dilapidated car that was her chosen purgatory. He finally stepped back and allowed Oboro to drag him back to wherever he deemed was safe, which ended up being all the way to the top of the beach, under a street lamp. Okay, so you're crazy. What the F dash? Oboro cried, and Izuku sent him a dry smile at that. He looked down at his bleeding hand and pursed his lips. It's just what I do, Oboro, he said earnestly. Who else is going to save them? Oboro paused his own agitated movements. He'd been about to start emulating the poltergeist with how anxiously he was wringing his hands, staring at him like he was the ghost. Izuku quietly sat down on the gravel and reached into his bag with his good hand, producing a bottle of disinfectant and a roll of bandages. I'm not a vigilante to living standards, but I usually spend my free time helping ghosts. They deserve to be saved too, and I'm the only one that can help them. Izuku said softly, wincing as he cleaned his hand. The cut was actually quite deep, but he didn't think Oboro would care to know that it might need stitches, and bandaged it as best he could. Oboro crouched beside him, watching him with a pained expression. So what? You go around solving ghosts' problems? He asked tightly, and Izuku sent him a somewhat pained grin. Basically. He agreed. Have you got any problems, Oboro? Anything I can help you with? Oboro scowled. Yes, I'm stuck with a couch potato as a best friend, and now I've befriended a maniac with a hero complex for ghosts. He cried. Izuku burst out laughing. I prefer the term ghost vigilante, thanks. He quipped, and Oboro rolled his eyes, staring at Izuku almost fondly. What the heck am I going to do with you? He muttered, quietly as if he was talking to himself. Izuku flushed. To distract himself, he took out his notebook and made a few notes on what the poltergeist had said in order to do some research on her later to find out her identity. He looked out at the beach. Okay, I can't help her tonight, I'll have to do some research with the names she provided. He mused. It's only 1 a.m., so I'll swing by a few hotspots I know to see if there are any ghosts that need some help. Do you just walk around looking for ghosts? Oboro asked, sounding utterly horrified. Izuku stood up, putting his bag over his shoulder again and dusting his butt off. I'm kind of like catnip for ghosts, he admitted. They tend to find me, if anything. I could stand in the middle of the city, and if I let my quirk seep out, then I'd be surrounded by ghosts in minutes. Oboro shook his head, mystified. They made it to the first hotspot, a kids' park where a villain attack had taken place 2 days prior, and for sure, Izuku stood in the shadows and watched as a ghost paced anxiously by the swings. Oboro was quiet as Izuku walked forward and went up to the woman, but he was obviously tense and ready to yank Izuku away at a second's notice. When the ghost realized he could see her, Izuku was very nearly bowled over by the sheer relief in her eyes. You can see me, she cried. You have to help me, I can't get to my baby. My little sushi roll. Please. No one else knows about her and she'll die. Can you take me to her? I'll do whatever I can to help her, I promise. Izuku swore. He was reasonably certain that sushi roll was probably some type of pet. And grateful tears spread down her cheeks. She reached forward and hugged Izuku tightly, tight enough to bruise. Thank you, oh thank you, she's right this way, come, she cried, walking speedily away, and Izuku had to jog to keep up with her while Oboro just glided. She's been crying for me, but the walls are too thick and my neighbors were on vacation, the woman told him when they arrived at an apartment building. Can you tell me what floor you were on? Izuku asked politely. I can't just go through the door since I don't have the security code and people might wonder why I'm there. Oh, I lived on the 11th floor, she said, and Izuku nodded, nonplussed even though Oboro lifted his brow in bemusement. I'll meet you there, alright? I promise I won't leave you alone. I'll help you in sushi. Izuku promised, reiterating it, and the ghost wept, once again hugging him tightly before dissipating into the thick air around them. How are you going to get to the 11th floor without going inside? Oboro asked when they were alone. Izuku grinned, reaching into his bag and pulling out his baton. This isn't for decoration, you know, he said, and Oboro blinked, gaping in utter shock as Izuku led him to the edge of the building and held the baton ever so slightly away from him, gripping it in the right part. How high would you say that floor is? Izuku guessed. I think it's probably 110, maybe 140 feet? I guess, Oboro said, bewildered. Don't tell me you're going to dash. Izuku grinned and squeezed his baton, slamming it down and touching a switch that extended it outwards, shooting Izuku up along with it. He grabbed onto the ledge of the fire escape and used the momentum to swing himself forward to balance on the edge of the 11th floor windows. Inside, the ghost beamed at him. You're going to send me to the grave, Midoriya Izuku. Oboro hissed at him, gliding up to where he was. Izuku snickered. I told you I've done this before, Oboro, he said mildly. I promise I know what I'm doing. I'm as safe with it as I can be. Oboro pouted. Okay then, how are you going to get this window open, Mr. Ghost Vigilante? He asked a bit sourly, arms crossed over his chest as he glared at Izuku. Izuku just beamed. One call to Hidori, the ghost who could unlock things, and the window was easily unlocked. Izuku crept inside, still possessing Hitori's quirk, and followed the female ghost to her apartment number. He used Hitori's quirk to unlock the door and then released the helpful ghost. Inside, the ghost cradled her cat, Sushi, who turned out to be a very old and feeble white cat. While the ghost cried over the cat, Izuku reached out to scratch the cat's chin and then refilled its water and food bowls. Please take care of her, the ghost begged. She's all I have and I just have to know she's gonna be okay. Izuku stood in front of the ghost. I promise I'll take care of her. She'll be happy and taken care of for the rest of her life, so you don't have to worry anymore, okay? The ghost smiled at him, beaming incandescently. My name is Moari. Shiriko Moari. She said sweetly, her tears drying and her physical wounds healing as she glowed with a bright inner light. Izuku bowed to her deeply. It's my honor to meet you, Shiriko Moari. May your rest be easy. Light enveloped them as Moari moved on to the next plane, leaving the apartment silent save for Izuku's breathing and the sound of sushi eating. Izuku turned around, letting Oboro see the tears spreading down his cheeks. His new friend looked worried and Izuku smiled to let him know it wasn't sadness. I'm okay, I just get emotional when someone moves on. They feel really happy and at peace and that makes it worth it for me. Izuku said simply. Incredible. Oboro murmured. Izuku flushed. He crouched down and rubbed Sushi's head gently. He'd take the cat home for now and then decide what to do with her later, which was really just a bold-faced lie he told to himself. I'll probably keep her, Izuku admitted. I actually get this quite often. Ghosts who tether to their pets because it's all they have in their lives, purest love and all that, and I can't take care of all of them so I take them to shelters or adoption centers. Some, like Sushi, are too old and if I take her to a shelter they'll put her down if she isn't adopted super fast. He gathered a few of Sushi's things, including her carrier, and gently guided the trembling creature into the carrier. Alright, I'm done for the night. It's been a long night and I do have school tomorrow. Izuku sighed. He didn't think it was wise to mention that his hand was actually throbbing and he was pretty sure he was going to have to stitch it. Thanks for keeping me company, Oboro. It really meant a lot to me. I'm pretty sure it meant more to me, Oboro said dryly. You're a true hero, you know that, Izuku? Not a lot of people would go so far just to help people, ghosts, at that. It's really sweet. Izuku was pink. For the most part they were quiet on the way home, and Izuku invited Oboro inside but he declined quietly. Shota usually starts his patrol in an hour and I tend to go with him to keep an eye on him. I can't do much, obviously, but it makes me feel better if he has support. If anything happens to him you can always come find me. Izuku reminded him softly. Lots of ghosts hear about me and come to find me when their tethered people are in a pinch. I can't always help, but I can do my best. Thank you, Izuku, Oboro said genuinely. You can't imagine how much better that makes me feel. I'm really glad I met you and got to know you tonight. Izuku smiled shyly pleased. I'm happy to have met you too, Oboro, he said earnestly. Stay safe, okay, and keep Sensei safe too. I'll see you tomorrow? Tomorrow. He nodded and Izuku waved with his free, injured, hand as the ghost dematerialized and returned to his tethered human. He stood there for a moment, staring at the empty space around him. Well, it's just you, me, and Shiori tonight, Sushi, he said softly. Come on, let's introduce you to your new home. Shiori was thrilled to meet Sushi and after getting the cat settled and hooking Shiori up with a new TV program, Izuku finally collapsed in bed, exhausted. The next morning he woke up to Sushi making herself very comfortable on his pillow. He took a few pictures of her, scratching her chin and rubbing her fur until she got annoyed with him and sprung off the bed while he snickered. Before she left he had removed her collar pendant to get it redone with his phone number in case she ever got out of his apartment. She'd managed to wake him up 10 minutes before his alarm, so he slouched tiredly to the bathroom to wash up for the day. After one too many incidents, Izuku had long started keeping a medical kit in his bathroom and now it came in handy when he unwrapped the bandage around his hand. His pain tolerance was pretty high but even he could admit his hand hurt a great deal. The shoddy bandage job from the previous night was a pain to deal with and as he suspected, after washing and disinfecting the cut properly it reopened and Izuku had to employ his questionable skill at sewing his own skin shut with 4 or 5 tiny stitches. His hand, now really throbbing, was rebandaged and Izuku ambled to the kitchen for a cup of coffee to settle his rolling stomach. Shiori was playing with Sushi quite happily on the floor. Could cats see ghosts? He had no idea but it certainly seemed that way to him. and Izuku listened to them with a small smile while he made himself some breakfast and then opened his laptop to do some slightly illegal work. He started with erasing the security cameras that had caught him breaking into the building the previous night, as well as anonymously reporting Mowari's death to the Muzutafu precinct when he couldn't find her name in the list of victims from the villain attack or any other obituaries. He poured the rest of his coffee into a tumbler and he and Shiori set out for school, closing Sushi up inside when the cat made a valiant attempt to escape. His trip to Yūrei was pretty peaceful and, to his great relief, Shiori didn't brag to any of the train ghosts about him being a Yūrei student this time around. He wasn't late by any means, but there were a few students already there, mainly the blue-haired boy Ida, and the half-white and half-red-haired boy that Izuku thought was a Todoroki. He'd been distracted during homeroom the previous day. He took his seat in the corner, and since there was a while until homeroom, he took out his laptop and tried to do some research on car accidents in the area so he could find out what the poltergeist's name was. Searching for the poltergeist? A small voice came from beside him, and Izuku was thankful for all the practice he had at not jumping out of his skin, but he did scowl ever so slightly at Oboro. Sorry, Oboro winced apologetically. I forget people get scared. Izuku rolled his eyes and opened a sticky note app on his laptop so he could type his answers to Oboro without anyone noticing. He'd chosen the corner seat for a reason, in the hopes to avoid any camera in the room so he wasn't overly concerned, but then again he was fairly sure Nizu, the school principal, wasn't going to care much about whatever he was typing. For some reason he felt an unnatural chill down his spine, but he brushed it off. His first mistake. I try to find their names so I can report their deaths if they are missing or involved in ongoing police cases. Oboro blinked at the screen. I didn't even think about that, he admitted. Any luck? Izuku pouted and shook his head ever so slightly. From the corner of his eye he could see other students arriving, but thankfully not Bakugo yet. I doubt I'll have any luck searching for accidents, since it seems it happened on Takoba. I'll try finding Takuma or Eri, but that will be kind of hard too. My next step will be to look for missing persons and see if I can't recognize her. After a moment, he wrote on his screen, Is Sensei here? I feel a chilling stare on me. Oboro snickered. He's under the teacher's table. He likes hiding there and waiting for students to notice him so he can yell at them about their situational awareness. Oboro told him in a matter-of-fact tone, and Izuku's lips twitched slightly. He was feeling a little mischievous, so he leaned downward slightly and made direct eye contact with the man, watching his eyes widen slightly. Oboro and Shiori both burst out laughing. Slug-sensei is so funny. Shiori cheered, skipping over to Aizawa to look at him up close, and Oboro lost it again at Slug-sensei. Izuku waved surreptitiously and Aizawa rolled his eyes slightly but nodded to him in acknowledgement. The classroom was filling up and Izuku pursed his lips slightly when Bakugo finally entered, pausing to scowl at Izuku darkly. Shiori abandoned Aizawa in favor of walking right through Bakugo and cackling when the boy shuddered. Why is she walking through that boy? Oboro asked confusedly. Izuku sighed. She hates him because he doesn't like me very much. She and Yuki-chan made it their mission to bug him whenever they can. Why doesn't he like you? Oboro asked and then mumbled, What's not to like? Izuku flushed. Thanks, he typed, and then, I've known Bakugo since I was a baby. We used to be friends, but let's just say we grew apart. Oboro frowned at his screen, but Izuku didn't type anymore. More students had arrived and there was a low hum of chatter in the classroom, so he closed his laptop and packed it away in preparation for class to start. Shiori finally stopped walking through Bakugo, though she seemed to decide that the second best place to be was to perch on Aizawa's desk to mimic him. At least Oboro seemed mightily entertained by it and even spent the class playing with her and mimicking the teachers while Izuku tried not to laugh. During the morning classes were pretty normal and Izuku was breezing through it. He was already fluent in English, so it was by far his easiest class, and after completing the work he spent the rest of his time trying to search for Takuma since he was pretty sure he'd been the cause of the poltergeist's death. Shiori had disappeared to look around Yūrei and Oboro was with Aizawa, though he'd promised to come watch their first heroics class in the afternoon. Izuku sat in heroics nervously waiting for All Might to arrive. He was kind of on the fence about the number one hero. On one hand, Izuku genuinely respected the man and all he did for the world, and on the other he'd kind of crushed Izuku's dreams when he was 12 years old and he doubted the man would even remember him. Izuku had been so depressed, and it was only the diligent care of Shirori and his other sensei that had saved his life. Hayako-sensei had been furious at the #1 hero and had sworn on his own death to train Izuku to be even better than the heroes of today. Izuku pursed his lips, shaking his head slightly to rid himself of the memories of his past. Hayako-sensei? He shivered. He was going to be so mad when he realized he'd missed Izuku's Yūrei entrance. Later's problems, Izuku, he thought to himself soothingly. I am here. All Might shouted, bursting through the doors in his gilded Silver Age costume. Coming through the door like a normal person. Izuku was vaguely aware of the applause and he joined in, but his eyes were more focused on the strange 7 ghosts surrounding the pro-hero. He'd met All Might before, but those ghosts hadn't been there at the time, and if they had, he certainly hadn't noticed them while he was, trying to clasp onto his crumbling hopes and dreams. All 7 of them were standing around the man, watching the class with interest, and Izuku tried hard to pay attention only to All Might even as Oboro slipped in next to him. We'll be training in Ground Zeta today, you young zygotes. All Might announced cheerfully. Battle training. So get into your new hero suits and let's go. Really? Battle training? Oh, Sho is going to blow a gasket. Oboro commented with an arched brow. He's supposed to do a lesson on hero costumes and do an evaluation on each costume before any of the support gear is used in battle. Izuku squinted but said nothing as he made his way to grab his suitcase that contained his hero costume. On his way out, he accidentally made eye contact with one of the ghosts surrounding All Might, a blonde woman who blinked at him and pet her head. Shirori lingered behind to chat to the 7 ghosts so he would find out about them later, probably. He chose to change in a private stall and noticed that Todoroki did the same, whereas the others were out and proudly almost half-naked, even Bakugo, who Izuku knew had little to no shame. Izuku's costume was perfect, exactly as he designed it, and it fit him like a glove too. His back felt a little naked and he made a mental note to request a DNA fabric panel for extra protection, especially in winter. For now, it would allow Shiori's wings to burst out without having to get undressed every time though. His baton he tested as he walked out of the changing rooms. It felt almost exactly like his own one, but it was very obviously more sophisticated. Wow. You look great, Midoriya-kun. Kirishima complimented enthusiastically. Izuku flushed. Thanks, Kirishima-kun, you look really cool too. I love the Crimson Riot reference. He returned and Kirishima beamed, loudly thanking him for noticing it. The other boys looked pretty impressive too, though Izuku privately thought that Bakugo's braces looked way too clunky and Ida's suit seemed far too loud and lacked proper mobility. These complaints were nothing to what he felt when he saw the girls. For a moment he just gaped. Was she? Yep, Oboro said darkly. She's just fully naked. Not even any shoes, literally just wearing gloves. Izuku schooled his face as best he could. Maybe he'd speak to her about it later. You look amazing, by the way, Izuku, Oboro complimented happily, giving him a once-over. I love your suit. Oh wow, I love the back too, but you'll probably want a special fabric for the back. The fabric can be invisible, like what she should be wearing. Is the bare back too provocative? Izuku asked under his breath and Oboro pinkened, averting his eyes. I don't think so. I think you look pretty, the back being open is kind of unique and it suits you. He said, and Izuku smiled shyly, paying attention as All Might started the class with them all drawing lots. Oboro was shaking his head beside him, looking exasperated. Izuku was paired with Uraraka and the brunette beamed and came to stand beside him while the others were called. You look great, she said, her cheeks round and pink as she looked over him. Thank you, your suit fits you quite well too, Izuku said earnestly. I like the astronaut theme. It felt appropriate, Uraraka joked, and Izuku snickered and nodded. To his horror, they were the first team to compete in the trial. They were against Bakugo and Ida, and when Shirori heard this she nearly went feral, but Oboro calmed her with a hug, looking displeased and confused. Izuku wanted to sink through the floor and die, honestly. Wanna go out back and think up a good plan? He asked Uraraka quietly. They were given a roll of blueprints and a case with communicators in, and Izuku took one, handing the other to Uraraka. Shiori walked beside him, arms crossed and furious, and Oboro tagged along with a concerned look etched on his face. Izuku stayed quiet for a moment in case Uraraka wanted to take the lead on planning, but the girl said nothing, just smiled pleasantly and waited. So, Bakugo is going to come for me no matter what, Izuku said awkwardly, trying to sound calm. I've taken a look over the floor plans for this building, and if I know him at all, he'll keep the bomb right at the top of the building, probably in this room over here. He pointed it out for her. He's not really a team worker, so he'll have Ida guarding the bomb while he comes after me. I think, if you're alright with it, you could probably make your way to Ida while I deal with Bakugo. Aizu and I, no. He's gonna try and kill you, Shiori said angrily, stomping her foot. You have to promise to use my wings and fly away. Oboro looked even more concerned, laying a comforting hand on Shiori's shoulder to try and calm her down. Izuku felt bad about ignoring her. No problem, Uraraka said cheerfully. What do I do when I reach Ida? Ideally, taking care of Bakugo shouldn't take me too long, but it would be stupid to underestimate him, and even though I know his quirk really well, he's still a good fighter and he won't hold anything back. Don't underestimate Ida either, Uraraka-san. If you have a clear shot of the bomb, go ahead and take it. I trust you. Shiori was pacing anxiously, and it was taking a bit of effort to keep his focus entirely on Uraraka, who was nodding along to his every word. But if you can't, then try and stay undercover and keep an eye on him, and I'll join you as soon as I can to make a new plan depending on his position. That works for me. You're really smart, Midoriya-kun, Uraraka complimented, and Izuku smiled wanly. He felt a bit like a dried-up fruit now that all his ideas were out of his body. Thanks. Oh, our time is almost up. Are you ready? He asked, and she nodded determinedly, lowering a visor over her eyes. Izuku took a deep breath. The heroes may enter the building. All Might called through his monitor. Immediately the two of them split up and Izuku stayed hidden, making sure their communicators were connected and on, and receiving several check-ins from Uraraka. He covered it and whispered under his breath. Don't worry about me, Shiori-chan. Oboro, I'm going to be fine, he promised. A hero can't be a one-trick pony, and you both know I've got a lot of tricks. Oboro reached out and touched his shoulder gently. Use my quirk. I know you haven't used it before, but if you find yourself in a tough spot, then please don't hesitate to use my quirk. He begged, and Izuku offered him a small smile before calling both Shiori and Yuki to him. Yuki had opted to wander around, but since they were bonded, he could call her to him without much effort, and she'd already given her blanket consent for him to do so. As expected, Bakugo was patrolling down the corridors and calling out for him with all manner of insults. Izuku tuned them out for the most part, having grown up hearing most of them, but Oboro looked furious. He decided to go through the vents after noticing on the floor plans that the vents were large enough to crawl through and that there were multiple hatches for him to enter and exit through. Oboro floated behind him, staying quiet, and Izuku faintly wondered if this was how the ghost patrolled with Aizawa, silently watching his back like an avenging angel, even though he couldn't directly help. It was just his luck that one of the hatches was positioned directly above where Bakugo had paused. He stood there scowling and prepared to open his mouth to shout again, but Izuku was prepared and he released the hatch, tumbling down and directly onto Bakugo's shoulders. He only had a second to JRK to the side before there was an explosion right where he'd been hanging. He tangled his legs around Bakugo's neck and used his momentum to flip the boy to the ground. "You!" Bakugo screamed. "Null, I'm going to kill you." Izuku didn't deign to reply. He gathered ice in his palm, letting it slam out, but it was crushed immediately by a well-placed explosion. "You think you're all that because you have some FING fake quirk? I don't know where you got it from, but don't think it makes you better." Bakugo snarled. "I'm going to hurt you today, Deku, not so much that you die, just enough that they'll have to stop this pathetic exercise." Izuku swallowed. Every shard of ice he sent the boy's way was being swatted aside like it was nothing, and Oboro was watching, anxiety plain on his face. Izuku jumped out of the way of a fatal explosion and used his baton to knock Bakugo to his feet, not dissimilar to the way he dropped Aizawa. "You're taking this way too seriously, Bakugo," Izuku bit out, his heart racing right out of his chest. "Your arrogance is going to be your downfall." Bakugo was momentarily stunned, and Izuku used the moment to clip his shoulder with a shard of ice that took first blood. Izuku touched a hand to his communicator. "Status, Uraraka." He snapped, turning around and running to find a better ground since his ice and the explosions had compromised the corridor they'd been in before. He ignored Bakugo's angry shrieking. As he listened to Uraraka's giggling report, which was mostly about how funny Ida was acting, he launched with his baton and got to higher ground, wedging his feet against two walls in order to hit Bakugo from the top. Uraraka was kind of pissing him off with how unserious she was taking things while he was basically fighting for his life. Bakugo turned the corner and Izuku sent a blast of ice at him. He paired it with jabbing his baton into the soft and unprotected space by his solar plexus. "You want to take me out so badly, but you haven't gotten a hit on me yet," Izuku taunted, feeling quite stressed, but hiding it behind confidence. Bakugo screeched out his fury, standing and lifting one of his gauntlets. He smirked as if he'd just won. "You know, Deku, these gauntlets aren't just for decoration. They've been storing my sweat this entire time, just waiting for the right moment to explode. Don't. Young Bakugo, I forbid you from using that, you'll kill him." All Might's voice echoed out and Oboro scrambled to try and stop him by walking right through him, but Bakugo was so full of anger and adrenaline that he didn't even seem to notice. "It won't kill him if he dodges." Bakugo cackled and Izuku only had a second to think. In an instant, Shiori's wings burst from his back to shield himself as he dove out of the way. All he could hear was the roar of blood in his ears and Oboro screaming. The ground beneath him was trembling and in his ear he could hear Uraraka asking what had happened. His entire body ached. He could feel his wings were burnt and quivering, and if he focused he could hear Oboro screaming through the ringing in his ears. He wasn't safe yet, so he couldn't lose himself even though he wanted to. Izuku opened his wings slightly, pushing aside his pain to bat his wings and clear a bit of the smoke. Bakugo was standing in the same place he'd been before, looking a little shocked at the sheer devastation he'd caused. Izuku's eyes took in certain things in extremely fast increments. Oboro was crying. His wings were almost featherless and there was a lot of blood. The corner where he'd been was exploded and there was a gaping hole in the wall behind him. "Always so gun-ready, Bakugo," he said blankly. He didn't have the emotional capacity to taunt him or even play around anymore. He let his ice shoot out, giving it his all, and capturing Bakugo's second gauntlet in ice. He jutted his baton out, smacking into his other arm before he could make another explosion, and wrapped the piece of capture tape around his arm. "Bakugo is out." All Might's voice sounded shaky. "What do you mean he's out? Stop the exercise, you fool." Oboro shrieked angrily. Izuku gathered his wings back into his body, cringing at the agony of the act as he released Shiori and Yuki. Shiori was trembling all over and Oboro caught her as she swayed. Yuki went on an immediate rampage, walking through Bakugo's body in rage. "Take care of her," Izuku mumbled, and then reached out and punched Bakugo in the face, knocking him out pretty instantly. "That was for trying to kill me." The hand he'd punched Bakugo with was the same one he'd injured the night before, and the bandage he'd wrapped around it turned red as he accidentally ripped open the wound. He barely even felt the pain as he tapped his communicator. "Uraraka, status? Midoriya. You're okay. What was that explosion?" Uraraka chirped. "We're in the top room. Ida is super into his role. He's seen me, but he's kind of monologuing right now and I'm not sure how to get to the bomb." Izuku sighed inwardly. "All right, Uraraka, I'm headed your way. Just keep Ida distracted and we can do a sneak attack from the other side. Keep him facing west of the bomb, if you can," Izuku instructed, hearing her confirmation and shutting off his audio. "She's not taking it seriously at all," Oboro snarled, sounding incensed and stressed. He was holding a passed-out Shiori in his arms and Izuku spared his sister a glance, reassuring himself that she was just asleep. "Not everyone is ready for this side of heroics," he murmured under his breath so that the audio wouldn't pick it up. Hayako-sensei had made DMN certain that Izuku was prepared for this part of heroics. He'd trained Izuku and he'd made sure that Izuku had that thing that allowed heroes to keep going. Izuku's back was coated with blood. When he turned around, he heard Oboro inhale in horror at the sight. When his wings had retracted, the injury sustained had transferred to his back, leaving 2 raw wounds right by his shoulder blades. Izuku went over to the wall and noticed that they weren't actually that high up, and by his calculations the top room wasn't much higher. "Izuku, don't you effing dash." Oboro didn't even finish the words as Izuku promptly jumped right out of the hole in the wall, extending his baton and launching himself up and onto the window ledge of the highest room with only a slight stumble. He felt a little shaky from blood loss, but overall he wasn't too bad. Oboro appeared a second later with a deep scowl. Shiori wasn't in his arms anymore. "Yuki took her to rest. Told me to look after you," he said darkly, and Izuku sent him an apologetic look, peeking into the room. From there on it was pretty simplistic, actually, a bit anticlimactic almost. Izuku had somehow managed to land right at the windowsill closest to where Ida was protecting the bomb, and the guy didn't even seem to realize that he'd left the bomb in such a vulnerable position, as he was too busy acting like a cartoonish supervillain with Uraraka snickering at him while she, at least, stood west of the bomb to distract Ida. "These students are FNG useless," Oboro said succinctly. Izuku wished he had the energy to laugh, but he just silently picked the lock, not having the energy to call Hidori for help, and he could pick locks just fine with a hairpin he had in his utility belt. He slipped into the room, swaying slightly since he'd probably lost more blood than was healthy. He stood there and watched his 2 classmates for a second before awkwardly reaching out and touching the bomb while Oboro face-palmed at the stupidity. "The heroes win. Everyone make your way back to the control center for an evaluation before the next round." All Might called through the monitors, and Ida gasped, whirling around and gaping at Izuku where he was standing while Uraraka clapped happily, bouncing on her heels. But where did you even come from?" Ida asked, face horrified. "I didn't even hear you or see you." Neither of them seemed to notice how injured he actually was. "I came from the window," Izuku revealed easily. "Don't worry about it, Ida-san. I can be very light on my feet, and I had the support department put mufflers in my boots." He gestured for the 2 to walk in front of him while he took the rear. "Bakugo passed out, by the way," Izuku mentioned. "He's your teammate, Ida, so you should probably go help him out." "Izuku, you need to see Recovery Girl, please," Oboro begged. All Might should have stopped this the second that a-hole pulled the trigger. "You're losing so much blood." Ida nodded and sped off to collect the blonde while Izuku and Uraraka made their way to the control room. "You were amazing, Midoriya," Kirishima shouted the second they entered. "So manly. So cool. How did you even survive that explosion?" Izuku wished he could admit that he hadn't survived it, not really, but he just smiled tightly and turned to All Might. "Sorry, All Might-sensei, but I'll leave now if you don't mind. I think I should go see Recovery Girl," he said politely. "Are you injured, Midoriya?" Uraraka asked worriedly, turning around to gape at him as Ida returned with Bakugo, who was still a little dazed. "Midoriya, is that blood?" Ida shouted, practically dropping Bakugo onto one of the plastic chairs. Izuku smiled tightly. "Everyone, please excuse me. I wish you all well on your own trials today." With that said, he bowed slowly and then turned around, letting them all see the mess of blood painted against his back. He listened to the sharp inhales of horror before he walked out on his own 2 feet and merit. Oboro followed him immediately. "Izuku, please," text Shota. "I'm begging you. He'll send a medic bot. You don't have to walk to the nurse yourself." Oboro begged, and Izuku pressed his lips together tightly. "I'm okay, Oboro," he whispered. "It's a lot of blood, but it's mostly flesh wounds. My wings took the brunt of it, but there isn't any permanent damage and the burns will heal easily." Izuku Oboro choked slightly. "He tried to kill you. That's way more than just not liking you. He should be expelled." "Probably," Izuku acknowledged. "But I doubt he would be. No one would expel someone with as much potential as Bakugo. Believe me, I'd know." Izuku walked slowly, entering Yuei's main building and wrapping his shirt a bit higher so that he didn't trail blood on the floor. A few students walking around gaped at him in horror. "Midoriya-kun." Izuku looked up, blinking slightly when he vaguely recognized the person calling his name as Amajiki Tamaki, the perpetually nervous boy who had been with Togata Mirio and Nijire Heido. "Oh, Amajiki-senpai, hi," Izuku murmured. Was he slurring, softly? "I'm just on my way to see Recovery Girl." "Midoriya, you're, oh my god." Amajiki came closer, seeing his back and blanching. "Hold still, Midoriya." He whipped out his phone and dialed a number, holding it to his ear and reaching a hand out to catch Izuku in case he fell. "Sensei, please send a medical bot to the first floor entrance. I have Midoriya here. He looks like he was attacked or something. No, I don't know. He was just walking into the building, but he's completely dead looking." Amajiki cried anxiously, looking like he wanted to die a little too. "Thank God, someone with a brain." Oboro cried, and Izuku would have laughed if it weren't wildly inappropriate. In barely a minute there was a medical bot speeding over to them with a stretcher, and Amajiki made him sit on it before turning his malleable body over to lie on his stomach so as to not irritate his back. Izuku was a little mortified since they had garnered quite a few students watching them. "Midoriya? Oh my god, is he okay, Tamaki?" Togata was there now, and walking speedily with them on the way to Recovery Girl. "I'm fine," Izuku offered a bit lamely, since he was lying on a stretcher, and Oboro released a loud and annoyed huff. "You don't look so hot, Kohai. What even happened? It's only the second day of term. What could you possibly have been doing to get this injured?" Togata asked, sounding genuinely confused. "Battle training." Izuku definitely slurred. "Why should see the other guy?" "Battle training?" Amajiki blurted, forgetting his shyness. "It's the second day of term. Who on earth stuck you in battle training?" "All Might," Izuku said as evenly as he could manage. His body was both hot and cold, and he somehow didn't think this was a good combination. His focus was also waning slightly. His two senpais shared a horrified look, but they said nothing further as they arrived in the medical wing where Aizawa-sensei was waiting. "Shota! Finally! Look at what that piece of dog shit did to Izuku!" Oboro cried out, relief coating his voice, and Izuku coughed slightly to hide his small laugh. "What the F happened to you?" Aizawa burst out. "How the hell do you get this injured at a costume check?" "Apparently they were doing battle training, sensei," Togata said helpfully, as the bots brought him into the medical wing. "Midoriya said All Might let them do it, though I don't know who injured him like this." It was almost as if a poltergeist entered the room with how dark and furious Aizawa suddenly became. Even Izuku shuddered slightly. "What?" he said, his voice thick and heavy with fury. Izuku gulped, and Oboro stood there with a smug expression on his face. Recovery Girl was there, then, and Izuku was transferred to an actual bed, his hero suit removed from his upper half. He had enough energy to unclasp the top of the suit and allowed Togata to pull it down for him since Recovery Girl was too short to reach that high. "God, who the hell did this to you, Midoriya?" Togata asked in horror. Aizawa was looking like he was having a small aneurysm as he saw the colorful collection of bruises, cuts, and of course his back. "Bakugu," Izuku said truthfully. He took his role as villain in the exercise really seriously. Oboro scowled at his oversimplification. Aizawa took out his phone and pressed a single button before pressing it to his ear. "Nedzu, collect the footage from All Might's class and take Hizashi and Nemuri to stop that absolute FING idiot from continuing. He started the first years with battle training and I have one in the medical wing now," he said darkly. "I want suspension papers for Bakugu Katsuki immediately, no questions asked. We'll deal with him after reviewing the footage." He seemed to hang up the phone without a second thought as to whether or not his words were taken seriously or not. Izuku blinked at him, kind of in shock. "Thank you for taking care of him, Amajiki. Togata, you can leave him now. He'll be fine," Aizawa said to the two senpais. Izuku stared at them all a bit blankly from where his face was pressed into a pillow. Recovery Girl was already working on his back, cleaning away the blood and revealing the burns on his skin. She clicked her tongue disapprovingly. "We'll text you later, okay?" Togata told him. "Feel better, Midoriya?" Izuku offered him a wan smile, but it was more of a grimace as Recovery Girl touched a tender spot. "These burns are quite deep here. What happened, Sonny? Just as she worked. It's going to hurt for a few days, but I should be able to heal it just fine. It might scar a bit though. That's all right, Izuku assured her tiredly. It was, he had gauntlets that stored his sweat. It caused a pretty big explosion and I was in front of it. Your body was protected by something though, what was it? Izawa asked, his voice still dark and angry. Izuku peeked at him, noticing that both he and Oboro looked extremely similar the way they were standing there, arms crossed and expressions righteously furious. I used eagle wings, Izuku said tiredly. They're the only wings I could think of that would be big enough to cover me, but eagle wings have a lot of blood vessels that were damaged in the explosion. It left them completely decimated and I had to call them back into me. It's why the burns are located where my wings come from. Both Izawa and Recovery Girl seemed horrified. Sonny, that's terrible. That must have hurt a lot, she said sympathetically. She reached out and touched his bandaged hand. And this? She asked sternly. What happened here? It's already bandaged, but quite shoddily. Izuku flushed even though he lacked the energy to move at all. That was me, he admitted. It happened last night and I bandaged it, but the cut opened when I punched Bakugo. You should have come here this morning to have it healed, Midoriya. Why didn't you say anything to me? Izawa asked disapprovingly, and Izuku pinkened further at Oboro's expression. This is why you should listen to me, Oboro told him, and Izuku swallowed past a lump in his throat. Sorry, he mumbled. He blinked a few times, trying to find the words. Oboro's expression immediately fell and he came closer, crouching so that he was at eye level to Izuku. He reached out and gently stroked Izuku's hair. I'm sorry, Izuku, he apologized mournfully. I didn't mean to make you feel bad. Just close your eyes and rest, okay? I'll be here the whole time. Well, let's get you healed for now, son, Recovery Girl said quietly. Izawa took a step back as she came forward and pressed a kiss to the small of his back and then another to his knuckles. Izuku barely had the energy to blink before he was out cold. His last real memory was of Oboro gently stroking his hair and whispering softly in his ear. Shota was furious. Actually, furious barely began to cover it. He was in a good, proper rage. Leaving Midoriya in Chiyo's care, he stormed out of the medical wing once the boy had passed out to heal his injuries and made his way to Gym Zeta, where Hizashi and Nomuri had gathered the rest of 1A and All Might to wait for the reckoning that was about to reach the number 1 hero. Not that he noticed it, but he was given a particularly wide berth by any student he passed on his way there, and for days afterwards rumors of a red-eyed demon would circle the school. Shota didn't even realize his quirk had partially activated in his anger. Shota had never seen a student, a first year at that, handle pain the way Midoriya had, and all it told him was that the boy was probably used to it in some form. This thought did little to assuage the searing anger that coursed through his veins. His entire back had been burned. Blood coated his skin thickly, and yet he'd sat there, talked to them, and though he'd seemed only slightly overwhelmed towards the end, Shota didn't pretend that he couldn't see the pain and agony in his glistening green eyes. Someone was going to pay for this, and Shota was going to make Demon certain that it would be effing All Might. In the gym, the students were waiting around awkwardly, all dressed in various forms of hero costumes, and Shota did a slight double take at some of them, mainly Yaoyorozu and Ida, at first glance. He'd have to speak with them all about it later, but for now he had other problems. How is the listener? Hizashi asked worriedly the moment Shota arrived. He scowled and Hizashi winced preemptively. His entire back was burned. Apparently he protected himself with eagle wings that took the brunt of the explosion, and when he retracted them back into his body, it left burns on his skin. Shota said darkly, soft enough that only the teachers, and perhaps a few of the super-hearing students, could hear. Both Zashi and Nem gaped at him. All Might looked horrified. That's not to mention the bruises, cuts, and internal injuries he sustained, and on top of all of that, quirk exhaustion. Shota added, and then turned the full force of his scowl onto All Might, who actually cowered, and wasn't that a sight that secretly made Shota preen in satisfaction. What the hell gives you the DMN right to stick them in battle training when you were supposed to lead a lesson on hero costumes? He snarled. Forget that, what the F, were you thinking not ending the demon exam the second Bakugo pulled that pin? Young Aizawa, I didn't know he was so gravely injured. All Might defended, hands lifted up in a universal sign to take it easy on him, as if. He got up almost instantly, and because of the smoke I couldn't see he was injured. Then you use your DMN head and stop the exercise to check. You could have asked him if he was injured, you had DMN communicators in. Aizawa bit out. You've effed up, All Might. From now on your classes will be monitored carefully, and you've lost the right to teach my students without my supervision. Sensing that he was close to losing it for real, Hisashi stepped in. He hadn't meant to snap at All Might in front of the students, but he also didn't want to hide the fact that the number one had screwed up. It would teach them to be more suspicious, to be more careful about whose half-baked plans to trust, even if that person was in a position of authority, and that was a lesson Shota couldn't keep his students from learning one way or another. You're dismissed for the day, All Might. We'll take over now. Hisashi said angrily. A few students seemed to shiver at the hero's dark tone, but Shota knew better than most that his friend hated those that were careless with other people's lives. All of them did, but it ran deeper for him, Hisashi and Nomuri. Now really I dash. He said you're dismissed. Shota snarled. Get out of here, All Might. Nedzu is waiting for you in his office, so go straight there. He will know if you've taken any detours. All Might seemed to admit defeat and sighed deeply before leaving the gym. Shota rubbed his temples, feeling the onset of a migraine before turning to the deathly quiet students. Is anyone else injured? He asked seriously. No, Sensei. Yaoyorozu took charge even though it looked like her entire worldview had been turned on its head. Midoriya, Uraraka, Ida, and Bakugu were the only ones who actually did an exercise. After that 4 others only entered the building before the trial was stopped. You two are uninjured? He asked Uraraka and Ida, both shook their heads. Shota turned to the scowling blonde boy, his fists clenched at his side for any semblance of self-control. And are you injured, Bakugu? He asked evenly. Bakugu glared at him so darkly that Shota had to resist every bone in his body that was screaming at him to just knock the kid out and stick him in jail. Beside him, Hisashi shifted and Shota knew his friend was having similar thoughts. No, as if that demon null could even hurt me. He snarled and Shota blinked, inwardly blue screening at the deeply insulting term the boy had just spat out. Hisashi actually made a sharp noise and Nomuri cracked her whip against the concrete floor, startling a bunch of students as she snapped. Oi, we do not use language like that in UA, kid. Shut your demon mouth before someone shuts it for you. Bakugo looked genuinely surprised at that, and it would have been funny if Shota didn't want to punch him so badly. Bakugo, you're suspended. Shota said decisively. Although it was All Might's fault that such an exercise took place, you still carry the lion's share of the blame for harming a fellow student and disobeying direct orders. Bakugo opened his mouth to argue, but Shota didn't want to hear it. Another word and I'll move right on to expulsion dash. The boy's jaw snapped shut. Go get your things. You'll receive summons from UA to discuss your behavior and decide where to go from here, but for now, get out. Bakugo stormed off, his every step echoing with fury. Sensei, is Midoriya going to be okay? Kirishima asked quietly, his fingers twisting worriedly in his lap. He was so manly, he didn't even look injured from the front until he turned around and we saw his back. None of us could tell he was injured at all. Midoriya will be fine, Shota said tiredly. He's with Recovery Girl now. I understand all of you must have been excited to do battle training, but none of you are ready for that. For the students who did the trial, barring Bakugo, we'll monitor the exercise and discuss it in class tomorrow. Learning from the mistakes and strengths of your fellow students can be a lesson to everyone, but for the most part tomorrow we will be discussing your hero costumes and how we can make them better. From what I'm seeing here, there are a lot of things that could be better. Shota eyed a few of them distastefully before, again, doing a double take. Excuse me, Hagakure, are you naked? He asked, kind of blurting it out, when he finally noticed the pair of floating gloves hovering beside Ishido. Nomuri squawked at the sight. Hisashi covered his face, thoroughly done with the entire day, and Shota was this close to doing the same, or possibly attempting to knock himself out just for an excuse to sleep. Oh, yeah, all they put in my hero box was the gloves. Hagakure said embarrassedly. I didn't know what kind of suit to design, so I asked them to come up with something and, well, this is what I got. Shota swallowed past some bile. I'm deeply sorry on behalf of Yūrei. That never should have happened. Please return to the locker rooms and get changed back into your uniforms, all of you. Class is dismissed for the day. Shota hadn't even been involved in what had happened, and he was exhausted as if he himself had just run a marathon. Jesus, Sho, the entire FING area that was exploded is covered in blood, Hisashi hissed once they were alone. If you didn't tell me Midoriya was alive, I'd have thought he exploded right there. It was gruesome, Nomuri confirmed. I don't know if it was an accident, or if Bakuga didn't know how powerful the gauntlets would be, but if Midoriya didn't have those wings to protect him, he'd have been dead twice over. Shota's stomach clenched at that. He hated the thought of any of his students being injured, but there was something about the vision of the light leaving Izuku Midoriya's eyes that left him distinctly uncomfortable. He walked into the front doors of Yūrei on his own 2 feet. Apparently Amajiki found him and called me to send a medical bot. Shota bit out. He was in a real state. Let's go check on him, Hisashi decided, wringing his hands anxiously. I put our assistant teachers in charge of closing the school day, so we're all free now. They made their way back to the medical wing where Chio was typing at her desk with an upset frown. Midoriya was fast asleep, with a few bandages covering his back and a new and clean one wrapped around his hand. Shota silently fought the urge to wake the boy up and find out just exactly what had happened to make him hurt his hand and what he was thinking by not getting it healed first thing. The thought that he'd gone through the whole day with a bandaged hand and he hadn't even noticed, never mind that he'd only seen Midoriya for about 10 minutes during homeroom, grated at his already frayed emotions. How is the listener, Chio? Hisashi asked when they entered. He went over and gently brushed a lock of hair away from Midoriya's forehead, shivering slightly at a draft that wafted over his neck. He should wake up within about 2 hours, Chio told them, clicking her tongue in annoyance. He was in bad shape though. I don't know who did this, but I hope whoever did is expelled, or at the very least suspended. They explained what had happened to her, and her displeased scowl ran even deeper against her wrinkled face. This boy is going to be a problem child, I just feel it in my bones, Chio said exasperatedly. Shota, I'm telling you this because you are his teacher, but his hand dash. Shota straightened up. He stitched his own cut. Shota blinked. What? Nomuri balked at the very thought. How bad was the cut that it needed stitches? Did he tell you he did it himself? No, however the cut required new stitches after he ripped open the previous ones. From what I could see they were functional but not professionally done. Chio explained, her tone clearly showing how unimpressed she was. He said he injured it last night, so either he gave himself stitches last night or this morning. I do not know how he came to be injured, but if injuries like these persist, then you will have to be aware. Keep an eye on him. All 3 of them nodded grimly. Give me a call when he wakes up, okay? Shota requested. I'll stay at the school and give him a lift home when he wakes up. Chio nodded and they left her and Midoriya in silence. Shota was lost in thought, but predominantly he couldn't help but think about the absolute enigma that was Izuku Midoriya. From the very first day, which was, to his disbelief, only yesterday, Midoriya had showed a lot of talent. He didn't have the look of someone who would be that. Interesting, not that he was plain or anything. If anything, Shota thought the boy was the exact opposite of plain. He couldn't help but look at him when they were in the same room. He had an energy, an aura about him that spoke of what his life might have looked like, and Shota was so damn curious. If it was the last thing he would do, Shota was going to unravel Izuku Midoriya. He shook his head, brushing the errant thought aside when Hisashi asked if he was okay. Nedzu was waiting for them when they arrived in the teacher's lounge. I thought you might want to watch the battle trial, the Chimera said, lacking his usually cheerful tone. It's not an easy watch, I'll warn you. Shota's stomach clenched and he really didn't want to see it, but he forced himself to nod. The footage was set up on a projector and they took their seats along with several other teachers. Nedzu pressed play, and from the very beginning Shota hated what he was seeing as Midoriya took charge despite an obviously uncomfortable air about him. He came up with a plan, a pretty good plan, and the watched all unimpressed, as Uraraka offered nothing to the table but to agree and be on her way. Midoriya was smart and took charge as he went about fighting Bakugo, and Shota was furious as he listened to slur after slur fall from the blonde's mouth. He wasn't the only one. They were all getting said as they listened to him. Why does he keep calling Midoriya that? Rough. Hound Dog growled. Deku, it means useless, doesn't it? And all. That's a gross term for quirkless people. Midoriya's quirk was invisible until he was almost 7, I believe, Shota said, with difficulty. He explained it to me yesterday. I guess Bakugo has known him since then and probably thought he was quirkless or lying about his quirk. What is his quirk? Nezu asked. It simply says medium on his papers and that he couldn't prove what it was. Shota pursed his lips. He can see ghosts, he said evenly. He couldn't quite wrap his head around it either, and yet he had no choice but to believe it. He sees ghosts and can use the quirks of ghosts he forms bonds with. The room was silent. Excuse me, what? Hisashi blurted quietly. Shota sent him a dry look. I was skeptical too, but he showed me how he calls quirks to him. Apparently the wings come from his younger sister. I think he said her name was Shiori, and the ice is from a ghost called Yuki-san. Shota shrugged. He mentioned something about a Kuroku-san who manipulates sand and someone who can unlock anything. And he's able to use their quirks as his own? Nezu questioned. How utterly fascinating. I would love to speak with him more about it. Shota was actually actively trying not to think of the whole ghost thing. He didn't want to know the answer to the question that had sprung in his mind the second Midoriya had told him. He feared knowing the answer and he feared not knowing too, so instead he didn't think about it at all. Beside him, Hisashi held himself rigidly and Shota could see Nemuri's fists clenched on her knees. They resumed the video, watching with growing anger as things progressed to the explosion. Shota watched, silent and deathly furious, as he saw the moment Midoriya realized that the next blow would be fatal. His eyes flickered minutely to the side before they glowed with a soft light as wings burst from his back and covered his body from the explosion. As All Might had said, it took the boy barely 10 full seconds to stand up, his battered and bloody wings waving through the smoke and in the same move capturing Bakugo's arm in a shield of ice and using his baton to smack Bakugo's hand before he could release another explosion. Shota watched as his eyes lost their heterochromia, showing that he had released all the ghosts from his possession. He watched, unable to help the pride and horror in his chest, as Midoriya placed capture tape on the boy and then, as he'd said, used his bandaged fist to punch Bakugo unconscious. Shota could literally see blood bloom on the bandage, and he loathed the sight of it even though Midoriya hardly flinched when he noticed it. He's really talented, Snipe said approvingly. He should never have had to go this far, but it was clear from the beginning that he was holding back as it was supposed to be training, not serious. In the real world, he would have taken Bakugo out much faster, I have no doubt. You can see him looking at the cameras every now and then. Power Loader agreed with a frown. He was clearly expecting the trial to be paused considering how far Bakugo was going, but clearly that didn't happen. Shota pushed down a fresh wave of fury and he silently prayed that somewhere in the building All Might was quaking in his boots. They watched in horror as the boy chucked himself out of the hole in the wall. The cameras switched, revealing how far his baton extended, and the skill he had in vaulting himself upwards with it. Nemuri whistled slowly. He really is a mystery in an enigma in a cute little green package. She commented wanly as he easily picked the lock on the window and slipped into the building. Again, Shota was angry at seeing how none of the other students were taking the training seriously at all. Midoriya had basically done the entire mission alone. I'm not impressed with any of the students here but Midoriya, Hisashi commented, frowning at the screen. Of course you can't blame them, it's only the second day, but then again, it's Midoriya's second day too and look at him go. Uraraka was basically useless, and Ito was so focused on monologuing that he ended up not doing anything either. Bakugo was just blinded by revenge or something. The only student who did well was Midoriya. Nemuri said with pursed lips. They'll have to learn to do better the next time they have a trial like this. Mr. Midoriya is quite talented, Nezu commented, a glint in his eyes making the rest of the teachers shudder. There's something about the way he comports himself that makes me wonder if he has had some sort of professional training. Shota had thought that as well. Considering the boy's quirk, it wasn't unreasonable to suggest that he might have been trained by someone, perhaps even a deceased pro-hero. It was just another thing to add to the ever-growing list of questions he had for the emerald-haired boy that had entered the halls of Yūrei just a day prior. Shota rubbed his face tiredly. What a colossal fuck-up, he said simply, and there were a few snorts of amusement. Shota slumped in his seat, closing his eyes and covering his face with his arm to get a few short minutes of rest before he had to deal with the world again. Shota thought of the suspension papers waiting on his desk, not to mention the property damage that had to be dealt with, the injured student asleep in the hospital wing, and the other students he'd inadvertently put the fear of God into and would now have to deal with. What a fuck-up indeed. Izuku woke up feeling like a truck had hit him. He groaned, trying to move, but stopped immediately when his body protested loudly. "Don't move, silly," Oboro spoke softly in his ear, and he instantly relaxed, listening to the ghost's soft chuckle. "You're in the medical wing. Feels like a truck hit me," Izuku mumbled, blinking a few times to try getting rid of the fuzziness of sleep. He felt Oboro's trembling laugh, but the chuckle he heard was something distinctly deeper. Izuku turned his head with some difficulty, his cheeks reddening when he realized Oboro was sitting at his head, his face quite close to Izuku's, and Aizawa was leaning against the doorway, arms crossed and eyes tracking his every minute movement. "You're awake," Izuku blinked as Recovery Girl came over to him, entering his slightly blurred vision. "Shota, help him sit up so I can check him over." Aizawa came forward and Izuku shivered as the man pressed his warm hands on Izuku's skin, helping him to sit up. Izuku's body felt like a live wire, shivering at even the slightest touch, and he was exhausted even though he just woke up. For the most part, Recovery Girl's checkups were standard and Izuku passed all of them despite feeling tired and overall pained. The longer he was awake the better he felt, and after 2 gummies, and a really great prescription of pain pills that he was given with the express promise that he would go home and eat a big dinner, he felt much better. "I'll take you home," Aizawa said gruffly, and Izuku couldn't quite figure out whether he was angry or not. "I want to talk to you about what happened today either way." Izuku swallowed nervously. His eyes flickered to Oboro uncertainly. "Don't worry, he's not mad at you, Izuku. He's just upset that you got so badly injured in a situation you weren't supposed to be in," Oboro said soothingly. "Please let Sho take care of you tonight? For me." Izuku pressed his lips together tightly and nodded to Aizawa shyly. "Well, you're cleared to leave," Recovery Girl said warmly. "Remember to see me if you get hurt, Midoriya. You're a UA student now. Even if you're injured outside of the school, you can still contact me. As a matter of fact, here's my number in case something happens." Izuku blinked down at the card that was pressed into his palm. He wondered if he was still asleep and dreaming. "Thank you for healing me, Recovery Girl-san. I'm truly grateful." He bowed to her slightly and the healer clucked her tongue and forced him to stand up straighter with her cane. "That being said," her tone changed to be dramatically scarier and Izuku stilled, "if I ever find out that you've given yourself stitches of any kind instead of calling me, nothing, and I do mean nothing, will protect you from my wrath, boy." Izuku was terrified. For a second it felt a bit like a poltergeist had entered the room, and then Recovery Girl smiled at him warmly and the aura popped, leaving Oboro snickering in the corner and Aizawa muffling a snort. "Now, go on and get changed, dearie. Your uniform is waiting for you in the changing room." She pointed him in the right direction and he nodded with a small, tight smile that hopefully masked his terror. He made his way over but realized Oboro wasn't following him. He bit his lip. I want to talk to you, privately," he said to the ghost, since Aizawa already knew he could talk to ghosts, though both he and Recovery Girl looked confused. "Me?" Aizawa asked confusedly and Izuku flushed. "No, the ghost thing. I wanted to ask him something privately," he admitted, mortified. Recovery Girl looked even more confused. "You talk to the ghosts?" she asked slowly. "That's a unique quirk, Sonny. Have I got any hovering around?" Izuku turned bright red. "I don't, no, you don't have any ghosts right now," He said earnestly. I'm sorry, people don't usually ask me that, so I don't know how to reply. Oboro was watching amusedly, smiling at him. Izuku sent him a pleading look and he laughed softly. Come on, let's get you dressed. He teased and Izuku blushed even redder, reaching out and nudging him warningly as they entered the changing rooms. What did you want to talk about? Oboro asked gently, turning around to give him privacy to get dressed. Why is Aizawa-sensei driving me home? Izuku asked immediately. You said he was mad that I got hurt. Is it because I didn't do well? I don't know what's going on, but I really didn't mean to get this injured. Oboro turned around so fast that Izuku barely had a chance to yelp before he was embarrassedly covering himself. Oboro cursed and turned back around. Sorry, just, Izuku, what the hell? Of course he isn't mad at you. Oboro cried. You did amazingly. You went above and beyond, it's just that you weren't supposed to be doing FING battle training. All Might screwed up majorly and Shota is extremely set off that you were hurt because of that. Oh. Izuku murmured, pulling on his shirt. Okay. He was dressed and after mumbling that it was safe, Oboro turned to face him while he put on his shoes. Is Shiori okay? Izuku asked worriedly, remembering the way his sister had looked after the battle. Yuki took her to rest, his friend said gently. She came to see you about an hour ago and told me that Shiori is totally fine. She just has to spend a day or two in a healing sleep to recuperate. Izuku felt tears well in his eyes. Oh no, I didn't know that would hurt her. I thought it would just hurt me. Izuku cried. How could I can't dash. Hey, come on, Izuku, breathe for me. Oboro wrapped his arms around Izuku tightly, hugging him and easily placing his chin on top of Izuku's head. Shiori is going to be just fine, Izuku, and you know she's going to come back and immediately demand you use her gorgeous wings. Bad things happen, Izuku, and you heal from them and you're more careful next time. Izuku couldn't help but cling to him as he sobbed, the stress from the situation finally hitting him a little. Oboro held him tenderly, stroking his hair and gently hushing him until he finally stopped crying. Sorry for crying on you. Izuku whispered and Oboro rolled his eyes and smacked his tender shoulder, making him release a watery laugh. When he finally exited the changing room, both Aizawa and Recovery Girl looked concerned and he flushed, rubbing his blotchy face self-consciously. I'm sorry, I'm fine, I didn't realize that my sister got hurt because of this. He said with a sniffle. Is she going to be okay? Shiori, right? Aizawa remembered and Izuku nodded. She's in a healing rest in the ghost world. Izuku said quietly. Ghosts don't really get injured the way we do, but things like this can happen and they lose strength so they have to rest for a while before they can come back. Shiori is your younger sister that passed away? Recovery Girl asked gently and Izuku offered her a small smile. Not quite. Shiori is a ghost who I met when I was 7. She was the one who made me realize that I wasn't crazy and that the injured people I saw all over the place really were dead. She's been my sister ever since. Izuku explained. Shiori is the one who gives me my wings, and when they burned, the quirk exhaustion made her sick so she has to heal before she can rematerialize. That's quite something, Recovery Girl said, sounding fascinated. So, Shiori-chan gives you wings, which means your ice is dash. From Yuki-chan. Izuku confirmed. She's not here though, she's taking care of Shiori in the ghost world. So then, who is here with you that you need to talk to? Aizawa asked curiously and Izuku swallowed. Dash, he looked at Oboro who winced. I don't know what the right thing to do here is. Oboro admitted. I'm pretty sure he's worked out for himself that there might be a possibility that I'm haunting him, but I don't think he really let himself imagine it. You can tell him if you want to, I don't mind. The way he said it made it seem like he expressly did mind, but Izuku couldn't exactly lie to his teacher, and Oboro didn't seem like he didn't want him to know, he mostly looked nervous. I don't usually talk to living people about the ghosts that follow them around. It's kind of bad taste usually, but no one really believes that I see them, so this situation is kind of unprecedented for me, Izuku admitted. He looked at Aizawa as bravely as he could. The ghost that is with us right now is Shirakumo Oboro-san. He's been Taking care of me since I came here, and before meeting me I believe that he has been taking care of you, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa's jaw tightened slightly. He didn't seem to have any expression on his face, but Izuku could see the turmoil in his eyes as Recovery Girl gasped softly. Hey, I don't think I deserved that full naming. Oboro scolded playfully, though Izuku privately thought he looked kind of tense as he eyed Aizawa and waited for some kind of reaction. He suspected as much. Aizawa said eventually, I'm glad you had someone looking out for you, Midoriya. There isn't a better guardian to have, I think. Oboro looked flattered and Izuku smiled softly. There truly isn't, sensei. He confirmed. Though, I think I may be the first person alive who is capable of giving a ghost gray hairs. Oboro snorted and both Aizawa and Recovery Girl barked out a surprised laugh. I bet you are. Recovery Girl cackled. Oh, let's not be rude, Shota. Tell us where to look, would you, Midoriya? Izuku gestured to where Oboro was standing and both of them turned to face him, offering a respectful bow that had the ghost fully blushing. Hello, Shirakumo. It's nice to greet you again. Recovery Girl said warmly. I better not hear you getting into trouble or causing Midoriya any strife, you hear me? Oboro choked as he roared with laughter and Izuku covered his face. Aizawa didn't seem to know whether to laugh or cry, but he gave a rusty-sounding chuckle, smiling a bit wistfully at the space where Oboro stood as if he could hear his laugh in his memories. I'm not the one who gets into trouble, you're the idiot who jumps out of windows. Oboro said, mockingly shaking his fists at Izuku, who turned scarlet. He said he's not the troublemaker, it's me because I keep scaring him. He wasn't happy with me for using my baton during the training exercise. Izuku admitted and Aizawa groaned. You mean when you threw your broken and bleeding body off an 8-story building and flung yourself into the fire escape on the 13th floor? He asked dryly. Yes, I think I'm on his side with that. Oboro looked smug. I get the feeling you're going to be in here a lot, aren't you? Recovery Girl said amusedly and Izuku ummed in embarrassment. All right, no more teasing, Aizawa allowed. Come on, Midoriya. I'll bring my car around, so meet me in front of the UA gates, alright? Izuku nodded, still covering his face slightly as his sensei left. He bowed to Recovery Girl and passed along Oboro's farewells, before hurrying to gather his bag from his locker and then down to the gates. Oboro was quiet for a while, but as they waited for Aizawa he suddenly spoke. You did amazing, Izuku, you know that, right? Izuku looked at him, ping his head. Just in case Shota doesn't say it to you, even though I know he thinks it, despite what happened, you did really well in the exercise. I was impressed by how you took charge and fought, so from one pro-hero student to another, you did really well. Tears filled Izuku's eyes. Oboro, are you trying to make me cry in front of sensei? Oboro laughed, ruffling his hair as a dark car approached and stopped in front of them. As a habit, Izuku opened the back door for Oboro and then closed it before slipping into the passenger side. Did you just let a ghost into my car by opening the door for him? Aizawa asked dryly and Izuku choked slightly. That's a little lame, I'm not going to lie. I thought ghosts would be able to move through things honestly. Oboro cackled in the back seat. They can. Izuku defended. It's just polite. Since I'm the only one who can see them, it's always nice to show them some living respect, so I open the doors for them even though they can pass through by themselves. Aizawa smiled slightly, hiding it in his capture weapon. You're such an angel, you know that, Izuku? Oboro said warmly, reaching over to ruffle his hair again, and Izuku ducked into his seat embarrassedly. I wanted to talk to you about what happened today, Midoriya, Aizawa said after a moment. The exercise you took part in was never supposed to happen. All might jump the gun by a lot, and as the only student injured to such an extent, UA would like to extend their sincere apologies. Nedzu is open to discussion if you had any legal problems with what happened, which is perfectly within your rights. Izuku swallowed past a lump in his throat. Furthermore, Bakugo has been suspended and his actions are being investigated. UA doesn't tolerate bullying or discrimination of any kind, and not only his actions against you but his vulgar language and disrespect are all issues that are being looked into. Aizawa continued. Depending on what is decided, if he remains in the hero course he will be moved to a different side of the classroom, potentially even a different class, and informed that should he approach you again in such a manner he will be immediately expelled. Izuku couldn't help but gape at him in shock, unsure what he could possibly say. No one in his life had ever gone to such an effort for him. It would be easier if Aizawa had just reacted the same as all his other teachers had, but some part of him knew that Aizawa was going to be different. He just wasn't expecting him to be this different. "I'm sorry, Midoriya," Aizawa said when Izuku said nothing. "You had to get permission for a simple baton and yet, due to Yuei's mismanagement, Bakugo went out there with gauntlets that hurt you grievously. I know that there is trust lost, but I hope we can build it back again." Izuku realized the man thought he was angry or something. "Sensei, no, I'm not mad. Of course I don't want to sue you. I understand that what happened was a mistake, but I'm not mad at all, I promise," he assured. I don't distrust you. Accidents happen, but I'm okay now." Aizawa was staring at the traffic, but at Izuku's voice he turned to glance at him with a complex expression on his. "I'm relieved at that, Midoriya, but I want you to know that you are perfectly allowed to be upset with what happened," he said sternly. Izuku flushed. "I am upset with what happened," he said in a matter-of-fact tone. "My sister was hurt and I'm really worried about her. I don't know how to trust myself to use her wings again when I got her hurt like that." He shrugged slightly, looking out the window as cars passed them by. "Oboro said that bad things happen and we heal from them and it takes time but we learn to be more careful," he murmured. "So, it's not okay that a bad thing happened today, Sensei, but it gave me the opportunity to heal and learn to be more careful next time, so it's okay." Both Aizawa and Oboro were quiet. "Oh, Izuku," Oboro sighed softly, reaching out and squeezing his shoulder softly. Izuku felt inexplicably shy in the presence of these two. "I don't know how your quirk works, Midoriya," Aizawa said softly. "I don't know its mechanics, nor the relationship between you and your sister. There's nothing I can do to change what happened, but if you're scared or if your sister is scared, I can be there when you use your quirk next time. I can make sure no one gets hurt." Izuku reached up and placed his palm over his eyes to keep himself from crying. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm fine, that means a lot to me, Sensei." He took a few deep breaths as Aizawa's car pulled into the parking area of Izuku's building. It was quiet in the car and Aizawa didn't pressure him to talk before he was ready. "Thank you for driving me home, Sensei," Izuku said after a moment. He was sorely lacking energy after the long day he'd had. "Do you have someone to help you out?" Aizawa asked. "You need to make sure to eat so you can take those painkillers. No vaulting out of windows." Izuku released a small laugh at that. "It's just me, Sensei," he said, muffling his snicker. "I've lived alone for a while now, so I'm really okay. I'll order some food and on my honor, I'll throw myself out of no windows." Aizawa snorted and Oboro grinned. "If it's all right with you," Aizawa pressed his lips together. "I'm not sure what Oboro has told you or what he's been up to, but it would make me feel better if he kept you company tonight. I don't feel right about you being alone after what's happened." Izuku was pink and Oboro smiled almost indulgently. "He's so sweet," Oboro sighed. "Of course I'm gonna keep Aizu company. Sho, I know you can take care of yourself on your patrol tonight, so I'll take care of this baby no problem." Izuku thought he might never return to a normal shade of skin that wasn't pink. Aizawa was looking at him expectantly. "He said he'd keep me company. He knows you can take care of yourself on your patrol, so he's gonna take care of me tonight." Izuku squeaked, his old stutter coming back slightly. Aizawa lifted a brow, but there was a small smile playing on his lips. "Let me guess, he follows me on my patrols and yells at anyone I fight, doesn't he?" he said dryly, and Izuku peeked at Oboro, snickering when he saw Oboro's mortified and put-out expression. "I suspect so," Izuku said amusedly. "He likes being your backup even though there's not much he can do yet. He can always get a distress signal to me though, Sensei, so if you're ever in a bad spot I can send you help." Aizawa looked surprised. "I'm grateful," he murmured. "You should go inside, Midoriya. No strenuous activity. I'll see you tomorrow morning." Izuku nodded shyly and grabbed his bags to leave. Wait yet. Oboro pet his head, blinking at Izuku. What do you mean there's not much I can do yet? I told you, Oboro, the longer you spend time with me the stronger you'll become. Izuku told him and Aizawa blinked. Shiori's been with me for years now, and she's strong enough to pick up a bunch of things, and if I really focus then I can even make her visible now, though she doesn't like it much. You can make ghosts visible? Aizawa asked quietly, voice a bit pinched. Not just any ghost, Izuku denied. My quirk is complicated, but the longer ghosts spend time with me the stronger they get, and the more I use their quirks the more connected we get. Because of that connection I can reach their souls easier and make them visible if they want. Have you ever used Oboro's quirk? Aizawa asked curiously, and Izuku shook his head. I only met him yesterday, Izuku said with a smile. I can't just use a ghost's quirk on a whim. I've trained with my sensei, Shiori and Yuki for years. Well, we have to practice. Oboro insisted. I'm not going to stand there and watch someone hurt you again. Next time you're using my quirk. Izuku sent him a look and said, exasperatedly, it's kind of funny, sensei, but most of the ghosts that hang around me get super jealous when I use another ghost's quirk. Shiori hates it whenever I don't use her wings, and now Oboro is insisting I start training with him so he doesn't have to be sidelined. Aizawa smiled, this time a bit warmer. It would be nice to see his quirk on the field again. Aizawa said quietly, do you mind if I tell 2 of my friends about him? I think it'll probably give them quite a scare if they see you using his quirk out of the blue. Of course not, sensei. You can tell them, and if there's something they want to say to him, I don't mind translating. I'm sorry I can't reach his soul yet to make him visible, but I'll try my best to. Izuku promised, and Aizawa hummed softly. Izuku made it inside, watching as Aizawa's car idled slightly before pulling away. He still couldn't quite fathom the man. For that matter, he couldn't get a proper read on Oboro either, as both of these two made Izuku feel all sorts of shy, and he wasn't used to that feeling in terms of ghosts or living people. Sushi tried to escape as he got into his apartment, and Izuku cursed, catching her in his arms and bringing her back inside the apartment while Oboro. But you're so cute, little sushi roll, please stay inside though. Izuku cooed, putting her down and closing the door before she could get out. He checked her water bowl and filled it with fresh water, putting some more food out for her as well. You're not going vigilante, are you? Oboro asked worriedly, and Izuku laughed outright. I don't think I'd be very helpful to any ghost who needed my help tonight, Oboro, he said honestly. I'm exhausted and today has been criminally long. His newest friend beamed at him, obviously relieved. It's just digital vigilantism for me tonight, Izuku said, and Oboro's smile dropped while Izuku just laughed. He ended up ordering chicken for dinner and set up the TV on HeroTube while he opened his laptop and continued trying to find Takuma, who probably killed the poltergeist on Takoba. Oboro watched him work, lying on the couch behind him and offering his input and advice and generally keeping him company. When the food arrived, he made an offering to Oboro so he could taste fried chicken, which he loved, and Izuku just loved the company as they got to know each other a bit more. We went to school together, Oboro told him. Me, Shota, Hizashi, and Namuri, that's present Mike and Midnight. We were great friends. You were a hero too, Oboro? Izuku asked softly. Oboro was lying on the couch and Izuku sat on a pillow on the floor, his head resting on the couch, his dark hair brushing against the ghost's stomach. HM. A hero wannabe. I never debuted properly, Oboro said quietly. There was a villain attack on a nursery school and the building was going to come down on a bunch of the kids. I got them all out with my clouds, but I couldn't get myself and Shota out fast enough, so I had to prioritize. I chose Shota, obviously, and the next thing I know I was watching my friends crying at my funeral. Izuku moved a bit closer to him, pressing the back of his head against his stomach a bit deeper, feeling Oboro's long fingers thread through his hair. He knew things like that happened in the world, but he couldn't imagine being in a position like that, choosing between himself and a friend. He knew that in the same circumstance he would have done the same, but it still hurt to think about Oboro having to do that. You're a hero, Izuku whispered. You don't need to debut to be a hero. You saved those kids, and you saved Sensei's life. That makes you a hero. What was your hero name? Oboro chuckled softly, sadly. His fingers tangled deeply in Izuku's hair and his eyes fluttered closed despite himself. "Loud Cloud," he said with a laugh. "It was a whole thing. Hisashi and I were the loudest of our friend group, so they called us Loud Cloud and Loud Bird." Izuku giggled at that. "Oboro," Izuku said sleepily, and he heard the boy hum. "Please stay with me for a while so I can reach your soul. I want to let you see your friends again." "Why do you want that, Izu?" Oboro asked carefully. Izuku was sleepy, so he didn't have much control over his brain-to-mouth filter. "Helping ghosts, it's how I feel useful," he admitted. "It's all I've ever known. When I was a kid, I used to follow anyone who wanted to talk to me. My friends all abandoned me when I was diagnosed quirkless, so ghosts were the only ones who wanted me." Izuku sighed slightly. "I got hurt a lot trying to help them, but they were always grateful and I got to be their hero for a little while. I thought I'd never be able to be a real hero, so I learned to be happy with being a hero to ghosts." "I really like you," Izuku admitted shyly. "You're really nice, and it's rare that I meet a ghost who tries so hard to take care of me like this. Sensei too, he's really nice and I want to thank him for taking care of me. If I can allow you both to meet properly, then I'd be so happy." The whole time Izuku was mumbling out these words, Oboro hadn't stopped musing his hair, and when he finally fell quiet, he heard Oboro sigh softly and wrap his arm around Izuku's neck. "You're such a sweetheart, Izuku, did you know that?" Oboro muttered. "What the heck am I gonna do with you?" Izuku wasn't sure what was said after that as Oboro's arms surrounded him, and then he was lying in his bed, snuggled into the warmth of his blankets. He felt Oboro pulling away and his hands clenched around whatever scrap of him that he could. "See, could you stay with me?" Izuku murmured, "Please." Oboro came back to him, surrounding him in his arms, and it wasn't cold at all to Izuku. It felt almost warm to him, even though there wasn't a beating heart by his ear. He still had Oboro's unique presence, and Izuku couldn't quite understand how he'd become so attached to the ghost, but deeming it all he just was. He slept better than he had in ages. When his alarm beeped, Izuku woke up quite slowly, all things considered. He blinked a few times to get rid of the fuzziness and instantly turned red as he realized that he was, in fact, pressed against Oboro's chest. He cringed in embarrassment and felt Oboro chuckling beneath him. No, don't be embarrassed, Izu, I thought you were adorable," Oboro said teasingly, rubbing his shoulder. "You wouldn't let me move all night and you just turned into a complete koala." "I loved it." Izuku cringed even more, but it only served to get him closer to the ghost. "I don't know if it was your presence, but I'm pretty sure I fell asleep at one point and I didn't even know I could do that," Oboro said excitedly, and since it wasn't an embarrassing topic, Izuku shyly pulled away and sat up in bed properly. "It's my quirk," he confirmed. "You're stronger when we're touching. After a while you'll even be able to touch things and sleep by yourself as long as you're in the same room with me. Shiori can sleep in the living room now." "You have an amazing quirk, Izuku," Oboro complimented, looking odd. "I don't just mean because you can talk to me or anything, I just mean you strengthen me just by being yourself." "That's pretty amazing." Izuku flushed deeper, thanking him in a mumble. He ambled over to the bathroom for a much-needed shower and scrubbed his body clean of any trace of blood. He'd meant to shower before bed, but he obviously fell asleep before he could. His bedding had seen better days, so he stripped it off and put it in the wash before making a large thermos of coffee. "Coffee lover? You and Sho both," Oboro rolled his eyes. "I never cared for it when I was alive." "It's all that keeps me alive some days, Oboro." Izuku pouted. He was having cereal for breakfast because he couldn't be bothered to cook anything. Oboro walked with him to school and Izuku waved goodbye to him as he went to find Aizawa while Izuku made his way to his classroom. The moment he entered, he realized that everyone else had shown up early as well, and all of them were apparently very worried about him. He stood, alarmed, as every head turned to face him the second he stepped into the classroom. "Midoriya, you're all right," Kirishima exclaimed, standing up and bounding over to Izuku. He couldn't quite contain his small flinch, but fortunately no one seemed to notice, and Kirishima was quickly joined by Uraraka and Kaminari, Ashido, and Hagakure. Bakugo was rather conspicuously absent. "We were so worried about you," Uraraka cried. We didn't even know you'd gotten injured, and then the teachers all came to stop the exercise and no one knew what was going on. Izuku was a bit flustered by all the attention. I'm all right, he promised awkwardly. Recovery girl healed me right up. You were super manly in that exercise, Midoriya bro, Kirishima said almost tearfully. No one else got to give it a go, but you were so cool that it didn't even matter. Izuku sank into his seat, ever so slightly horrified. He was glad that the incident seemed to have broken the ice between them all somewhat, but it was still a mortifying event, and he felt, more and more, that he understood Amajiki-senpai on an NTMT level. When Aizawa arrived, with a giddy-looking Oboro trailing in behind him, the class went deathly quiet and Izuku drew his breath in as a bad feeling entered his stomach. Had they been scolded after Izuku passed out? He couldn't imagine why Aizawa would scold his classmates, but there was definitely a vibe in the air the moment he entered, like everyone was a little scared of the man. I know all of you are curious about the events that took place yesterday, Aizawa said sternly, jumping right into it. I know that it was exciting and you all probably wanted a chance to jump right in, but after watching the footage of the exercise that Midoriya, Bakugo, Ida and Uraraka participated in, I'm more certain than ever that none of you are ready to just jump all in. Izuku sank lower in his chair, horrified, and he wasn't the only one. That being said, your chance will still come. All your foundational heroics lessons will be overseen by me. Yes, All Might is still your teacher. Aizawa said darkly. Next to him, Oboro sent Izuku a funny look of frustration at the thought that All Might was still around, and Izuku pressed his lips together tightly. A small part of him was curious about what these two men would say if they knew about his first meeting with All Might, and resolved, for the sake of the life of the number one hero, to keep that information to himself. As for your classmate Bakugo, he was suspended and is pending investigation. Should he return, then he returns with restrictions, and let that be a reminder to each and every one of you. Aizawa's expression turned steely as he glared at all of them. He carried an aura that was kind of terrifying, and while Izuku was intimidated at the sight, he wasn't nearly as terrified as his classmates seemed to be. He was pretty sure Uraraka and Ishido were literally trembling. Yūrei does not tolerate the same behavior you've had in other schools. I don't care what your old teachers let you get away with, or how you were raised, or what you believe in. Here in Yūrei, none of that behavior flies, and if I catch you using any of the vocabulary your peer was using, you will be suspended and expelled faster than you can say, "Hero, got it." Izuku wasn't the only one to gulp. Aizawa straightened up. Now, as I said yesterday, barring Midoriya, none of the other students involved were ready to participate in an exercise of that caliber. Aizawa said bluntly, and wow, Izuku wanted to sink into the ground as his classmates glanced at him and cringed. Ida, Uraraka, I'm sorry to use you both as examples, but understand that in heroics this is an unfortunate reality. Learn from your mistakes, and everyone, learn from them as well. During the exercise, Bakugo was hell-bent on personal revenge, and while for a villain, which is what he was acting as, this is fine, in a training situation it is reprehensible, and the lengths he went to were nearly catastrophic. Aizawa said angrily. Izuku once again got a few horrified looks which he blushed at. Oboro was standing by Aizawa and nodding seriously, squinting at all the students as if trying to decide which of them were taking the subject seriously. Let's start with Uraraka, and please remember that I may sound harsh, but it's because next time we run this type of exercise I want you all to learn and do better. Aizawa said seriously. From the very beginning of the exercise, Uraraka made no attempt to plan with Midoriya. She left all the planning to him and offered no input to any of the plans. This isn't so bad, as some are naturally able to take the lead in situations, and following a superior plan is just logical. However, the problem is that she didn't take the exercise seriously, and while her teammate took the brunt of the work, she mostly laughed and offered no initiative to subdue her opponent until her teammate arrived to end the exercise. By the end of the tirade, Uraraka was so red and low in her seat that she had her forehead on the table, and Izuku was honestly no better. Oboro sent him an amused look that looked a bit frustrated too. Ida, while taking the exercise seriously, took it too far and ended up making a joke of the entire thing by not taking his competitors as a serious threat. Had he monologued less and engaged Uraraka, he would have protected the bomb and only dealt with Midoriya afterwards. His next mistake was leaving the bomb directly by the window, allowing Midoriya to easily capture it with enough time to stand there watching his teammate laugh at a villain before finally ending the exercise. Ida looked like he'd just been laid down on a bed of coals. Oboro was laughing his butt off, and Izuku's polite smile had become fully strained with all the guilty and admiring looks being sent his way. Overall, obviously, the MVP of the exercise was Midoriya. That's not to say he didn't do anything wrong. Aizawa's eyes flashed right to Izuku and he gulped, holding his breath. It was just an exercise. I understand that in real life you have to give it your all, but the moment you were injured that badly you should have stopped the exercise and got yourself a medic. Izuku shifted uncomfortably in his seat. That being said, next time we do this exercise, you'll have a competent teacher overseeing it and I'll put a stop to it the moment any of you go too far, got it? Yes, sir. The class shouted back and Aizawa grunted in approval. Now, you've got 20 minutes left before English, and you have an extremely important mission to complete during that time that will dictate the rest of your school days. He said ominously, and the class seemed to hold their breath as one. What the hell was this now? You need to pick a class president. Aizawa said dryly. Izuku slumped as Oboro burst out laughing at their expressions. Kaminari yelled a mutually felt, so normal, and the class all relaxed as one now that the hard part was over. Oboro came over to Izuku, crouching at his desk and reaching out to nudge him. Gonna volunteer? He teased, and Izuku shuddered at the very thought. Sensei, you scared us. Kirishima complained empathetically. I thought it was going to be something super serious. I don't care how you choose, just choose a class president and vice. Aizawa said tiredly, climbing into his sleeping bag and slumping against the wall. In the end the class decided on a vote despite that everyone might vote for themselves, and Izuku, who had voted for the studious-looking Yaoyorozu, was left gaping at the chalkboard where his name was right at the top with 17 votes while Yaoyorozu had 2, one of which was from him. Are you kidding me? He blurted while Oboro lost it in the corner. Oh my god, I'm so flattered guys, but I really don't think I'm the right person for this job. Nonsense, you're totally great, Midoriya bro. Kirishima encouraged. You took charge really well and you'll make a great class president. Izuku felt like melting into the ground, but all of them were looking at him with such bright faces that he couldn't just throw their belief in him, no matter that it was surely because of some misplaced guilt back in their faces, so he nodded a bit miserably. Who's gonna be your vice? Aizawa asked, seeming to hide a smirk. Well, I think, if it's alright with everyone, then I'd like the person I voted for to be my vice, and that was Yaoyorozu-san, Izuku admitted, and the girl's eyes widened. Me? Why me? She asked in surprise. Oh well, I thought you were super calm while you were explaining things to us yesterday in math. You're also smart and extremely capable, so I thought the position would suit you. Izuku said earnestly. Yaoyorozu turned pink. I'd be honored to act as your vice, Midoriya. She stood and bowed, and he blanched, bowing back to her hurriedly. I hope to learn a lot from you. I hope the same from you, Yaoyorozu-san. When he was finally allowed to sit, Izuku wished the floor would swallow him whole, and Oboro reached out to ruffle his hair amusedly. You'll make a great class rep, Aizu. Just trust yourself and communicate with them with half the respect and honor you show to ghosts, he advised warmly. You're a natural leader even if you don't see it. Izuku was so touched he was worried he might cry, and he was pretty sure that would actually traumatize his classmates, and Oboro for that matter. All through classes he tried his best to fix his mind around the concept that he was one as class representative. He had to set a good example now and be a good leader for his classmates. He wondered if Togata would give him some advice about that, but he didn't want to bother his senpais. Izuku noticed immediately in English that Present Mike was shooting him a few looks, and he remembered, belatedly, that Aizawa had probably told them that their deceased friend was hanging around. Oboro was with him, playing tic-tac-toe on a piece of paper after he finished the coursework for the day. Are you fluent in English, Midoriya? Present Mike asked in full English, after leafing through Izuku's coursework that he'd turned in ahead of his peers. Izuku straightened up, pausing his game with Oboro. I am, sir, he replied in English. I learned English as a hobby when I was younger since I had a lot of foreign, friends. He wasn't about to say he had to learn English in order to speak with foreign ghosts, but Present Mike seemed to understand what wasn't said and he smiled warmly. Right on, listener. He cheered. I bet you're going to be pretty bored in this class then. You can use it as a free PRD for now, but if you want, we can discuss enrolling you in a different class so that you can get the most out of your time here in UA. That would be great, Sensei. Izuku said happily. Maybe he could take a support class. That would be great. After all, he had made his baton and he did do some tinkering every now and again. He scowled at the paper in front of him when he realized Oboro was pointing at the spot where he wanted his X to be and that he would win again. Izuku rolled his eyes and marked it for him before starting a new game. After English, Present Mike asked him to stay behind for a moment and he and Oboro both stayed behind. Oboro with a small, sad smile. Izuku had expected the man to immediately ask after Oboro and he was fully prepared for that, but Present Mike surprised him by saying, Are you feeling okay after yesterday, listener? That must have been an intense second day of school. Izuku mentally scrambled. I'm imperfectly healed, Sensei. Thank you for asking. I'm really doing okay now. He promised shyly and Present Mike smiled happily. Aizawa explained the unique company you keep to Midnight and I, Present Mike said, eyeing him carefully. I don't want to make you uncomfortable at all, Midoriya, but if it's all right with you I would like to offer my old friend a greeting. Izuku smiled very gently. That's so all right with me, Sensei. Oboro is standing right over here. Izuku gestured to where Oboro was standing with his small smile. Present Mike smiled a bit tearfully and turned to the space, bowing low. Izuku was expecting him to say something moving, but instead, It's so nice to know you really came back to haunt us, Loud Cloud. Somehow I just knew you would never be able to leave us the heck alone. Present Mike teased and Oboro doubled over with laughter. Izuku's lips twitched. He's laughing too hard to talk. Izuku told him and Present Mike laughed tearfully. I know any of these losers would have haunted the F out of me if they died first. Oboro snickered. You should tell him I think his collection of hair gel is absolutely obscene and that he looks like a cockatoo. Izuku blanched. I'm not telling him that. He cried and Present Mike's eyebrows shot up. Izuku was red and Oboro was whining for him to say it. What is it? He asked slowly and Izuku facepalmed. He said he knew any of you losers would have haunted the F out of him if you died first and he thinks your collection of hair gel is obscene and dash. Izuku pressed his lips together as both Present Mike and Oboro burst out laughing. And? Present Mike asked happily. I promise, anything you say I've probably heard before. He said you look like a cockatoo. Izuku mumbled and Present Mike snorted. I've heard it before, he confirmed. Geez, Oboro, all this time and you still can't come up with an original insult. Oboro rolled his eyes, shaking his head fondly. All the best insults are the overused ones. He commented succinctly and Izuku passed the message along with a small smile. Present Mike chuckled. Thank you for letting me hear his voice through you, Midoriya. I'm truly grateful. Present Mike thanked him happily. I'll let you get along to class now, don't worry I'll write you a tardy note. Izuku took the note and waved goodbye to his sensei, passing along Oboro's goodbye as well. He slipped into his seat in class, giving the note to Snipe Sensei and receiving a gruff nod in response. At lunch, Izuku took a seat at an empty table and before any of his classmates could join him he was suddenly surrounded by the three senpais he knew. Midoriya Kohai. Togata cried. You're okay? I was so worried about you. Izuku blinked, staring at the three of them in surprise. Hi, senpais, he greeted. I'm really doing fine. I wanted to thank you for taking care of me yesterday, Amajiki-senpai, and you too, Togata-senpai. It's no problem, Amajiki stuttered. As long as you're okay now? I really am, Izuku promised. Nijire beamed at him, squishing into the same bench as him with her tray of food and forcing Oboro to get up to avoid her sitting directly in him. He just laughed at Izuku's alarmed look. Other than grave injury, how has Hero School been treating you, Midoriya? She asked excitedly. How are your classmates? I bet they're all super interesting, huh? Who was the one that hurt you? Are they here? Let me at 'em. Calm down, Nijire, let the man breathe. Togata laughed. But seriously though, are they? No, Bakugo was suspended. I don't know what's going to happen there. Izuku said awkwardly. All three looked approving. Great, Nijire chirped. So, how is your class? They made me class Republic, Izuku said a bit glumly, and the two outgoing senpais cheered for him while Amajiki gave him a sympathetic look that Izuku appreciated way more. Oboro laughed behind them. It's not so bad. Togata assured him. I'm class rep too and Nijire's a great vice. You'll do a great job so long as you listen to your peers and do your best to help out wherever you can. Fortunately, our little Aizu is such a kind and beautiful helper. Oboro crooned and Izuku just barely managed to conceal his blush. He enjoyed his lunch with the three senpais and when they had to leave for an early class schedule, their places were taken by Izuku's classmates. He answered a few questions but they were barely chatting for 5 minutes before a loud alarm suddenly blared through the school and Izuku flinched. He looked up, sharing a confused look with Oboro, who was suddenly tense. Someone in the cafeteria stood up and shouted that it was an emergency alarm that said the school was compromised. Can you have a look and let me know what it is? He asked Oboro, pulling his friend closer to speak in his ear. Oboro nodded and dissipated, leaving to see what was happening. We shouldn't panic, Izuku told his class seriously. He couldn't help but keep calm in this kind of situation. Hayako-sensei would have ripped him to shreds if he panicked at a moment like this, and he vividly remembered the ghost's training drills. Not everyone was trained by him, though, so he was a little alarmed to see everyone, even the older students, standing and getting ready to push out of the cafeteria en masse. He raised his voice a little. Everyone, we're in a school filled with pro-heroes. Please show them the respect they deserve and trust them to handle the situation. Immediately everyone panicking came to a screeching stop. We should make our way to the assembly hall. It's a direct path and if we stick together and orderly then there shouldn't be any problems, especially if we trust our senpais to line the outer ranks, he suggested. Sounds good, one of the second-year students yelled. Oi, Kishikuin, come on, let's get the students to the assembly hall. The students all formed lines with the older students taking the perimeter, the general education students right in the middle, and Class 1A in the front, and Class 1B in the back. They made their way pretty safely to the assembly hall without issue and Izuku noticed that Jiraiya was looking ill with the blaring alarm, her long ears wriggling in agitation. Yairzu, could you make me an ear muffler for Jiraiya-san? She has super hearing that must be causing her some trouble. Izuku requested and his vice immediately produced the muffs, offering them to their classmate who looked so grateful she was tearing up. Should we ask if anyone else has hearing issues? Yaoyorozu asked and Izuku thought that was really sweet of her. Will you be able to help out more than a few students? He made sure to ask and she nodded so they went over to the other groups of students to ask if anyone had hearing quirks. Throughout the room they found several struggling and provided aid to those students. The alarm cut off just as Oboro appeared. Sorry it took so long, I had to find you, he said embarrassedly. It's just the media. Show was super set off so it was a whole drama. A cheerful voice appeared over the intercom. Sorry for the interruption to your day, students. It was just the media getting overzealous. The issue is being taken care of and may I say, I'm very proud of how you all handled that. If you could all make your way back to your classes, your homeroom teachers will explain any further questions. Any students with hearing-related issues should please report to Recovery Girl for aid. Nedzu said and the intercom crackled and turned off. See, Midoriya bro, you're a great class rep. Kaminari cheered. We all would have lost it without you. Izuku blushed. Jiraiya tried insisting she was fine but Izuku insisted that she go see Recovery Girl to make sure there wasn't lasting damage. As Oboro had told him, Aizawa was in a terrible mood when they all returned to class. He explained that the media had breached the front gates and commended them on staying calm. It was our class rep, sensei? Uraraka cheered. Midoriya got the whole cafeteria to get to the assembly hall and he and Yaoyorozu went around giving the super hearing students ear mufflers. Aizawa met his gaze, looking a little proud. Good job you two, he praised them. You both make fine representatives. Izuku looked down, smiling at his lap. He felt a lot better about being a class rep after everything that had happened. "You did good, Izu," Oboro murmured proudly, rubbing his hair. After a thoroughly interesting heroics lesson where Aizawa and Midnight ripped apart all their hero costumes, fortunately his costume survived the slaughter with only a comment about reinforcing the sheer back with proper fabric class was let out, and Izuku hung back to talk to Aizawa about something. He was standing in the gym talking to Midnight when Izuku approached them. "Hi, sensei," he greeted, bowing to Midnight as well. "I was just wondering if I could use one of the gyms for a while before I go home. There are some things I have to work on, and since Yūrei has bigger gyms, I thought it would be better to practice there." "What are you needing to work on?" Aizawa asked curiously, and Oboro looked curious too. Izuku pressed his lips together tightly. "Since Shiori-chan is sick and Yuki-chan is taking care of her, I kind of have no offensive or defensive quirk in case of emergencies," he explained. "I figured I'd call Kuroku-san and ask if he minded me practicing with his quirk. Usually he doesn't mind if I call him. I have agreements with some ghosts, but I haven't used Sandstorm in a while, so I'm a little rusty." "Izuku!" Oboro cried, scandalized. "What the hell do you mean? You can practice with my quirk? It's offensive and defensive, and you're talented enough that you're basically offensive on your own." Izuku gaped at Oboro, slightly shocked at his sudden shouting. Aizawa followed his gaze, and so did Midnight, both of them probably realizing who he was listening to. Izuku turned red. He glanced embarrassedly at the two silent teachers and then back at Oboro. "I didn't want to presume. I don't just use any old quirk, and we're not even bonded properly yet. I didn't want to pressure you or make you feel like I keep you around for your quirk." Izuku defended himself, and Oboro face-palmed. "He wants you to train with his quirk?" Midnight asked softly, and Izuku nodded slowly. "Izuku, I know that. I literally slept with you in my arms all night. I don't think you're keeping me around just for my quirk, and even if you were, well, it's my opinion that you should be a little more selfish and use your quirk, which is, in fact, to use the quirks of ghosts." Oboro scolded. "I want you to use my quirk. If it can help you, then I'd be so effing happy, so please, please, please train with my quirk." "He's really scolding me," Izuku said wanly, and both Aizawa and Midnight snorted, though Midnight sounded a bit sniffly. "Leave him alone, Oboro," Aizawa scolded fondly. "You can't force him to use your quirk." Oboro scowled. "Watch me," he shouted, and Izuku thought he was just one step away from actually stamping his foot childishly. Okay, Oboro, I'd love to use your quirk. It's always an honor when a ghost trusts me enough to use their quirk and to call on them, so if you really want to do that for me, then I would never dream of turning you down," Izuku said earnestly, and Oboro beamed, immediately throwing his arms around Izuku in a deep embrace. He must have looked peculiar because both teachers blinked at his contorted body, and he explained, helpfully, "He's happy, he's hugging me, it's, well, yep," Izuku mumbled, and Oboro laughed. "You can touch ghosts?" Midnight asked, looking thrilled. "That's so cool, kinda creepy, but mostly cool." "Oh, what happens if I touch him?" Oboro grinned and promptly walked right through her, sending her into a full-body shudder. "Jesus! Did he just walk right through me?" Midnight yelped, and Izuku laughed and nodded. Oboro was laughing his butt off. "That a-hole," Aizawa blurted. "My cold shudders are because of him, aren't they?" Again Oboro was losing it. Izuku covered his face in embarrassment on behalf of the ghost as he nodded. "Ghosts feel cold to people who are alive," Izuku explained. "Most ghosts can't interact with the physical world further than causing a few cold spots, and particularly powerful ghosts can sometimes screw with electricity." "I knew I was being haunted," Midnight muttered. "Zashi told me it was all in my head, but it totally wasn't. God, Oboro is pranking us from the afterlife." Oboro snickered gleefully. "What do ghosts feel like to you?" Aizawa asked carefully. "You can touch them. Aren't they cold?" Izuku considered the question, reaching out and taking Oboro's hand a bit shyly. Oboro immediately squeezed his palm affectionately. Both teachers looked at his hand with a deep scrutiny as if they were trying to see Oboro's hand there. "He feels nice," Izuku said, puzzled. "I'm not sure." I'm not the most tactile person and I don't really touch a lot of alive people for longer than a second when I'm sparring. Even my heroic sensei is a ghost, and so is my dojo sensei, so I can't really tell you if he feels warm or cold or anything since I can't remember what it feels like to hold a human hand, but to me his hand just feels nice. Izuku wasn't quite sure why all three of them were looking at him with the exact same expression of horror. Oboro's hand tightened around him. What? He blurted softly, embarrassed at the looks. You don't know what a living person's hand feels like? Aizawa asked in an odd tone. Izuku flushed. I'm a bit of a loner, he demurred. All of my close acquaintances are ghosts. What about your parents, Han? Midnight asked sadly, and Izuku bit the inside of his mouth. Oboro was squeezing his hand tightly, standing close enough to him that he was practically glued to Izuku's back. I was technically emancipated, Izuku shrugged. Because of the whole invisible quirk thing, I was registered as quirkless. No one really cares much about what the quirkless get up to, so my mother legally left my side and just paid for an apartment and school. My father had already left when I was 4, so it was just me, Shirori, and my other ghost friends. I can't remember what either of them felt like, and I was kind of an outcast during school, what with the whole he sees ghosts thing, so yeah. If possible, they looked more horrified. Anyway, Izuku said, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. Oboro, do you want to bond then? Oboro lit up. As if sensing that he was uncomfortable with the topic, his two teachers also perked up and tried not to linger on the accidental trauma dump. Though Izuku had a nasty feeling this wouldn't be the last time his teachers learned uncomfortable things about his life. Thus, how do we do it? Oboro asked giddily. Do you mind if we stay and watch? Midnight asked softly. It would be really nice to see his quirk again. I can't guarantee I'll be able to use it immediately, but you're most welcome to watch. Izuku allowed earnestly. They decided to call Present Mike to come and watch and pointedly chatted about light topics while they waited for him to arrive. When Present Mike arrived, Izuku greeted him shyly and let Aizawa and Midnight catch him up on what was happening. With everyone ready, he turned back to Oboro, trying to ignore their eyes on him. Okay, so, remember what I told you when we met? Izuku reminded. I bond with a ghost by introducing ourselves and then touching. Well, obviously we've already introduced ourselves and we've already touched, but we're not bonded yet. We aren't? Why is that? Oboro asked curiously. Because you are really quite powerful for a ghost, Oboro, which makes it easier for me to give you more strength. Izuku explained patiently. I noticed it pretty much since I met you. It's why you handled your chopsticks so easily the other night and even why you can fall asleep now. It's great for you, obviously, but it does make bonding harder for us. The good thing is, it's not gonna hurt you to bond with me. Izuku said cheerfully. The bad news is that it's kind of gonna hurt me like a son of He threw an alarmed look at his teachers. It's going to pinch a bit. All three of them burst out laughing. Even Aizawa was laughing, though he was covering his face in his capture weapon. Oboro was breathless with laughter. You can curse, it's okay. Present Mike allowed with a laugh. You're hardly a kid, so it's totally fine, but what's not fine is hearing that it's gonna hurt. Why is that? The others sobered at that, looking worried too. In order to bond with a strong ghost, I have to be stronger than them, he explained. I'm in pretty good condition right now. It's just that, and this is going to be wildly embarrassing for you, Oboro, but you're gonna have to lose the clothes and walk right through me. Silence. Oboro blinked. Somewhere a cricket chirped. What? He squeaked, and Izuku tried to keep his face as straight as possible. The three teachers were staring at him, fascinated, and Present Mike's jaw was almost on the ground. Your clothes are tethers to the living world, Oboro. I gotta get as close to your soul as possible, which means that you have to get rid of the clothes, and... He couldn't hold it in any longer as their expressions grew more and more alarmed or embarrassed, in Oboro's case. He burst out laughing. I'm just kidding, Oboro, don't look so horrified. Oboro fell to his knees. Present Mike screamed with laughter and Midnight smacked her knees as she wheezed. Aizawa rolled his eyes, though Izuku was satisfied that he seemed amused as well. You scared the daylights out of me, you little sheet. Oboro cried. He stood up, shoving Izuku aside and glaring at all of them while they cackled. If you wanted to see me naked so badly you could have just asked Izu. He teased and Izuku turned beet red and covered his face, cringing. I don't want to see you naked. He scowled, hearing his teachers choke. I was just kidding. It's better to do this relaxed and cheerful. Midnight howled with laughter. Oh Midoriya, you're a delight. She crowed, wrapping an arm over his shoulder. I haven't laughed that hard in ages. He turned around to face his teachers and pouted when he found them all laughing at his expense now. Aizawa was smirking and Izuku avoided his eyes. It was a joke, you don't have to get naked, Izuku promised, going to remove his own jacket and cringing when they all choked. Oh God, are you getting naked too? Present Mike exclaimed and Izuku squawked. No! He cried. I'm just getting rid of a few layers. And he's not getting naked, sensei, it was a joke. He took off his jacket and shoes, and embarrassedly his shirt. So, the joke was that Oboro has to get naked but really you're the one getting naked? Aizawa questioned and Izuku was so red he was sure even his chest was getting red. This hardly constitutes as naked, sensei, he said scathingly. It's a sound science, you know. Oboro is a ghost and his clothes are technically part of him so it doesn't matter what he is or isn't wearing, but for me I actually am trying to get as close as possible to his soul. He turned and peeked at Oboro, who still looked a little embarrassed himself. Alright, you just walk right through me, okay? You'll dissipate then reform so don't worry too much. I'm probably going to be in agony for a minute but I promise it's all fine. He swore. No need to touch me until it's past. None of them looked happy but Izuku stood still and closed his eyes as Oboro approached slowly. At his back, just barely touching his skin, he whispered, voice fond and quiet, You're the first person who's ever gonna touch my soul, Aizu, so take care of me, okay? Izuku swallowed, gooseflesh breaking out on his skin. Okay, he whispered shyly, then Oboro walked right through him and Izuku let his quirk reach out and brushed up, for a single second, right against Oboro's shining soul. It was beautiful. It was agony. Izuku fell to his knees and groaned in pain. His blood was roaring in his ears and it felt like his entire body was burning up. Like he was enveloped in fire. Oboro's fire. Aizu, please talk to me. Oboro was panicking. Izuku could hear him close to his body. Midoriya, talk to us, come on kid, Aizawa sounded stressed out. He opened his mouth to put them at ease but just managed a small of pain before finally unsticking his tongue and mumbling, Jesus Christ, Oboro, what the F is your soul even made out of? What do you mean? Oboro cried, panicking, and it was echoed by Midnight, who was also panicking. In hindsight it was kind of amusing that all three pro-heroes were panicking so hard, but he could barely even think through the migraine that was battering his skull. Feel like I just touched a FING supernova, he mumbled. Ouch. He finally managed to get his eyes open and he blinked up at the faces staring down at him, catching onto Oboro immediately and smiling tiredly. Hey you, he murmured happily. I can feel you now, Oboro. Oboro beamed. You're insane and if you ever do that to me again I'll kill you myself. Oboro said, reaching out and pulling Izuku to his feet and into a tight hug. Izuku gave a muffled laugh. I told you I'd be fine, it just hurts because I'm literally touching your soul right through space and time and death. It kind of stands to reason that a regular old human probably shouldn't be able to do that without it hurting a bit. He defended and all three of his teachers released somewhat shaky breaths. I don't know what he's saying to you, Midoriya, but if it's along the lines of never do that again then we're inclined to agree with him. Aizawa said tersely and Izuku flushed even as Oboro released him. He said if I did that again he'd kill me himself. Sounds about right to me. Midnight said weakly. It goes against every hero instinct ingrained in us to not try and help you while you were writhing on the floor. That's Hisagiri. I'm sorry, he said sincerely. It really is over now though. I can feel Oboro now like I can feel all the others I've bonded with. So you could use his quirk now? Present Mike asked excitedly and Izuku nodded, getting a bit excited himself. It had been a while since he last used a new ghost's quirk with the last being Hitori-san's unlocking quirk, But that didn't really count to him. Oboro has told me how his quirk works, so I'll, well, pull him into my body and give it a try, I guess. He said awkwardly, turning to Oboro. I've been told this is a strange feeling for ghosts, but all ghosts feel it differently. Despite how strong she is, Shiori can't speak to me while I'm using her quirk, but you may be able to. The only other ghost who can talk to me while we're connected is my sensei. He shuddered. He's super powerful, probably a bit more than you, and he's able to help me out with his quirk. You actually have a ghost sensei? Aizawa said, sounding kind of put out. You've mentioned it offhand before, but there's actually a ghost that's been training you for heroics? Izuku nodded. Hayako-sensei, Izuku revealed. He's been my sensei since I was 12. He usually hangs around, but every few years he goes to the ghost world to be among his own people. Was supposed to be here for my UA entrance, but he kind of missed it, and I know Shiori is probably ripping him a new one over there while she recovers. Izuku pursed his lips. God help me when he finally makes it here. He's going to be insufferable when he hears about the battle training. Izuku winced. Was he a pro hero? Midnight asked interestedly. I don't recall a Hayako in recent years, but then again I don't know all the debuted and deceased heroes. He was a pro of sorts, yes, Izuku said vaguely. He wasn't really sure how to tell his 3 pro hero teachers that he'd been trained by a crazy ex-villain turned vigilante turned reluctant ghost sensei. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at him. Right or Quirk? Izuku said hurriedly. You ready, Oboro? I'm ready, Aizu. He assured, and Izuku smiled weakly, closing his eyes and gently tugging on Oboro's thread, pulling him into his body. He inhaled sharply at the sensation. It was so different from what he felt with Shiori or Yuki or any of the ghosts he was used to. Oboro wasn't passively in his body or anything like that. No, it was almost this strange symbiotic thing where Oboro was existing solely within Izuku's chest, touching all corners of him and opening his mind to Izuku's. Hey Aizu, you hear me? I can hear you, Izuku bit out. Wow, this is overwhelming. He's really overwhelming. I can feel him all over and his quirk dash. Izuku blinked rapidly and held his hand out, squinting as he concentrated. Let me help you out there, honey, just fall right back into me and trust me, okay? I trust you. Izuku whispered. He couldn't pay attention to the 3 teachers watching him for any sign of wrong. He looked up at them and they gasped. Yeah, that's Oboro's eyes. Midnight whispered thickly. Hey, Burrow. Izuku smiled thinly, passing along his greeting, and then he couldn't see anything. Oboro's quirk was exquisite and it threaded through the room, collecting the moisture in the air into thick clouds beneath his feet that lifted him into the air. He could hear shouts from beneath him. He could hear surprise and sorrow and some kind of aching happiness, and he was glad his teachers got to see Oboro's quirk again. Are you controlling them? Aizawa called up to him, sounding stunned. No, Sensei, this is all Oboro. I told you he's a really powerful ghost and he's keeping me safe up here. Izuku said earnestly. Ask them if they want to come up? He wants to know if you want to join us up here? Izuku asked, and he heard their hesitant agreements. In less than a half a minute they were suspended in the air with Oboro's clouds, and Izuku smiled at them. Present Mike was crying and Midnight looked a little emotional too, but it was Aizawa that brought a lump to his throat. He sat in the air, his fingers threading gently through the tufts of cloud, his expression full of wonder and sorrow. Izuku's heart hurt for him and for Oboro, who had lost these friends, and he was happy. Really happy that he got to give Oboro back to them even in this small way. It really was an honor to him. You are just the sweetest person I know, Aizu. You're such a darling. Izuku blushed. The clouds started moving around them, playing with them, and the slight sadness in the air disappeared as they laughed, and Present Mike began doing trust falls out of the air that Oboro caught him from every time, leading the man lower and lower until finally letting him sprawl on the floor. Oboro slowly led them down to the ground. That was incredible, Midnight enthused. If that was all Oboro, then are you not able to use his quirk as your own? Izuku hummed, glancing down at his palm. He flexed Oboro's quirk, letting the now familiar feeling of it fill him, and brought forth a small cloud in his palm. I can use it and I should train with it, But it's nice for me as well that Oboro can use it himself in case someone really needs clouds. He said honestly. Okay, I don't like that you're implying my quirk is just cloud cover. Izuku smiled and released him back into the living world. Oboro grinned at him widely. That was exhausting. Izuku exclaimed helpfully. I don't think I can do much training today. I think I need to drink 2 liters of water or something. My skin feels like a nightmare. Izuku pouted at the laughter. Yes, Oboro had dry skin a lot. It happens when you're pulling moisture from the air in such a concentrated amount, Aizawa explained. He drank a lot of water and moisturized constantly. Izuku nudged Oboro's shoulder with his own. Afraid I wouldn't use it if I knew I'd have crocodile skin all the time? He teased and Oboro squawked indignantly, shoving him, and he stumbled, snickering, right against Aizawa, who caught him. Thank you for letting us see his quirk again, Midoriya. It really means the world to us, Midnight said softly. I'm overjoyed that Oboro stuck around and that he and his quirk has the opportunity to help people again. Izuku smiled tearfully. I'm gonna try really hard to make him visible for you, Izuku swore. I'll have to practice a lot, but it should be possible. We look forward to it, listener, but just so you know, it's not your job or responsibility to do that, so don't overdo it with training and just do it in your own time. Take care of yourself first and foremost. Present Mike warned him kindly. I don't want you getting hurt or exhausting yourself just to let us see him. It's enough that we know he's here now. Oboro looked insanely touched. Oh Zashi, you're still such a mother hen. Izuku blushed and covered his face. Aizawa snorted. What did he say that caused that reaction? He asked amusedly. You have a very telling face, Midoriya. Izuku pouted but repeated Oboro's words for their amusement. It was getting quite late in the day, so both Midnight and Present Mike had to leave. They went with loud and cheerful goodbyes, leaving Izuku alone with Aizawa. Grab your things, Midoriya. I'll give you a lift home again, Aizawa said, leaving before Izuku could even protest. Oboro laughed. He's so prickly, but you get used to it. Izuku wasn't sure whether or not it would be wise to admit he found the behavior kind of attractive but decided to keep it to himself. He grabbed his bag from his locker and paused to drink from the water fountain to rehydrate a little. Like the previous afternoon, he stood by the entrance gate with Oboro and opened the back door of Aizawa's car for him to get in before slipping into the passenger seat. I can't believe being dead means I never ride shotgun. Oboro sulked and Izuku choked on his own laugh. Oboro, you've been haunting him since you died. I'm pretty sure you've ridden shotgun more times than I can count. Izuku teased and Aizawa lifted a brow. Since he died? He mused. And complaining about shotgun of all things, you're such a child, Oboro. Oboro stuck out his tongue and Izuku smiled, promptly telling Aizawa this. He made a muffled noise when Oboro swatted his hair. Izuku didn't live that far away, and the drive there passed in companionable chatting as Izuku navigated a 3-way conversation. When they arrived in the parking lot, he was a little sad to see his sensei leave, so, as with all awkward things, Izuku's mouth moved before his brain could catch up with him. Oboro doesn't remember what he used to like eating. Sensei, you should come up and tell me what to make so I can thank him for bonding with me. If you'd like, you can see how I let go seat. Oboro gaped at him. I do too remember what I liked eating, he exclaimed. I said I liked udon. You little liar. That dash. Oboro went quiet at Aizawa's voice. That would be fine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember him going crazy over udon. Curry udon, I think. Izuku beamed. Great, he said nervously. I make great curry udon. Oboro blinked as they exited the car. You totally just used me as an excuse to hang out with Shota. I don't know how to feel about this. Oboro whined, but he was smiling. And, to Izuku's mortification, he came closer and whispered teasingly in his ear. Izuku, do you have a crush on Shota? This is so adorable. Right, well, Izuku had always thought he'd make a spectacular ghost himself. And honestly at this rate he wished he could just lie on the ground and die to avoid acknowledging Oboro's smug, teasing grin. Izuku met the ghost's gaze, eyes beseeching, but Oboro just smirked. Inside the building, Izuku jabbed the elevator button a bit harder than necessary and Aizawa lifted a brow while Oboro snickered. Ghosts can be kind of loud and annoying, Izuku blurted. I'm usually quite good at ignoring them, but when they hang around you they tend to pick up on all the embarrassing things, and Oboro is a jokester. Oboro howled with laughter, leaning against the elevator for support as Izuku steadily turned pinker. I see, Aizawa hummed. And what exactly is he teasing you over? Izuku cleared his throat. Hey now, any good hero in training wouldn't just give out their embarrassing weaknesses. Izuku said dryly as the elevator dinged. Sorry, but I still have to live with Oboro teasing me over it, but I'm pretty sure I'd sink into the ground if you did. Aizawa laughed at that. Fair enough. You aren't allergic to cats, are you? He asked, opening the door and jutting his foot out to stop Sushi from escaping. This is Sushi, and she's a professional escape artist. Aizawa chuckled and swooped down to lift his cat into his arms, scratching the purring beast under her chin. Nah, I love cats. God's greatest creation, in my opinion. Aizawa said, and Oboro rolled his eyes. He has 3 cats called Yūrei, Ugly and Teapot. He's obsessed with them and has 300 pictures of them on his phone. Oboro said, and Izuku snorted. Those are some mighty interesting cat names, sensei, he said mischievously. I think we'll get along just fine as I too am obsessed with cats. Aizawa scowled, letting Sushi down once they were inside. Oboro, stop giving out my embarrassing secrets, this is going to ruin my reputation, you know? He glared and both Oboro and Izuku laughed. I'm the only one that can hear him, and I assure you no one is hearing anything about you from me, sensei. Izuku promised, picking up Sushi's empty water bowl and filling it with water. He could hear a soft, ambient hum from the TV and poked his head into the living room to see if there were any ghosts around. Kuroku was there, lounging on the couch and yawning even though he couldn't sleep. Oh, hi Kuroku-san, have you been enjoying the TV? He asked, and his ghost friend looked up and grinned. Hey Midori, Kuroku greeted. I see you've made some friends, and dang, is that a live-ons? Wow. Oboro burst out laughing hard enough to fall to the floor. Aizawa looked a little bemused, staring between Izuku and the couch that looked empty to him. Don't call him a live-on, that's so rude, Kuroku-san, this is Aizawa-sensei. He's my teacher at Yūrei. Izuku introduced, face-palming at the ridiculous ghost. Sensei, this is Kuroku-san who controls sand. We've been acquainted for a while now. Pleasure. Aizawa said awkwardly, looking at an empty living room. Kuroku snickered deeply, standing up. Don't tell me little Midori finally has a date? He cried happily, and Izuku's face turned crimson. I gotta go tell Yuki. Don't ichingiji. You a-hole. Izuku cried, shaking his fists slightly as Kuroku dissipated, and he sighed, defeated. Sorry, he said mournfully to Aizawa. He's just being annoying, but he's gone now. He went to the ghost world to make fun of me with Yuki-chan. You lead a unique and interesting life, Midoriya. Aizawa said, and Izuku's lips twitched as he led them into the kitchen. While he prepared 2 cups of tea for them, Aizawa stared at the shrine he had in the corner of the kitchen, eyes lingering on Oboro's calligraphed name. So I was thinking, since I have to cook dinner, you two should be able to chat if you want. Izuku said brightly. It should be possible because I'm here and Oboro is bonded to me now. This apartment is completely saturated with my essence and my quirks, so ghosts are naturally stronger here. Oboro should be able to use a pen. Izuku brought out a little whiteboard and a black marker, putting it down on the kitchen table and holding the pen out to Oboro. Want to try? He offered, and Oboro took the pen a little hesitantly, beaming when he was actually able to grip it. Aizawa just stared at the hovering pen, expression a bit complex. Oboro uncapped it, pressed it against the whiteboard and wrote, in neat letters, Hey Shota. Isn't Aizu just the sweetest thing you've ever met? Izuku turned white, then red, then groaned loudly and covered his face, turning away so he wouldn't have to see them. Oboro, he cried, mortified. Aizawa snorted and then chuckled. Pretty sweet, yes. Aizawa agreed mildly, and Izuku turned even redder, peeking at the both of them through his fingers shyly. Thank you, Midoriya. You've done so much for me in allowing me to speak to my friend again. I don't know how I'll ever be able to thank you. You could touch him, Oboro wrote on the board, and Izuku was glad that Aizawa wasn't able to see his sheet-eating grin at least. Really gets me angry that this baby is so starved for touch that he doesn't even know what a live person feels like. That's Izuku choked. That's a bit. It's not like that, really. I just don't generally hang around alive people. It's not some depressing thing. I have lots of friends that touch me, they're just not alive. Aizawa placed his palm on Izuku's kitchen table. Izuku couldn't help staring at it a bit like it was a bomb, and he sat down, just a bit too hard. If you want to, Midoriya. Only if you want to. Aizawa said simply, then seemed perfectly content to just let his palm rest there waiting for if Izuku would take it or not. Oboro watched him with a sad smile on his face, his knuckles tucked beneath his chin. Don't overthink it, Aizu, he murmured. Sho really means it when he says something. He doesn't mind it if you hold his hand. You can squeeze it, feel how warm it is. Oboro enticed gently when he didn't move. Izuku swallowed past a lump in his throat. He felt a bit silly as he reached a trembling hand out. He hovered right above Aizawa's open palm, but the man didn't rush him at all, and Oboro quietened as well, letting Izuku go at his own pace. He took a small breath and let his hand touch against Aizawa's. It really was warm. Aizawa's hand was smooth, and Izuku could feel slight calluses on his fingertips where they brushed against his wrist. Izuku wasn't sure what expression he was wearing, but he couldn't focus enough to school it into something other than what he was feeling. It was confusing. Confounding, really. He didn't think someone alive could feel so different, and without being able to help himself, he twisted his wrist slightly, curling his fingers around Aizawa's and taking a small breath when Aizawa moved, holding his hand back. How does it feel, honey? Oboro asked gently. He was closer now. Izuku hadn't even noticed him getting up, but he was in the seat next to him now, his lips right by Izuku's ear, and he unconsciously gripped Aizawa's hand tighter. He wants me to describe it to him. Izuku whispered. Aizawa was watching him carefully, and he quietly encouraged him as well. It's Izuku liked his lips. It's warm. I know humans are warm-blooded. I just didn't really register that touching someone would be warm. I never thought about it. You have calluses. They're scratchy, but I like them. Izuku commented, once again lacking a filter. I can feel your pulse. It's strange and fast, and I like that you're holding my hand back. Though I don't think that's a living versus ghost thing, he said embarrassedly, and both Aizawa and Oboro snorted at that. Aizawa reached out with his other hand, clasping Izuku's hand between his two, and Izuku inwardly marveled at the difference not only in color. Aizawa was a bit tanner than him, but also in size. Hold my hand, Oboro? Izuku asked, placing his other hand on the table, and Oboro immediately took his hand in a similar way to Aizawa. It was different. Oboro lacked the distinct warmth and pulse, but Izuku couldn't rightly say that it was any less pleasant. I like both of them, he said earnestly. They're so different, but it's kind of annoying. It's forcing me to acknowledge that it's probably not a ghost or a live thing. Apparently I just like touching people, and that's a curious problem for me to have because I really have no desire to just touch people. Perhaps it's just people you have a connection with. Aizawa suggested. It's not a bad thing. To some extent I'm the same. I'm not very tactile, generally, but I don't mind touching those I consider friends, or those who need me. Izuku blushed, shyly releasing their hands and instantly feeling bereft. Oh, he frowned, shaking his head in bemusement. I didn't know I'd like that. You learn new things every day, apparently. When are you going to stop being so FNG cute, Aizu? Oboro cried, reaching out and smoothing his palm against his hair, and Izuku flushed. You guys should chat, he said shyly. I'm gonna make some dinner. Curry udon. Yep, I'm gonna do that. He got up, his face still glowing as he took a step backwards to the kitchen. He got out a few ingredients and listened to the conversation happening with half an ear. He didn't really offer any input of his own, just looking up and scowling mildly whenever Oboro said something embarrassing. For the most part, he just enjoyed the hum of conversation around him while he prepared the ingredients. As his curry was cooking, he brought out his laptop to continue trying to find Takuma, and he was still working on trying to find what happened to Ichiro Togochi, who Izuku knew had killed Ibara-san, who haunted the flower shop. He'd hacked the police servers and knew the man wasn't on any of the police files, so he wasn't even a suspect in the case yet, and Izuku had been trying to find proof of the murder with Ibara-san's help. "What are you doing?" Oboro asked curiously, and Izuku realized he'd been scowling at his laptop as both of them were looking at him curiously. He pinkened. "Trying to find someone," he said with a sigh. "It's just slow trying to find them. Feels like a needle in a haystack." "Takuma-san?" Oboro asked, and Izuku smiled when he realized the ghost was simultaneously writing his words down on the board so that Aizawa wasn't left out of the conversation. "Who is Takuma-san?" Aizawa asked carefully, looking from the board to Izuku. He stood up and stirred the curry so it wouldn't burn. "It's not Takuma-san," Izuku replied to Oboro firstly. "I don't have enough information about him, so I'll go visit her again and try and find out more from her. Takuma-san is someone I think killed a woman that is haunting an old car on Takoba Beach," he said honestly to Aizawa. "Because I'm the only one who can help ghosts, I try my best to help them with their unfinished business. I'm currently trying to find someone who killed a woman about a week ago, but he went super incognito and it's hard to find him now." "You're going back to Takoba? Aizu, you have to promise not to go alone." "I'm going with you," Oboro said insistently. Whoa, what happened on Takoba?" Aizawa asked, bewildered, looking from Izuku to the board and back again. "Also, who are you looking for, and why are you involved in a murder case all of a sudden?" "Takoba is where he cut his hand. That crazy ghost attacked him." Oboro scowled and Aizawa looked a bit alarmed after reading the words. Izuku lowered the heat on the curry so it would simmer and placed some eggs into water to boil. "She didn't attack me, it was an accident. She's a poltergeist, she can't help but be angry," Izuku defended. "And like I said, I'm the only one that can help, and trust me, you don't want a poltergeist getting too strong." "What happens if a poltergeist gets too strong?" Aizawa asked almost reluctantly. Izuku shuddered, sitting down in front of them again. Feeling a little embarrassed, he pulled his shirt up a bit and lowered the side of his pants, showing the beginning of a rather macabre scar that went all the way down to his knee. Aizawa frowned deeply at the sight and Oboro gasped. "They can get really powerful over the years as their resentment builds up. If anyone alive comes across them, they'd be infected with that resentment over time and go kind of crazy." Izuku explained sadly. "The one who did this to me lived in a psych ward. No one could understand why treatment wasn't working for the patients in that ward, and they kept going crazier and crazier until one patient was admitted and she had a ghost with her. The ghost came to find me since they heard there was someone who could talk to ghosts." "What happened?" Burrow asked, horrified. "I was 11. I went to the ward and tried to talk to the poltergeist to find out what was wrong. She was angry because one of the doctors was violating the girls who came into the ward, and she died during the act." Izuku pursed his lips. "The doctor buried her behind the hospital and she'd been haunting it ever since, trying to get the place shut down so the doctor could be brought to justice." "Oh my god, I remember that," Aizawa said suddenly. "The Mizudafu precinct handled that case. They got a whole bundle of information on the doctor and closed the entire hospital down. All the patients from the hospital soon made full recoveries once they were placed in a different hospital." Izuku nodded and smiled thinly. "Her name was Rei Atayama. She was the first poltergeist I ever helped move on, and though she was really scary, I was only 11, the experience taught me a lot, so don't worry about me, I'm used to dealing with ghosts," he insisted, and Oboro scowled. "How often do you deal with ghosts?" Aizawa asked, voice scrutinizing. Oboro wrote something down on the board and Aizawa looked up. "What's this about sushi?" Izuku groaned. "If I'd known giving you the board was going to make you tell him all my secrets, I'd have been sure to hit you over the head with it before I gave it to you, Oboro," he said with a small scowl, and Oboro laughed. Izuku stood up, turned the curry off, and started cooking the udon and removing the eggs to cool down. "I only got sushi a few nights ago, sensei. Oboro walked me home on the first day of school and I invited him to come out and help ghosts with me. We met the poltergeist on Takoba Beach, then we met a lady who died in the villain attack on 4th Street last week. She had a cat that no one was taking care of, so I followed her back to her apartment and stole her cat." Izuku said frankly. She was very happy and moved on right after. You stole her cat? Aizawa said slowly, and Izuku pouted, turning to send him a slightly mournful look. She's old, sensei. If I sent her to a shelter they'd just put her down. I promised her I'd take care of her cat, so that's how I got sushi and also how I apparently gave Oboro trauma by getting to the 11th floor of a building using just my baton and pure talent. Aizawa looked horrified and Oboro said, smugly, exactly my point, Shota. Aizu is insane. Izuku pouted. Well, he said lamely, dinner's done. Izuku dished 3 bowls up and put some extra effort into plating them nicely, opening the eggs and smiling when they were perfectly cooked. Everything looked good, and after washing their hands, Izuku placed the bowls down and lit a stick of incense in front of Oboro's little shrine. I bless this food tonight to Shirakumo Oboro, a most beloved friend. He smiled at Oboro. May you rest easy and eat well. And that's that, Izuku said with the grin. Just like that, a ghost can eat around me. Unfortunately, it doesn't work around anyone but me. My quirk gives them the strength to eat, sleep, pick up chopsticks and so on. It's incredible. Aizawa told him. Your quirk. It's truly incredible. Izuku flushed, entirely too pleased, and to hide his smile he instead gestured for them to eat and covered his mouth with a bite of curry. Oh my god, this is divine. Oboro cried. I didn't know I missed eating this much until you cooked for me, Aizu. Izuku beamed. This is amazing, Midoriya. It's really tasty, Aizawa complimented after a while of companionable eating and light chatting that Izuku translated since Oboro couldn't write and eat. It tastes exactly like the one Oboro used to like. He'd get it from a hawker that sold food outside of Yūrei when we were in school. I remember that, Oboro pouted. Not to be macabre or anything, but I ate from that same stall the morning I died, so it was actually my last meal. Izuku pet his head, his chopsticks holding a piece of chicken in front of his mouth that he made no attempt to eat. Huh? He asked Oboro dumbly. Oboro blinked. What? Aizawa asked, since Oboro hadn't written anything down. Izuku blinked a few times. Did you just say you ate from that hawker stand the day you died? Izuku asked seriously, and Oboro nodded, uncomprehending. All the information about Yūrei was flitting through Izuku's head at such a pace that even he was left mentally confused. He dared to say he knew more tidbits and information about Yūrei than the average person, and at those few simple words from Oboro, alarm bells started ringing in his head. Aizawa looked more than a little confused. Yeah, what's the problem with that? Oboro asked. Oboro, how old are you? Izuku asked, mystified. There was a bad feeling in his gut that he expressly didn't like. Oboro pet his head. He would have been the same age as me. Aizawa answered for him. I'm 31. Izuku felt sick. He reeled back, staring at Oboro and Aizawa and realizing just how similar they looked. They looked the same exact age, both of them quite obviously older than Izuku. Even the first day they met, Izuku had thought he was an assistant teacher or something, because Oboro was clearly older than him and the other Yūrei students. But that's not possible. Izuku blurted. It's not possible for you to be the same age if he ate at that hawker stall the morning he died. Midoriya, what's going on? Aizawa pressed, looking awkward and concerned. Oboro looked similarly confused. He put his chopsticks down in order to focus solely on Izuku, who was inwardly, and outwardly for that matter, panicking. Oboro, how old were you when you died? Izuku asked seriously, and Oboro's expression turned sad and uncomfortable, his lips tightening into a sad smile. 19, he sighed. I was a second-year student. I died during a villain attack on our work studies. I told you this, Izuku. Izuku covered his mouth, his eyes filling with tears despite himself. 19. Izuku said loudly, unable to help himself. 19. Oboro, I thought you must have died at least a year or two ago. What the hell do you mean, 19? He hissed. Oboro looked alarmed. Why is that such a big issue? Aizawa asked. You seem really worked up about this, Midoriya. What's going on? What did you just realize? Aizawa? Izuku turned to his sensei with a crazed look in his eye that made the man blink a few times. If I'm doing my math right, hawker stalls were forbidden from hanging out in front of Yūrei the year after Oboro died. That means that you died at 19 just before that ban. Izuku put the word died in bunny ears and both men looked bewildered at that. What do you mean died? I'm clearly dead. Oboro said, sounding a little mad, and Izuku shook his head, frustrated as he gestured to the ghost. Oboro, you look like a 30-year-old. Don't you understand? Izuku cried. That's why I thought you died recently. Think about Shiori. She's been with me for over 10 years and yet she's never changed or grown a single day past 9 years old. When you die, you can't grow any older and yet you died at 19 but you've been getting older in the afterlife. Do you even understand what that means? Izuku clutched his hair in horror. Both Oboro and Aizawa were deathly pale. Aizawa's chopsticks hung limply in his fingers, spilling curry onto the table. You're saying he's... Aizawa couldn't say it. I'm saying he's not dead. His body is alive. Izuku said quietly, shocked at his own discovery. Aizawa's chopsticks clattered to the ground. Ghosts are unchanging, Izuku said seriously. Only one kind of ghost continues to grow. It's the ghosts of those that are not quite dead. Usually people that are in deep comas are neither dead nor really alive, and incidentally, these ghosts are stronger than average because they have a better link to the living world. Izuku stared at Oboro's shocked and horrified face. Oboro, I thought you were a sane ghost because you were tethered to Aizawa but you're not. You aren't tethered to Aizawa at all, you're tethered to your own body. It sits out there somewhere. Alive. Izuku breathed. His heart was so full. He realized the truth of what it meant and he beamed, unable to help the tears that spilled down his cheeks. Do you get it? He sobbed. I said I'd find a way to let you talk to your friends again and I really can. Oboro, don't worry, okay? I'm gonna do what I do best and find your body. What the hell happens, if you find his body? Aizawa choked out. Oboro was still in a state of shock, just sitting there and gaping. Then I put his soul right back into it, of course. Izuku said. I've done it before, multiple times. Ghosts will find me and I'll find their bodies and if they're alive and in good condition then I put them back into their bodies. This is insane, Aizu, I remember dying. The building fell on me, there's no any way I survived that. Oboro said loudly and Izuku smiled through his tears. Something is wrong here, Oboro, Izuku acknowledged, harshly brushing aside his tears. Something about your death was wrong and I swear I'm gonna find out everything I can about it and I'm gonna find your body so just hang in there, okay? I help a lot of ghosts, but your case is gonna take top priority to me. Oboro just stared. After the whole not really dead thing, dinner was kind of spoiled, so Izuku invited both of them to relax on the couch and talk through things while he made tea. He took his sweet time preparing the tea and fruits, making them an offering to Oboro as well, before bringing them to the living room. Aizawa was sitting on the couch, staring blankly down at his hands, and Oboro was beside him in a similar state. Izuku sat on his preferred spot on the floor, setting up his laptop and opening a new folder in his encrypted files that he titled Shirakumo Oboro. Wait, can you just, Aizu, I need to talk to you, I need to hug you, or hold you or something. You kind of threw a bomb on my head right now and is it okay if you just let me process it with you now? Oboro asked him insecurely and Izuku's brows furrowed as he pushed the laptop aside and scooched closer so that he sat right below Oboro. Aizawa stared at him, expression confused, and there was something vulnerable in his eyes that Izuku was sure he wasn't supposed to see. Of course you can hug me, Oboro, you don't need permission. He murmured. Needing no invitation, Oboro wrapped his arms around Izuku's shoulders, tugging him backwards so that he was sitting with his back slumped against the couch and his head pressing against Oboro's stomach. He heard Oboro write something on the board but his brain was a bit scrambled after the revelation he'd just gone through and now relaxing so suddenly. He flinched minutely when Aizawa's warm hand pressed against his shoulder. He opened his eyes sluggishly and smiled to let him know he didn't need to be hesitant at all, closing the small distance and letting his hair butt against Aizawa's hand a bit like a cat. Izuku couldn't help but welcome any and all touches from these two. With that silent approval, Aizawa passed the time by gently stroking Izuku's hair and in quiet conversation with Oboro that Izuku couldn't really focus on or keep track of. He was pretty sure that he fell asleep, but he had no care in the world because right then, he felt utterly safe. Shota didn't know what to make of this situation. He was sitting, somehow, in Midoriya Izuku's apartment with the not-so-dead ghost of his best friend and would-be lover, while petting the hair of his most intriguing and promising student. Wild start of term, huh? Just one thing after another. Shota glanced at the board where Oboro was writing and released a shaky sigh. You have no idea. Well, I guess you would have some idea if you've been haunting me for the past 10 years. Hey now, who the hell else would I haunt, Sho? All I had left were you guys, and now That's it, that's my whole family and friend group. Shota knew well that they'd been Oboro's only family. His parents had died young and Oboro had spent most of his youth in foster homes, not unlike Hisashi. As a matter of fact, that was where the two had first met before attending Yūrei together and meeting Shota, Nemuri, and Tensei. His eyes lingered on the word, Aizu. You've only known him for 2 days. Shota pointed out, but he was hardly one to talk. He'd only known the boy for 2 days too, and yet here he sat, threading his fingers through his dark, almost green, hair as if he were a cat. The actual cat was sitting a curious distance away from him, as if she were naturally seeing the space between them was occupied by the ghost. You're one to talk. Shota had seen that answer coming and he fought to contain his small flush, feeling a bit naked without his capture weapon around his neck. The scarves had been hung, somewhat amusingly, on Midoriya's coat hanger. I can't explain it properly, Sho. For so long it's just been you, Zash, Nem and Ten that I've been following around, and then in comes Aizu. Shota stared at the board as the words appeared. The boy lying practically in his lap barely even shifted and Shota couldn't help but trace his hairline where he could touch his soft forehead. His skin was warm. There's no words, Shota. He's like, insanely heroic, and I don't mean all might heroic. I mean like, he'll cut his own chest open and let you live in him if it meant he could save you. Jesus, Shota murmured. What am I gonna do with him? I've asked myself that more times than I can count. I want to save him, kind of. Save him from himself. There was a pause in the writing as if Oboro was trying to gather his thoughts, and Shota waited patiently. Izuku is going to save so many people, Shota. He's going to go too far and he's going to get hurt, and I realized that this kid really touched my soul. He just looked right at me and said, I'm going to save you. And the only way I could ever hope to repay that is to give him that same courtesy. You really fell in love here, Oboro, Shota teased gently, rubbing the little kitten's hair. He wasn't sure what sort of love Oboro was feeling, but he couldn't even really fathom questioning it. Midoriya shifted slightly, nestling against the couch and somehow maneuvering his head even deeper into Shota's lap. It was cute as hell, and Shota understood Oboro completely. Look at him. Sho, he's like a kitten. I dare anyone who gets to know him further than surface level not to kind of love him. 2 days was enough. I'm protecting him with my life. Well, unlife, or life? Yes. Jesus. You're alive out there, Oboro. Shota whispered, swallowing past a lump in his throat that hadn't disappeared since Midoriya stood up and declared Oboro to be alive. I don't know where and I don't know how he's gonna find you, but I'm going to help him. I'm going to pull every DMN string I can. I'm going to get Nedzu and Tsukachi and everyone I can get involved, and we're gonna find you. A part of him wanted to question the outlandish claim, but a much larger part of him refused to even question Midoriya. There was something about him, about this whole situation, that just couldn't be anything but the honest truth. There hadn't been a shred of doubt in Midoriya's eyes when he'd declared Oboro to be alive, and it was hard to doubt him after that. I can't believe that after so long, I might be able to touch you without you shivering. Shota released a small, huffed laugh. I'm going to drive myself crazy trying to remember every cold spot I've ever had to wonder if you were there. I was there. Boys. I'm sorry if that's creepy, you just don't think that way when you're, well, dead. It's not creepy. I like it. Knowing that all these years you've been with me, watching my back, taking care of me even though I didn't know you were there. Shota felt tearful, but he didn't let the tears fall. As if he could sense that Shota was emotional, Midoriya let out a small, sleepy sigh that made him huff out a laugh. He's so cute too. He was just sitting there bawling because he figured out he could save you and my brain stopped working for a second, but damn it, he was adorable and I don't quite know what to do with that thought. It felt distinctly wrong to admit, but Shota couldn't help it. He may be a pro hero, but he wasn't FING saint or anything. A cute boy did still attract his attention, and Midoriya was beyond cute. Do as I do, show, just watch over him, and as long as he has that shy little blush of his that tells you he likes what you're doing, keep doing it. Shota rolled his eyes slightly at that oversimplification, but he couldn't deny the idea was tempting. He goes really red if you call him something sweet. Nothing seems to fluster him more than realizing that people want him around and are willing to touch his skin and his heart. Seriously, 2 days? Shota murmured, astounded. Even Nem and Zashi are fascinated by him, and it's not just them. Freaking Nedzu wants to approach him for private studies next week. Oh, that'll blow his brain right up. He does too much though. I'm glad he fell asleep, otherwise I'm sure he would have gone out to do his ghost vigilantism. The thought that he goes around getting injured from things I can't see is not a comforting notion. Shota said wanly. He hadn't forgotten that Midoriya was apparently involved in some murder case that he didn't get around to explaining, but he silently vowed to talk to him about it later. For now he noticed the time on his phone and sighed slightly. He didn't want to move. I better go. I have patrol soon. He said reluctantly. He wished he had the freedom to be selfish and never move, but that wasn't something he could just decide on his own. People needed him, and he was helpless but to go where he was needed even when all of him wanted to stay here in this warm place. Want to take him to his room? I could pick him up, but since you're here I guess you can too. No need to give him backache. Shota snorted and nodded. Just so you know, I'll be with you during your patrol. I always am. I might come back here afterwards so he doesn't wake up alone, though. That's good, Shota was relieved. I wouldn't want him to wake up alone either. If Oboro was smug over the admission or not, Shota didn't know, as he focused on lifting Midoriya into his arms and carried him to the main bedroom, which he assumed was the one the boy slept in. He placed him into the bed and pulled the blankets over his body, watching with a small smile as he curled deeper into the soft covers and Sushi jumped up to settle on the pillow next to his head. Izuku woke up to someone gently stroking his hair and he peeked up, flushing when he caught sight of Oboro's indulgent face. His alarm definitely hadn't gone off yet, and if it did then he wouldn't even have noticed with Oboro right in front of him. Oh no, I fell asleep, he remembered, and Oboro laughed. Don't worry. Shota and I spent some time chatting, then he flexed his pro-hero muscles and carried you to bed. Oboro teased, which made Izuku blush even redder as he thought about his sensei carrying him to bed. I meant to do research, he whispered with a pout, and Oboro smiled a bit tightly, reaching out and cupping Izuku's chin. Aizu, honey, you really threw me on my head yesterday with all those back-to-back revelations. Take it easy, okay? He said gently. I've been technically dead for over 10 years now, and nothing's changed during that time. It stands to reason that nothing will change now, so there's time, okay? Okay, Izuku whispered obediently, and Oboro beamed, pinching his cheek. Good boy, he teased, and Izuku buried his face in his pillow to hopefully hide just how much he'd enjoyed that particular quip, but he had the sneaking suspicion that Oboro knew exactly. He jumped slightly as his alarm went off. He reached out to turn it off and reluctantly rolled out of bed to get ready for school, showering and changing into his uniform before grabbing his coffee and breakfast. He locked up his apartment after scratching Sushi's chin fondly. The entire trip to school was spent chatting with Oboro and listening to the ghost chatter while they were on the train so that Izuku didn't look like a weirdo talking to no one. Like the previous morning, they split up at the gates as Oboro went to find Aizawa and Izuku made his way to class. Since he was the class rep now, he felt the need to try and be more involved with the class, so when he entered and found most of the students there, he shyly greeted them all. Morning, Midoriya bro. Kirishima greeted him happily, reaching out a hand to high-five as Izuku passed. Ready for a day of heroing? Or a learning? Izuku snorted, lightly smacking his palm to the boys in greeting. Sure am, Kirishima. He said warmly. He paused to make sure Jairu's ears were fine, then greeted Uraraka and the other girls before making his way to his seat. He waved when Yaoyorozu arrived and took her seat, though a frown appeared when he noticed Mineta almost drooling behind him at the sight of the girl and Yaoyorozu's uncomfortable look. He'd keep an eye on that, he decided. He'd vaguely noticed a few comments from the boy so far, and he wasn't going to let that get any worse without intervention, before Mineta went too far with it. Aizawa and Oboro entered the classroom, and almost as fast as they entered, they all exited again after Aizawa announced that they'd be taking a field trip. Izuku's hero costume had been mended after the battle training incident. He made a mental note to ask Aizawa about what was happening with Bakugo, but a small part of him dreaded the boy's return even though he would never stop him from coming back. Izuku had been visited by Kuroku while getting dressed in his uniform. He had very little modesty around ghosts after one too many incidents, who had told him that Shiori was feeling better and would be back by the next day, and that cheered him up exponentially. Kuroku had also informed him, amusedly, "Oh yeah, Hayako-san is gonna bring her back." He was kind of sad when he heard about what happened, and that filled Izuku with dread at the lecture he was bound to receive. Kuroku also agreed enthusiastically to be on call in case of emergencies, even though Izuku also had Oboro with him now. Once he was dressed, he made his way out of the changing rooms and over to where Aizawa and Oboro were waiting by a large bus. "Hi, Sensei," he greeted shyly. "Hi, Oboro," he greeted his friend too, and Oboro beamed at him warmly. Izuku peeked into the bus, noticing that they were double-line chairs so they would seat 10 people per side of the bus. He couldn't help but anxiously take note of everything so he didn't look unprepared in front of the class. "We're doing a training that will probably allow your classmates to show off their quirks a little. I understand that Shiori and Yuki are still gone for now?" Aizawa asked, and Izuku nodded. "Kuroku-san said they'd be back by tomorrow, and he's super happy for me to use his quirk if I need it, so I gathered some sand which I keep in a little pouch, just in case." Izuku explained, showing him the pouch of fine sand that he kept in his belt. Oboro scowled. "I suddenly understand Shiori-chan on an NTMT level," he commented, and Izuku snorted. "Don't pout like that, Oboro. I'll definitely use your quirk first if I'm in trouble, but you know, I can use two at the same time, so sand and clouds." Izuku shrugged. "I don't know, I'll mix them and make a mud cloud." Oboro looked disgusted and Aizawa vaguely amused. Izuku stepped back as Yaoyorozu arrived, also dressed in her costume, and Izuku once again marveled that they'd let her out in such a revealing suit, especially since she seemed to look extremely self-conscious. "Did you talk to the clothing department about DNA fabric?" he asked her, and she hummed, sighing slightly. "I did. It'll take about a week to finish though, so I'm wearing this until then. Hagakure is just wearing her gym uniform," she explained, and Izuku nodded. "I'm getting DNA fabric for my back too," he admitted. "It'll be sheer, for aesthetics, but as it turns out I'm a little sensitive about my back being open." "I can imagine," Yaoyorozu said dryly, and Izuku laughed. She reddened. "Sorry, that was probably inappropriate of me." "It's okay, Yaoyorozu, I thought it was pretty funny," he assured, and she still seemed apologetic but accepting. They chatted for a bit about class plans, and when the rest of the students arrived they organized them on the bus in 2 neat rows. Ida had briefly seemed about to interject something, but when Izuku had started leading them in lines he'd snapped his mouth shut. Wherever they were going seemed to be a distance away, and Izuku listened to a few of the conversations going around, but his attention was solidly on his plans for researching Oboro's situation. "Kero, I usually speak my mind, Midoriya," one of his classmates spoke up, and he blinked to attention, looking at the frog-quirked girl. Azuitsu smiled at him and tilted her head. "What exactly is your quirk, Midoriya? Are you like Todoroki who can use 2 quirks?" she asked, and Izuku pressed his lips together tightly. I'm pretty sure Todoroki-san only has 1 quirk. It's just that there are 2 sides to it," Izuku theorized. The boy in question snapped his head up and frowned slightly but said nothing. "I also only have 1 quirk that lets me use a wide variety of quirks, such as ice and the wings." "So how do you use different quirks?" Kaminari asked interestedly. "Your wings are wicked cool, by the way." "Thanks." Izuku didn't really want to admit it, but he didn't want to lie either. Oboro gave him a sympathetic look. "It's all right if you don't believe me," Izuku said bravely. My quirk is kind of impossible to believe for most people, but I can see ghosts and with their permission I can use their quirks. The entire bus was silent. My ice comes from my friend Yuki-chan, and my wings come from my little sister Shirori. Izuku said quietly. Gee ghosts, huh? Kaminari stuttered weakly. Do I have any around me? Izuku's brows shot up. You believe me? He cried and his classmates looked surprised. Even Kaminari looked more surprised than scared. Sure we believe you, Midoriya, Uraraka said warmly. You don't strike me as the kind of person to lie about something like that. Yeah, and that's a really cool quirk, class rep. Kirishima added. So do we have any ghosts around us right now? Kaminari shuddered. There's only one ghost with us. My friend Oboro is here right now. Shirori was injured after the battle. Training so Yuki is taking care of her but they'll all be back tomorrow. Izuku revealed. Oh great, Oboro said happily. Is she bringing your mysterious sensei with her? Izuku sent him a miserable look and nodded slightly. Ooh, are you nodding at your ghost boy? Uraraka squealed. What's his quirk? Is he handsome? Izuku blushed red as Oboro smirked. He could see Aizawa sinking lower into his scarves and he just knew the man was smirking too. He can make clouds. He's about sensei's age and he has blue hair, and as for whether he's handsome or not, well, he has a really bad ego so I can't say, or his head will swell up like a cloud. Oboro's jaw dropped and Aizawa gave a bark of laughter up at the front that was lost in the laughter of the other students. Oi! Oboro cried defensively. I do not have a big ego. It's not my fault I'm naturally gorgeous. He just said it's not his fault he's naturally gorgeous, and I feel like that really explains why I can't compliment him too much. Izuku teased, smiling at the resultant laughter. Even Kaminari was laughing. Awesome, a hot but vain ghost. Uraraka beamed. Midoriya, you really do have it all. Izuku just shook his head. Alright, settle down, we're almost there. Aizawa said, and they all quietened, peeking out the windows to see where they were. Izuku caught sight of the sign and gaped in awe. The infamous USJ. Izuku was usually pretty good about fanboying. He'd been a bit crazy when he was a kid, but after more than one meeting with the ghosts of pro heroes he had learned to be a bit more conscious of putting them on pedestals, especially after his meeting with All Might. Almost all of that went out the window when he exited the bus with his classmates and caught sight of their guest teacher. 13. He hissed under his breath. Oh my I love them to the ends of the earth. Oboro, I can't believe you didn't tell me this. Look Oboro. It's 13. He gripped Oboro's sleeve tightly and shook his arm, trying to hide his reaction somewhat by muttering under his breath, but he wasn't quiet enough as there were a few chuckles, mainly from Jairu, who obviously heard him, and he turned apple red. Hello students. 13 greeted them warmly and Izuku only just avoided squealing. Oboro looked at him fondly. Wow, you're a real fanboy, huh? He teased. I'm almost offended on behalf of Sho, Zashi and Nem, you know, they're pretty big heroes too. I died on the inside when I met them, Oboro, he whispered. Believe me, I was going crazy when I realized who my teachers were, but this is different. Do you know how many ghosts I've met that have seen 13 in action? Of course they can't save everyone, but the ghosts are never mad. They all just love 13 so much, so I've been their fan for so long. Oboro laughed warmly, slinging his arm comfortably around Izuku's shoulders and squeezing him in a hug. Alright students, we're here at the USJ today, and no, that's not Universal Studios Japan. Before you make that joke, I promise I've heard it before. 13 joked and Izuku laughed happily. No, we're at the unforeseen simulation joint. Here you'll all be experiencing what it truly means to be a hero. Facing unpredictable situations in extreme conditions and saving people in the hardest ways possible. Izuku joined in on the cheers, sharing an odd look with Uraraka, who was almost as starstruck as Izuku was. How long have you liked 13-san? Izuku whispered to her and she beamed, bouncing in her spot. Since they debuted. I was barely 5 years old, but I just loved them from the moment they saved all those kids in those wildfires near where I grew up. My family took me to volunteer in the aftermath and I met 13 then. Uraraka praised and Izuku nodded fiercely, remembering the incident. You two are adorable, come on. Oboro gently pulled him along as they started making their way inside. Don't test Sho today, he's all pissy because All Might is skiving off. He was supposed to be here but he got caught up with his hero work instead of prioritizing teaching. Oboro hadn't given anything away but Izuku was already familiar with All Might's deep, dark secret, so he surmised for himself that the man had used up all his time on hero work instead of teaching. The inside of the building was utterly breathtaking and Izuku looked around, distracted by all the zones as Aizawa and 13 began their lecture on safety procedures. Oboro nudged his side and he flushed, paying closer attention. His attention was split, however, by the sudden shrieking that pierced through the air like a knife and he flinched, crying out as he clutched his head in agony at the noise. Oboro was no better, tightening his arms around Izuku's shoulders and loudly wondering what the hell was going on, unintentionally joining the noise that was battering all sides of the building and Izuku's head. No one else seemed affected at all and they were all staring at him now. Aizawa came to stand in front of him, crouching slightly to see his face. Sensei dash, he choked. He peeked through his eyelashes, noticing a swirling darkness seeping along the edges and his eyes widened, taking in the full picture. Behind them, the entire building was filled to the brim, not only with people, villains, Izuku realized, but hundreds of ghosts clamored over each other, floating to the rafters and screaming profanities at all the villains that were pouring like flies through a dark purple vortex. Sensei! Izuku shrieked, reaching out and pushing the man to see what was happening behind them. Aizawa cursed and sprung to the front, standing protectively in front of them all. Sensei, your quirk isn't right for this kind of fight. You're outnumbered. Let me dash. Aizawa pulled his goggles up, sending him a small smile, barely a lift of his lips. Really? Don't worry, Midoriya. A hero can't be a one-trick pony. Izuku bit his lip harshly, drawing blood to the surface of his skin as Aizawa prepared to go head first into extremely unfavorable odds. Oboro grabbed onto Izuku's hand tightly. Take my quirk, Izuku, now, he demanded. Those are villains, it's not part of the schedule. Izuku already knew as much, and he obediently called Oboro to him before turning to his newly heterochromatic eyes to his classmates. This isn't a game or a part of training, this is serious, he said, pausing to hear 13 inform Aizawa that communications were down. Kaminari, see if you can jumpstart the signals. 13, protect the students, Aizawa commanded, gathering his capture weapon in his hands and leaping headfirst into the fray of villains. Izuku's heart lurched at the sight. Ida, get out of here and go get help. Izuku ordered. You're the fastest of us all, you're our last hope. I couldn't leave you all to fight alone. Ida cried and Izuku was about to really snap at him when a sudden chill poured over him and he turned, his one green eye catching sight of a villain that seemed to be made more of smoke than flesh. He was dark as night, and tendrils of blackness reached out through a human-shaped void towards them threateningly. This villain wore a sophisticated suit but lacked a jacket and Izuku faintly wondered why he was even noticing such a minute detail, but something about this villain set his nerves on edge and made the hair prickle on his arms. I'm afraid I cannot let that happen, he said politely. Izuku shuddered at his voice. There was something deeply wrong about this. Apologies, but wasn't All Might supposed to be here? Izuku had a bad feeling about this villain. Something about him set him on edge, and he knew this villain was extremely powerful. He was obviously the one who had opened the portal that let all the villains inside. I don't like him either. We shall do, a cloud cover, is you, if he can't see the students then he can't portal them away. Oboro's voice sounded distant and Izuku momentarily lost focus to wonder why that was. Oh well, the villain sighed, before they could do anything. How rude of me to not introduce myself. We are the League of Villains, and unfortunately for you all we have a job here today, so I hope you don't mind entertaining us while we wait for All Might to arrive. Izuku didn't wait to find out what entertainment he needed. Oboro didn't hesitate. Since they were connected, he could taste Izuku's will as if it were his own, and he brought a neat cover of clouds that hid them from sight. What is this? The villain exclaimed, sounding genuinely surprised. Get out, Ida. Get help now. Izuku ordered again, not turning to see if his order was obeyed. 13, he's a portal. I don't know how that's going to work with your black hole, but please be careful. Don't worry, Midoriya, I've got it covered. Please use these wonderful clouds and escort your classmates out if you can. 13 requested. They couldn't use their quirk with the clouds as it would ruin the cover. I'm afraid that can't happen, the villain's voice suddenly sounded. If I can't see you, well, no matter, I'm sure I'll get most of you away. And just like that, the floor disappeared beneath his feet and Izuku stared up into the dissipating clouds, finding the villain's glowing yellow eyes peering back at him curiously as he fell. Izuku sputtered, immediately losing his grasp on Oboro as his body submerged into frigid water. For a second he panicked, but he gathered himself quickly and scanned the murky waters. He hated opening his eyes underwater, but he could do it, and it was good that he could as he immediately took note of several villains hiding among the seaweed-like foliage. Something wrapped around his wrist, and Izuku started to fight but stopped when he realized it was a tongue. Azui. His head broke through the surface and he gasped as he flew through the air, angling his body to fall better when they reached a dilapidated ship. Are you okay? Karo, sorry, I didn't know if you could swim and it seemed dangerous under there. Azui apologized. At her side, Mineta was heaving on the floor like a nauseous cat. I'm fine, thanks for the save, Azui, he said a bit breathlessly. Call me Tsu. She insisted and Izuku wiped his face anxiously, looking around for Oboro. They'd fallen together but he'd lost hold of the bond and the fact that he wasn't here waiting for him worried him a lot. What if he called Oboro and something was wrong? What if Oboro was helping Aizawa? Where the hell was he? Who should he call? What to do? You seem like you're panicking, Midoriya, Tsu commented. Any idea what's going on? Has your ghost said anything to you? Izuku snapped out of it. He wasn't alone here in this situation. There are an unidentified number of villains hiding beneath the water, he said, reporting almost as if he were taking part in one of Hayako-sensei's training games. I don't have a ghost with me currently. Can you get yourself to the shore? I can use my baton and pick Mineta up and we should be able to make it, but I don't think I can take both of you. I can get to shore no problem, Azui confirmed. What are you going to do without a ghost? Izuku gave a thin-lipped smile. I'm more than just my ghost, Tsu. Don't worry about me. He said. Let's not engage these villains. It's obvious we were put here without much thought, considering your quirk, but engaging them would be a waste of time. Azui nodded seriously. Beside her, Mineta pulled a face when Izuku held out a hand for him. No way, I want to go with Tsu-chan, he whined, clinging to the girl's leg lasciviously, and Izuku momentarily saw red. He was not in the headspace to deal with some little pervert while Aizawa was out there fighting for their lives. Listen here, you son of a bitch, he snarled, eyes flashing dangerously. Take my goddamn hand or we're both getting out of here and leaving you to deal with these villains, got it? Mineta swallowed and took hold of him with a trembling hand. Azui gave him a surprised look, but Izuku paid it no mind and held onto his classmate before taking out his baton and angling it appropriately. Ready? He asked Azui, and at her confirmation they both shot forward, her with her tongue, and him with his baton. The trajectory wasn't so much higher than Izuku's usual jumps, even with Mineta's added weight, so they made it to shore fairly easily. Azui was a beat behind them, but he noticed from the corner of his eye that her trajectory was all wrong, so he dropped Mineta the second his feet touched land in order to reach out and catch her so she didn't fall too hard. Thanks, Karo, Tsu muttered embarrassedly. Usually I stick my landings, but I'm a little off today. Don't mention it, Izuku said under his breath. I think our classmates are scattered through these zones. I just hope Ida made it out. Where are you going? Azui asked worriedly as Izuku crept forward towards the center of the building where Aizawa was battling over 100 villains. Sensei needs help and I have to find Oboro, Izuku said without hesitation. He should have been with me but he wasn't, which means either something happened or he's trying to back up Sensei, and that means Sensei is in trouble. But what can you do about that? Azui argued. Without a ghost, and Sensei told us to get out. Get lower, Izuku ordered, crouching as they reached the edge of the plant cover they were moving through. There are times when you have to follow orders and trust the pros, Tsu, but it's important to realize when they're trying to protect you from the truth. What's the truth? She asked seriously, and Izuku met her gaze, pulling down a branch so she could see. That he's outnumbered, and if we do nothing then he'll die, and I'm sorry but I'm not ready to see Sensei's ghost. With that said, Izuku turned to look and analyze the situation. His frown deepened to see Aizawa fighting so hard. In the corner several villains stood and watched the fight with varying expressions of amusement. The roof was still filled with screeching ghosts watching the fight, but Oboro wasn't amongst them. The leader seemed to be the pale blue-haired man, and Izuku's eyes narrowed on him. The real concern, in his opinion, was the monster standing beside them. It completely towered over them, and Izuku could see muscles on it that defied logic. That had to be their trump card. What had that smoky villain said? They were here for All Might? It stood to reason then that they had something capable of beating All Might, and Izuku would bet his kidney that this strange beast was that thing. Okay, Izuku muttered to himself. I don't know where the hell Oboro is. He was trying hard not to die from worry there, but he couldn't think about it yet. I need to help, and there's only one quirk I can think of that would be helpful. Izuku really didn't want to do this, but there was no choice. He turned to Azui. Tsu, get to the entrance and see what you can do to help 13 and the other students up there. Make sure Ida has left to get help, and if he hasn't then you need to get out and get back up no matter what. He ordered. Mineta, he grimaced at the short boy, who puffed up his chest as if waiting for orders as well. Get yourself to safety and don't bother Tsu. Mineta's jaw dropped. I'm going in. Izuku said, facing the haze of villains his sensei was demolishing. His baton extended and Izuku entered the battle from above, letting his weapon jut out and land on the shoulder of one of the mutant-type villains that he knew Aizawa would struggle with. In the time he was airborne, he closed his eyes and called for Hayako-sensei. Izuku landed on the ball of his feet, squeezing his baton and using it to smack aside a glowing orb that was tossed his way, the quirk of a villain who was quickly knocked out by the edge of his baton. Izuku was constantly in motion, avoiding fists and any blast of a quirk that seemed too dangerous. Someone was literally spitting fire, but he was no longer alone in his body, and as he ran through the villains, he welcomed the familiar warmth of his oldest sensei. Report. Villains attacked our rescue training. There are at least 17 students scattered throughout different zones. Backup is unconfirmed. I need to trust that my classmates are handling themselves. Eraserhead needs me. No other ghosts? I have a cloud-quirked ghost that I need to find, but I don't know where he is. Call him with your quirk, dumbass. It doesn't matter where he is or if you have consent. It's your goddamned quirk, so just call him. Izuku flinched, gathering a swell of pure energy from Hayako's quirk and using it to propel forward and also push back the villains descending on him as he tried to get closer to Aizawa. Hayako was right. He had to call Oboro no matter where he was, and as he had the thought, he tugged on the agitated thread that tied him to his ghost. Izuku. Who? I don't think I can help you. Izuboro sounded devastated. There's something wrong with me. It all feels wrong and I don't know if I can focus on using my quirk, so it's up to you now. Izuku pushed aside his deep worry and grabbed hold of Oboro's clouds in one palm and Hayako's energy in the other. His eyes locked on Aizawa and he raced forward, letting the world slip away from him and into a cloud of white cover. Aizawa froze, looking up and meeting his eyes. Aizawa Shota, I won't let you become a ghost. Shota couldn't lie to himself. The situation wasn't looking good at all. Villains were coming at him from all sides and he knew, deep inside, that unless help came he was going to die here in the swell of villainy with no backup and no way to know if his students had made it out alive or not. You'll see Oboro again, he consoled himself as he fought, and Midoriya will probably let you stick around. Shota didn't want to die though. He didn't want to become another ghost to Midoriya while he searched for a way to let Oboro live. He had to do something. Anything. As he turned to face the next round of D-rank villains, his vision was covered in white. For a second he froze and he really thought that perhaps he died after all, but no, this white was comfort. It was warm. It was backup. Midoriya. He looked up and there the boy stood, one hand clasping some strange ball of pure energy and in the other were Oboro's familiar clouds. Around them all the petty villain fodder were surrounded by Oboro's signature cloud cover, and Shota allowed himself the second of rest. Midoriya came closer and Shota took in the sight of him. The power. His two eyes held none of the forest green and charming shyness he'd come to associate with Midoriya Izuku. One held Oboro's pale blue and the other eye was unfamiliar to him, but the obsidian black was somewhat disquieting. "Sensei, stand at my back." It was still his voice, but there was something different about it now. Something that held power. It commanded respect, and Shota's body moved without permission to obey. "What demon quirk is this?" the leader yelled. "Shigaraki Tamura." That was the name Shota had heard while fighting. "You NPCs are cheating," he shrieked, his voice angry and childish, as if he were throwing a tantrum. Midoriya ignored all shouts, his arms swirling and creating a vortex of clouds around them that churned and swelled as if they were in the eye of a tornado. Shota could hear the terrified shrieks of the villains around them, but he couldn't rip his eyes from Midoriya for the life of him. It was like he was dancing, and with every whirling move the clouds around them followed his command. This wasn't Oboro. Shota knew Oboro's clouds intimately, and for all his talent, he had never been this powerful. No, this was all Izuku. He was gorgeous. Izuku let the quirks fall with a small gasp. For a moment there was a hush over the building. The ghosts had all shut up the second the clouds appeared, and now, without the clouds, they were silent as they took in the aftermath. Every villain still active when Izuku arrived was now out cold on the floor. The tornado of clouds and energy that Izuku had made served the purpose of hiding him and Aizawa and also sweeping the villains to the side. All that remained was the extremely large villain, the dark shadowy one, and the blue-haired guy who seemed to be the leader. Beside him, Aizawa released a small shuddery breath as he took in the sight before them. "You," the blue-haired man said coldly. "You're the cheater." Up close, Izuku took in all the minute details he'd missed before. There were several hands all over him, each severed and stubbed with gold at the wrist. One sat over his face, and only his glittering red eyes peeked out from between the fingers and his fine blue hair. Shigaraki Tamura, the shadowed villain, spoke. "A student has managed to escape. Help is on the way." Izuku's body relaxed slightly at that. "Don't relax. The fight isn't over yet." He tensed again. Oboro was still silent, his focus not entirely there. "Ugh, you're useless, Kurogiri," Shigaraki shouted, and Izuku latched onto the name. Kurogiri. Damn it. Well, we'll just have to cause as much chaos as possible then. That ought to get All Might's attention. He looked at them, eyes dangerous. "Don't think your stupid quirk saved the day, hero." He spat the word out like it was poison. "It's not over yet. Meet my Nomu." He gestured to the beast beside him, and Izuku swallowed. "He was bioengineered to defeat All Might, so taking you out should be a piece of cake," Shigaraki sneered. "Nomu. Attack the cheat and erase her head." Instantly he and Aizawa moved out of the way of the gargantuan beast as it sped at them with unimaginable speed, slamming its fists into the floor where they had been standing mere seconds before. "Try and erase its quirk, erase her head," Izuku said hurriedly. "Stay clear of your left. I can't lose my quirk right now." He said the last bit low enough that only he could hear. Aizawa grunted and Izuku stayed clear as his eyes glowed red. Shigaraki laughed maniacally. "That won't work," he sang giddily. "Our Nomu is strong enough to resist your pathetic attempts. He has more quirks than you can erase." "More quirks, huh?" Izuku piped up, ignoring Aizawa's dark glare for him to shut up. "How'd you manage that? He seems like a talker. Keep him talking and stay focused, Izuku. Don't use your quirk no matter what. Erase her head," Izuku said softly, hearing Aizawa's answering grunt. "Nomu is designed after the ideal human. Cheat," Shigaraki bragged. "He has shock absorption and regeneration, among other little quirks, so no matter what you do you won't beat him." Shock absorption. Regeneration. He added, among other quirks, to make it seem like there's more, but I bet that's all this Nomu has aside from strength. It's designed after the ideal human. "I've taught you how to take down a stronger opponent, Izuku," Hayako said sternly. "Be careful, Aizu." Oboro's voice was soft and pained, and Izuku wished he had the time to comfort him. "Midoriya, stand down," Aizawa ordered, stepping in front of him and brandishing his capture weapon. Get yourself and your classmates to safety. You heard him, backup is on its way. I can't risk it, Eraserhead. Izuku said beseechingly. I won't stand back and let you become another ghost to me. Maybe it's selfish, but so be it. Izuku gathered Hayako's energy and pushed Aizawa aside, ignoring his angry shout and Shigaraki's manic giggling laughter. Oh, the little hero wants to fight our Nomu on his own, he said excitedly. Nomu. Destroy. The Nomu leapt forward and Izuku didn't hesitate. Based on its overall structure, it was designed after the human body, and the human body was inherently weak. Even the strongest person in the world had a weakness. All Might himself was proof of that. Ribs. Temples. Eyes. Focus Izuku. Izuku extended his baton, launching up and meeting the Nomu halfway. It felt like the entire building was deathly silent, like the world was holding its breath as they clashed. Izuku vaulted up the expanse of the beast's arms, twirling his baton and extending it outwards to hit several known weak spots of the human body, ideal or not. In a split second his attention wavered as an almost metallic scarf soared out and wrapped around his body, trying to pull him backwards and away from the beast. Damn it! Foolish hero! Hayako shouted. Izuku screamed as the Nomu wrapped its meaty fist around his body, tightening around his ribs and crushing him wholly. Izuku slipped one of his blunted training knives out, his bloodshot eyes whipping around to see Aizawa as he attempted to engage the Nomu, a fierce expression on his face. His heart stopped to see his sensei's face gripped by the monster's gargantuan hand, and he wished he could tear his gaze away as Aizawa's eyes met his for a split second in time. And was Izuku hallucinating, or maybe he was just filled with wishful thinking, but he thought he could see apology and fear in the man's eyes, before his face was crushed to the ground. Izuku sprung back, avoiding the spraying gravel and shuddering at the sickening crunch of bones. He wished he had never seen the splash of red that painted the concrete, nor heard the groan from his sensei as his body went limp. Apathy, Izuku. You can do nothing for him now, and the fight is not over yet. Izuku took deep, rattling breaths to quell his fear. From the corner of his eye he saw Azui standing, frozen and watching him with an expression somewhere between terror and awe. Sue, on my signal get Eraserhead out of the demon way, he called, brandishing his weapon again, and this time, unhindered by Aizawa, Izuku rose Oboro's cloud cover to shield her on her way to Aizawa while he turned to Shigaraki. Release him, Shigaraki. You ordered your Nomu to fight me, not Eraserhead. Shigaraki laughed. It sounded less amused than before, and that was dangerous. Nomu, leave Eraserhead and come get rid of this hero brat. He ordered. You're starting to piss me off, kid. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He faced the Nomu then and steeled his gut. Go to Aizawa, Oboro. I need to focus everything on Nomu now, and I can't hold on to Cloud too. Careful, Aizu, please. Please don't Oboro begged thickly, and Izuku couldn't help but smile as he released his hold on Oboro. It felt nice to be cared for like this. Now isn't the time, dumbass, Hayako scolded, and Izuku refocused, gathering energy in his palms and letting it secrete through his baton and knife. Every strike would hit that much harder. He had trained this method with Hayako for years, and it was second nature to him now as he charged the Nomu and targeted the weak points of its design. His baton was specially designed to withstand the weight of each strike and absorb the shock of it, not unlike the Nomu could. Shock absorption. Regeneration. Every limb you cut will regrow, but it has to slow down eventually, Hayako theorized. Do either side of the ribs. Use your knife to attack the brain with each strike. Izuku obeyed without question, using Hayako's energy quirk to power his every strike. Each hit would surely kill an ordinary human, but it barely seemed to tire the Nomu while Izuku was fast losing speed. As Hayako had ordered, Izuku used his momentum to swing around the Nomu's left side, using his knife, blunted though it was, as a focus point for the energy and creating a blade-like slice into the Nomu's gray skin. The Nomu's arm fell to the ground, and Izuku immediately began to counting the seconds it took to regenerate. It was barely 13 full seconds before the arm had fully regenerated, and Izuku whipped into motion, wedging his baton against the floor and using the speed to traverse around the leg. He moved out of the way as fast as he could to avoid the Nomu as it crashed to the ground. Before it had a chance to regenerate, Izuku had taken its right arm as well. Each motion was made to weaken the ideal human's weakest points, but it didn't seem to be doing much, or maybe Izuku was just too weak. Focus. More power, Izuku, this isn't working, so go for the brain and don't stop. He follows orders but seems to lack higher thought above simple commands. He has a brain, which means without it he will be vulnerable. Izuku understood what his sensei was trying to say. He paid for the second of distraction and he screamed, tasting blood in the back of his throat as the Nomu's fist crushed against his arm, breaking, or rather splintering, his arm entirely. Blood soaked into the shredded remains of his hero costume, and Izuku could swear the red tinge in his eyes was either blood or some dangerous head injury he hadn't even noticed. He was failing. He had to get to higher ground, and just as he was about to strain his quirk even further to call for Oboro, a shard of smooth, clean ice speared right through the Nomu's arm and it roared, dropping Izuku to the floor. A wave of dizziness hit him as his head smacked against the floor. Another NPC, great? Shigaraki growled. There was only one person Izuku knew of with ice like that, so, without even looking, Izuku planned. Todoroki, get me to the roof. Izuku ordered his classmate, despite never having spoken a word to him, and Todoroki thankfully didn't question him. Ice appeared beneath his feet, launching him up into the air, and when he was high enough he sprung right off the edge of the ice and smacked his baton against the Nomu's shoulder for stability before moving his knife as deep into the squishy brain as he could. Izuku hung, his body limp and tired, his arm completely engulfed in the hot, squelching brain of the Nomu. Blood soaked through his sleeves and wet his arm and shoulder, seeping into his hair and dripping down the muscular body of the beast. He flinched as a single gunshot echoed through the air. Help had arrived.